ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish.
He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it. Over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Ken Hinkley's men have been accused of being flat-track bullies. Well, perhaps there isn't a more difficult track in the competition than the 170 by 115 metres that lies in Sleepy Hollow at Caninya Park in Geelong. It is the Cats and the Power. Friday night footy, part of the doubleheader in round 9. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's great to have you with us on ABC Sport. We are streaming, of course, through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button and you can take your pick tonight. It is a rare doubleheader on a Friday night, both involving top 8 matchups. So here we have the Cats and the Power, the 7-1 Geelong team coming off defeat for the first time in the new season, and Port Adelaide at 5-3. While over in Perth a little later on, it'll be the Fremantle Dockers up against the Sydney Swans. And if you are listening to our coverage here, we will take you there for the second half action as well. So you'll get the best of both worlds. If you're in the spot that you currently find us, there's no late change here, which is good news. So no late drama for either Geelong or Port Adelaide. Ocean Mullen is the sub for Geelong, so the Irishman comes in and will start as the sub. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, it is the former Cat, Francis Evans, who is going to be their sub. Most of the gangs made the trip down the highway for Friday night. Ben Cameron, who's usually in the producing role on a Friday night, overseeing our broadcast, is up in Darwin. So we don't have Ben with us, but we wish him well for his Saturday night ventures up there. That seems like a pretty good gig to get. And Tim Hodges is also absent this evening as well. So our best to Hodgie, Jess Webster on the boundary for us. But we got the 3-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, and Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Cal.
Good evening, Corbin. How come I didn't get the Darwin gig? I would have put my hand up for that if I knew that was happening. And Lingy's walked in with an extra big smile on that face. He's always smiling, but he's absolutely beaming tonight because he got in the car, he travelled 2 minutes and he was here at the game. And Lingy, wow, it's 14 degrees. It's mild in Geelong. I guess we haven't hit winter yet, but what a sight. Sitting right up high we are in these brand new commentary boxes, and It now holds 40,000. Finally, this stadium has finished the development, and they're expecting around over 30, low 30s for this clash tonight. But to look to our left, to the Barwon River end, to the city end rather, and to see a stadium rather than a construction site. It's the first time I've been down here this year, and looks magnificent, Lingy. So you're the former mayor of the city, so I feel like saying congratulations to you.
What's former?
Actually, you are the mayor of the city. What am I saying?
Well, one day I got to be it.
Yeah.
Honorary for one day. Thank you, Cal. Great to see you, Corbs and Mick and Jess. And Hodgie just couldn't make it, unfortunately. It was too far for him to drive. I think Ben Cameron's just texted me as well and said, get stuck into Corby. He's been calling this place Sleepy Hollow ever since the Cats fans got stuck into him, and he claimed that it never bothered him. But that's from Benny Corbs, so shots fired everywhere. But the ground is looking magnificent. When you see this sort of stadium, you can't call it Sleepy Hollow anymore, can you?
It's a thriving metropolis out Geelong. There's no doubt about that. Mick Moldash, you spend plenty of time down here in Geelong nowadays as well. It's nice to see you, and if I can toot my own horn, I got us here safely all in one piece. So we're only halfway through the journey, but it was lovely to share the car ride with you.
It was, and we covered everything from politics through to the game tonight and everything else. So that was good, Corby.
He rang me this morning and said, do you want a lift? I'm going with Mick. And I said, I'm fine, I'll just crank the music loud.
Well,
I'll go down by myself.
Corby wet the bed because it was 2-something that we left. Just, and I said, why are you leaving this early? Oh, I've got a couple of things to do. Of course, we walked over to the cafe. And so Corby went into one because he had to get back here. And I thought, look, I'm going to go up to this main street. What's the good street?
Packington Street.
Packington Street. And I thought, all I remember that is great cafes and everything. I got up there, one open, and it's a Japanese restaurant. And I walked in and I thought, do you make coffee? They go, matter of fact, we do.
Beautiful.
So, but that was the fluke because there was only the pub. All the others were closed. So it is very sleepy. Very sleepy up there, Blingy. That's past your place too. You would have probably walked straight past that place.
It is up my neck of the woods here. No, Packington Street's more sort of earlier on in the day.
Yeah, it must
it's
be.
a bit happening, but just lulls for a little bit and then starts getting going again when the footy's down here.
Mick, go back down there after the game tonight. I'm sure you'll be able to find a drink somewhere.
No, I'm okay. We're going to get home at some stage.
We will get to tonight's game as we get a little closer. A huge night for Tom Hawkins as well, who equals the game's record. So all of that to look forward to. It's been an enormous news week. It feels like a lot of it has come on late, including the man who's probably regarded as the best administrator in football, Brendan Gale, announcing today that he is leaving the Tigers. I think Caroline Wilson actually broke this story about 4 weeks ago. So the Richmond Chief Executive, Brendan Gale, is leaving his post to take up the role as the inaugural Chief Executive of the Tassie Devils. He will stay in charge of the Tigers until the end of the season, and then will pick up his post to take on the AFL's 19th team down in Tasmania. He hails from the Northwest Coast. He's overseen a dynasty and really a resurgence of the Richmond Football Club and 3 premierships, 100,000 members. How significant is this, do you think, guys, for the game to have Brendan Gale headed to Tassie?
It's a brilliant get. I mean, we immediately, when the announcement came that there was going to be a team in Tasmania, I think we immediately drew the line and said, well, Brendan Gale, he goes there. But that's all well and good. We can speculate. To actually land him, to make sure you get him, is a really big get. It's important to have that experienced, steady hand. They've got to get it right. I know everyone wants Tassie to succeed. People love Tasmania and love the idea of it being a heartland football state. But they've got to get it right. The Gold Coast Suns have got it wrong so many times in their early journey. The Giants have probably got it more right than the Suns, but still got a couple of things wrong in a really tough footy market. Tassie's got to get it right, make it work from the start, Mick, and Brendan Gale is a perfect man to lead that.
Yeah, it's funny enough. I spoke to Brendan during the year. I recommend, like in my column, I said, look, this bloke's absolutely tailor-made last year, tailor-made for the AFL, which I think everyone believed he was. Not part of the boys' club, so it put him behind the 8 ball, and I think he was bitterly disappointed in that. And I really believe that given things that are all even, that he probably, and I think, Corby, you said he's the best administrator.
Yeah.
Why did he get it? Okay, he didn't get it. This was the next one, for sure, because I suspect that he would like to get in on the ground floor. And as you said, there's been failures and there's been semi-successes. He wants to make sure it's right. I think the AFL want to make it right too, because the draft will be compromised again, but it has to be to give Tasmania an opportunity. I reckon he will be exactly what you said, Corby. That's something that they need. Homegrown. It'll be interesting now. Is that from the start of 2025?
Well, I think it'll even be earlier. It'll be almost towards the back end of this year.
So what year are they coming in?
They want 2028. I think it's more realistic. It'll probably be 2029.
Right. So that gives him a run of 3 or 4 years. So
how important is that he's overseen it this far out?
Well, you've got to. You've got to. You can't just come out on the day and go, oh, look, here we are, and this is our recruitment. He's got to get the right teams. Yep. It's not easy to get the team, Lingy, because it is Tasmania, and people want to feel comfortable living down there. Where will he have his base? Will it be in Hobart? Yes, but they can't ignore the north because they'll get like the north and south can't even drink the same beer. So, you can imagine if they don't get it right in the football thing, they'll need someone up in north, and you've got to start now.
Yeah, and you can't just bring in a whole bunch of your own people.
No.
He will bring in some. He'll have key people that he'll start talking to and want to take them with him. But he's also got to identify and empower local Tasmanian people who are going to be really important, because that's that connection to the community they already have. The business connections, the football connections, the understanding of the culture down there, and bringing that all together. So that's where that lead-in's important. Almost his first job is to set up what the football club as an entirety is going to stand for, what the culture of that place is going to be, before they even start worrying about which players we're going to go after, how we're going to draft, what's our philosophy of coaching going to be, all of that. That will fit in underneath the culture and the environment that he wants for that club to stand for.
And he can look at the jack jumpers in the NBL who have done it brilliantly.
Magnificent.
Haven't they? It'll be fascinating to see. I mean, obviously he will move to Hobart, but there'll be a Melbourne base, I would have thought. And I remember having this conversation with him involved in others several years ago about the fact if you did have a Tassie team, you could sell it to players as, you're based here for 9 months of the year. If you did want to have a base in Melbourne, there is that fly-in, fly-out opportunity in a sense that, the season's 6-7 months long. You've got your pre-season, but you don't have to come and relocate completely your whole entire life in Tasmania. I don't know. Don't they do something similar with the Patriots in the NFL, where it's a smaller base city, and I think a lot of the stars live in bigger cities and they fly in, fly out.
Is that 6 months, though, Kel? I'm not sure. You'd know better.
Yeah, so the NFL
it's smaller. It's 4 months long, isn't it?
Yeah,
16 weeks
September
plus the finals.
Early Jan.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that'd work, Kel. I think you've got to get people who want to live there and are prepared to. Look, we talk about culture. You set that culture up. You can't be half in, half out. I don't think. I would be looking for players, personally, who are totally committed. And if they want to raise a family down there, which most... But it's funny, the evolution. And I'm talking about a coach here. You get a young kid at 18. By the time he's 21, 22, he's met someone locally. And probably several girls, along the line. By the time he's 25, 26, he may well be close to being married. Then they start producing. So it becomes a really... You watch these players come right through and they put their roots down and they have their family... I know what it was like at West Coast.
Yeah,
I know it's a lot bigger.
I'm sure what they're hoping Harley Reid will do in Perth. But Jeremy Cameron's a great example here of, he shunned the bright lights and the big city, didn't he? Because he's a country boy and he wanted to move here.
But he lives up the road.
Yeah, but you see them out on the land as such, like they've got... some land, and Tom Hawkins is the same. So if you are a country person, you prefer the quieter life, that would be attractive to some players.
Absolutely.
I think you're right. Identifying those people who are going to fit and embrace and embed themselves into the community. And you're right. So Geelong's possibly the best example you can use to compare it is, let's call it 60% of the list live no more than 5 minutes from this ground, and they love being in here, and they love popping down the street for a coffee, and they love being around here.
Surfing, and
then you've got 5 or 6 live in Torquay and surf. You've got Jeremy Cameron lives on a farm, Reece Stanley lives on a farm, Tom Hawkins lives on a farm, Isaac Smith, when he moved down, lived on a farm. He lived nearby, but has now moved to a farm. So people who want that lifestyle will then embrace the fact, and I love being at this particular football club. That's what Tassie needs to find, the right person that fits into what that club and that community is going to be part of.
Just a quick one, Mick. It was announced this week in Darwin that the Northern Territory have put together a proposal because they would like to be the 20th team in the AFL. Andrew Demetrio and Nathan Buckley, two of the big names to put their signature to that. What are your thoughts? Could it work?
Kel, I'm going to... There's two things to think about. Well, there's a lot of things to think about. One is Wisconsin, is the Green Bay Packers come from the smallest area, and it's still an open stadium from the 1970s or whatever. If you've got the money and you've got the team, they can play anywhere, and they want to play in the snow, they win most of their games. Australia seems to be different to me, that if we're going to look... I don't think there's enough good players to go around. I think 19 is a real struggle. We're seeing the bottom 2 or 3 sides. The only reason why Richmond's down there because they've lost all their key players, and the players they bring in, quite frankly, at this stage, I just think that we don't recruit enough players into the competition for a start off. So we've got to be careful about that 20th side. Now, if there's going to be a 20th side, what I heard was Darwin, Cairns and Alice Springs. I just think that is, to me, just tearing the fabric away from what you want to establish.
But does Darwin, a team based in Darwin, would it work?
No.
Why?
I just think the distance, the weather, the ability to get people to go up there and stay up there is a lot different than, say, Hobart. And there's a lot of people just don't like that heat and the humidity and its isolation. Hobart's an hour from Melbourne. So I'm not sure that it would work.
So the population, by the way, in Darwin is like 132,000 or something like that. So it's not a concentrated population in Darwin like it is in other centres. I was lucky enough to be up there. I did an Offsiders episode when you were away a couple of years ago. We did a special up there, and they were already talking about it then before Tassie had their bid up about, hey, we're just getting our ducks all in a row that when the 19th team gets permission, we want to get ready to launch a bid. And they are so confident that it will have the commercial support. Basically, the amount of community programs that are run up there, the money that's involved in mining and other industries in and around Darwin, that there are so many big businesses keen to put back into the region and to create a whole lot of new jobs, and they feel like football can be that centrepiece. You would need an indoor stadium given the different climate and everything else, so there's a whole lot that needs to be done to make it happen. I think there's a huge romantic notion with it.
Of course.
Given it will complete the map, and it's sort of like the last major point, but... And the other thing is Alice Springs, if they split their games between the two, Alice Springs is more associated with the climate of the south, so it's not too hot there during the winter months. But
not a lot of people either.
It's not.
So there's a lot of reasons.
Plenty of other issues during the week. Just firstly, the fallout from last night. So a hamstring injury for Adam Cerra. Unfortunately, this isn't unique for Carlton. So it's Cerra's 4th hamstring since round 19 last year.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a big concern.
He did one. He missed a period of time, came back, got hurt again, then did a hammy in round 4. Now he's done a hammy again in round 9. So he's done 4 since late last year. But Cerra's done 2 this year. Sard's done 1. McGovern, Motlop. They've had a number of players do soft tissue injuries in the short season so far.
Yeah. And I'm sure they're doing everything they can to figure out what it is and what the problem is. But with Cerra, it becomes really worrying. When
really worrying. Yeah, you know that, Lingy, because the fact is it a chronic one that you in the end you just throw your hands up and you go, look, this is just not working out, because you'd certainly say to him, okay, look, we need you back by around 15, 16. So that's how long it should take. I don't care how minor this one is. He's got to start doing strength with both legs, both sides, both adductor and quaddies, just to even up. And it'll take some time, but he'll be back. If he gets right, he'll be back with 3 or 4 weeks or 5 weeks before final. So I reckon that can happen. But you've got to start going to the source. Why are they doing them?
Yeah. And the other, they desperately need him because they're one wood. Their shot at a premiership, yes, is the 2 big guys up forward, but his midfield dominance. They have to obliterate teams in the middle of the ground. Jacob Wiedering's great down back, but they will get scored against, regardless of even if a couple of players come back, they'll still get scored against. There's a couple of weaknesses there. They must dominate the middle, so they must have Cripps, Walsh, Hewitt, Cerra, Kennedy, probably missed one in that lot, but they need that super deep, super high-quality midfield.
They are one-paced.
Yep.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in the box. Jess Webster to join us for the game call on the boundary in a few moments' time. No late change here at Cardinia Park. Just on the Melbourne side of things out of last night, Simon Goodwin at his post-match press conference was asked about the finish. Obviously, they came home with a wet sail. They got close, but ultimately fell short. Here's a little of what Simon Goodwin had to say last night.
Oh, the main takeaway is you hate losing. You're going to wake up feeling pretty crook about that one in terms of how we started. Anytime you want to give a team 6 goals head start, for that contest, both ends of the ground was really poor and our defence was poor. So we gave a really good side a 6-goal start, and they played really well early. They were hot. But our responsibility as a footy club is to rock up and compete in a way that keeps you in a game for longer. That's where the game was won and lost early, and there was a lot to like after that, but the damage was done.
I think that's a pretty good summation as to what went wrong for Melbourne last night. They gave up too much of a head start, and ultimately they did a pretty good job reeling it in, and they couldn't get those final couple of points they needed.
Yeah, I look at Melbourne, and I even cast my eyes back to last week when they knocked off the Cats. They need the game to be tight and hard and arm wrestly early on.
Like trench warfare. Yeah.
And then they break teams, and those goals that they're kicking just at the end is to get in front, not try. I don't think they're built to peg back a really big lead, even though they did a very good job of it last night. Can I just say, I was sitting back on the couch watching it. Watching Christian Petrarca is just a magnificent pleasure in life. He is one of the most exciting, explosive, wonderful footballers. He doesn't muck around with accumulating a bunch of rubbish possessions.
No.
He's 100% impact. I love watching him.
Just on the back of that, Michael Voss was asked about Christian Petrarca's night as the opposition senior coach. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, we tried a couple of different matchups on that, and he was pretty hot. Obviously, Matty Kenny was trying to do a little bit of a role with him around the ball. He did too good a job, so he went forward. That was a mistake. But he was sensational. It was to be able to kick. What did he kick? 5 goals, 1. He was sensational. Could have been a real difference for him. We talk about the collective a lot, but that seemed to make a fairly big difference. His particular individual performance was pretty special.
How good's that? We did too good a job on him around the ball, so unfortunately he went forward to get a kick and torched us.
Lingy, free kick, no free kick.
Oh, the
tackle.
Free kick holding the ball.
Yeah, unbelievable. An umpire can come to the conclusion that it was a dangerous tackle. I find it extraordinary. See, it's interesting. I spoke to the umpires some years ago and I said, think of the consequences, lads. It can cost a coach a job. It can cost a team getting in the finals, or a team maybe at the lower end getting 4 points.
Yep.
No question.
Top 4 in the finals, top 2 in the finals.
Exactly. This has cost
home finals.
This has cost Melbourne a draw or a win. Because you can't guarantee unless he kicks it out of bounds.
Yeah.
But that was a shocking decision.
Nick Newman should be thanking Alex Neil-Bullen. He sort of pulled back to avoid contact as Newman went flying through. Escaped suspension today. Nick Newman came back as careless, low and high after he jumped in the air and tried to bump Neil-Bullen. Neil-Bullen weaved out of the way, and as a result, it's graded as low, and he's free to play next week.
Is that a fine?
Yep.
With that, yeah.
He got fined. So it still got graded. There wasn't enough contact as a result. The Cats aren't about to make their way out. There's... really the unsavoury news of the week was we've had another homophobic slur in the game. So Will Powell from the Gold Coast has been suspended for 5 matches. So this is up on the 3 games that Jeremy Finlayson got. Interestingly, Finlayson makes his return in this fixture tonight, and the AFL really citing the fact that given the fact that everyone was put on notice after the last instance, they were told that the penalties would increase from this point on if the behaviour continues. It did. They conducted an investigation during the week, and as a result, we've had a 3rd instance of homophobia in the space of really 3 months in the game.
Was this suspension where it should be?
I think
Or should it be harsher?
No,
you've had one warning, or not a warning. It's been basically a clear message.
Yep.
And you keep doing it. Should it be worse?
I think that the issue is more than anything. I think that the varying punishments that have been handed out.
Do we need to codify it? Do you need a system?
Could I was going to ask, like, we've seen 3 times.
Yep.
Lingy, did you hear that sort of stuff when you were playing? You're the last one to play. I can't say I ever heard anything on the field in my days.
Did you hear it, Lingy?
Not that and I'm not trying to dodge anything here, but certainly later in my career, never. Could I remember hearing it early on in my career? I would say no, I don't remember it, but I'd also be lying if I didn't think there was probably, it was definitely said.
Yeah.
It was probably just, I didn't take any notice, or I didn't. Unfortunately, it was probably used so much more often that it wasn't a big deal. It was, my ears were attuned to if there was any racial stuff, certainly back then. Less understanding of listening out for that and saying, no, that's not on.
Did you ever hear racial slurs at all? No. If you had, would you have said something?
Yes.
Yeah.
I certainly heard it over the fence, heard massive. You got, in Western Australia, over the fence with Chris Lewis, Troy Newell and these sort of young blokes, I mean, they copped absolutely shocking.
Yeah. I think the other thing, I've been pushing for this for a long time. I know many people in the game have. Jason Mifsud's been leading the way, who used to work at AFL House. A vilification framework that is consistent across the board, that takes the whataboutism out of a lot of these cases, whereas we're not haggling about, who was the person that said it, is this vilification word worse than the other one for whether it's homophobia, sexism, transphobia, racism, whatever it can be, and at least give us a matrix the same way that we have.
Because if it happens in a year, I mean, they've obviously given the extra 2 weeks because it's just happened and should be fresh in all players' minds as a reminder. But if it happens in round 1 next year, do you take a couple off because that hasn't
happened for a while?
Yeah, it's
bizarre.
Yeah, it is bizarre. Yeah.
The Cats are making their way out. It is a special night as Tom Hawkins is leading the team out there. He's in the, I was about to call it the handshake line, but it's really the hug line, as the guard of honour is made up of a number of loved ones, and he stops to give them all a hug on the way through and bursts through the banner with his teammates. 355 for Hawk, strong, skillful and fair, alongside his mate Joel, a record to share. That is the Cats banner. Joel Selwood with the Selwood stand now fully erect behind the goals at the city end of the ground, and Tom Hawkins levels his record tonight on 355 games as the most capped Geelong player. Lingy, I might just wait until after the network juncture to ask you a few questions about Tom Hawkins, but an incredible achievement. Player number 1010, and it just so happens that Joel Selwood was player 1009. So to think that they debuted after each other, next to each other in the history of the Geelong Football Club, and now they sit on top of the games record. I mentioned the unsavoury story from during the week involving Will Power. Really just, there's no other way to put it, a tragic story out of Perth last night. At 29 years of age, Cam McCarthy was found unresponsive by paramedics last night at just after 6:15 local time. Police say the incident is not being treated as suspicious. Found dead at the age of just 29. 70 games for 2 clubs after being drafted, pick 14 in 2013. He was Fremantle's leading goal kicker. The Dockers will wear black armbands tonight over in Perth, but there are a number of clubs that will be touched by this around the competition. An infectious personality. He played with Jeremy Cameron, of course, at GWS. So the Giants players, the Fremantle players, and the whole footy community very much in mourning those that had come across Cam McCarthy, but gone far too soon at 29.
Suffered from epilepsy, and we know during his career he had some issues with mental health as well. So it's the 4th Docker to die in the last 6 years after Shane Yarran, Colin Sylvia and Harley Ballock.
Oh, it's terrible.
It is terrible, and what's going to be difficult is that 11 of the players playing tonight actually were teammates of Cam McCarthy, so that's going to be extremely difficult for them. And Corbin, you're Parts-Crofts quite often because you grew up in Perth and you had a bit to do with him over the years.
We played in the same indoor cricket team, so went to the same school. So, we knew each other well. His parents and Cam, for that matter, and his sisters just salted the earth and, leaves a huge hole in the hearts of a lot of people. And Cam wasn't without his issues later in life and was challenged by them. But every time he met you, it was with a big smile on his face and a big hug. And he was a whole lot of fun to be around, and he'll be greatly missed. So, later, Cam McCarthy. If you are finding any of this troubling, remember the number for Lifeline is 13 11 14.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
Geelong welcome Port Adelaide to town at a ground that is now complete. The Joel Selwood stand over to our right. Joel Selwood, a transformative figure in the history of the Geelong Football Club. You can call him many things, but for the last time tonight, you can call him the games record holder at the Geelong Football Club. One man comes to join him. It is his great mate, Tom Hawkins, who equals Selwood's record tonight on 355 games. A historic night for the Cats as light rain is falling at Cardinia Park. There is no late change. O'Shane Mullen is the sub for Geelong. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, Francis Evans, the former Cat, is going to start as the tactical sub for Port Adelaide. It's been an interesting week for the Power. They played Connor Rosie despite his hamstring niggle, and as a result, they'll be without him for a couple of weeks. 5 changes in total from the side that lost the showdown, including Dante Vicentini and Josh Sin playing their first game of 2024. While for the Cats, they've made 3 changes. What a luxury to be able to manage Zach Tui and Jack Bowes, while Tanner Bruin is out injured. In comes premiership players O'Connor and Parfitt, and Mullen, as mentioned, is going to be the sub. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Wonderful to be here. It's a brand new finished stadium. It's the first time I've been down here and seen it in 2024. It holds 40,000. We'll get close to that tonight. As you mentioned, the light rain sprinkling at the moment, although it's very mild, 14, 15 degrees. So it is a lovely night for football. I just can't wait for this moment. If you're a footy fan, you want to be here. Tom Hawkins goalless for the last month for the first time in his career, and the questions came thick and fast this week in his 18th season. He's 35 years old. Are you too slow? Has the game passed you? Well, I'm going to say the first 5 minutes, Hawkins is going to kick a goal, break the drought, and this place will officially explode.
I heard biggest Salva Galea, Mick Moldhouse is here, the coaching icon, 3-time coaching premiership coach is what I'm trying to spit out, and premiership player for that matter as well. Salva Galea, his former teammate, who's now coming up against his old side for the first time, said, we want to ruin his night. I didn't mind that. Fighting words from Big Sav. He's probably going to have to stand Hawkins for periods tonight.
No, I didn't mind that, Corby. I think that he's got to say that. He's got to say that he's probably got all great respect for him on the same token, but you've got to say that if you're a team that's coming over here, you know that the odds of playing Geelong at Geelong and winning is small. That's history shows that. I'm interested to see how their matchups do go. I'm trying to work out who's going to play on Cameron, who's going to play on Hawkins. I don't think kicking any goals is really reflective of what I've seen him play, because he still does the ruck work down there and causes havoc. He still sets up his teammates. He's still a target. He's one of these players that if you put some mug on him, and good luck. I've seen a lot of players who it has gone past them, and you can afford to put a genuine fullback on someone else and try to take them out. And and names that come to mind, Plugger Lockett, as great as he was, his last couple of games, or his last few games, really is probably beyond how he is playing. So therefore, you can afford to move your fullback onto the next player, but you can't do that with Hawkins. He's going to cause massive damage.
We're lucky to have one man here who knows him well. He's not just a 3-time premiership captain. He's not just a Hall of Famer. He is a legendary figure in the history of the Geelong Football Club. Cameron Ling, talk to us about your good mate Tomahawk.
Oh, thank you, Corbs. I can't believe he's got this far, to 355 games. His form post 30, we've often spoken about it, is simply incredible for a man of his size, and the amount of force and pressure that goes through those joints to play every single week. You hear from the club time and time again, he never misses a training session either. His continuity of training is remarkable, so he's always there ready to play. He plays on the best players. I do quickly want to jump on the back of what Mick was saying about lately. His last 2 opponents, last 2 weeks, has been Stephen May and Jacob Wiedering. They still have to play on him. The 2 best key defenders in the game have to play on him, not somebody else. So he's demanded those types of players his entire career. and he stood up time and time and time again. I still think back to the kid who first came as this big lump of a lad with a giant smile on his face straight off the farm. May have eaten a little bit too much farm home cooking in the early years and needed to learn the professionalism that came with that. And he did joke about that during the week, and he did it. He just had an appetite to work hard and to train.
So when he walked in, you didn't think 355 games?
No, I didn't think at that size and the position that he played that was possible. I could see, what I would say is I could see a player immediately who was going to be an AFL player and was going to play 200 games and be a terrific key forward because he was prepared to work hard from day one. If you don't mind me this little bit, I love that he would grab after every training session, he'd go and grab Matty Scarlett and Harry Taylor and Tom Harley and all these big key defenders, and he'd do extra high ball contested mark work with them. Now, early days, Matty Scarlett would make him look ridiculous. He'd outbody him, he'd have a little trick, he'd flick his hips and he'd do this and he'd mark the footy. Tom wouldn't give up. He knew he had to be good at that aspect of his game, and he'd do it time and time again. And I talk about this in sort of corporate leadership stuff that I do. Imagine just 10 extra high balls after every training session. Doesn't sound like much, but players might train, 200 sessions a year. 10 times 200 is 2,000. 5 years times 5, there's 10,000. And sorry, Mick, but that 10,000 extra training or extra high balls leads to, 5 years later, the second half of the 2011 grand final where he finally announced himself as that force that he became known as. In 2012, he then exploded, kicked 65 plus goals, and then he's away. And he's this player that we know and love now. So there was so much early work went into him becoming a professional, brilliant key forward through just a dedication to his craft. So I always appreciated that about him. From the moment he walked in, he needed to learn, what you eat and how you train, all that sort of stuff. And as I said, he's had some fun with that. But day one, he knew he had to be a good contested mark, so he willed himself to be one. And he's a great guy, great person, great family man, great friend. It's a wonderful achievement, and 355 games. I can't believe that's a lot of games of footy.
What do you put the last month down to?
I think just sometimes it doesn't quite hit you and doesn't quite bounce to the ball. Maybe a missed kick here or there. I still think he's playing pretty good footy. And apart from last week, Geelong have been kicking big scores because of a lot of his forward craft work that he's been doing. Ollie Henry's getting goals, Jeremy Cameron's getting goals, Brad Close, Brian Myers, all these players. It just hasn't been Hawks' turn.
They're the number one marks inside 50 team in the last 4 weeks. So while he's gone goalless, they've taken 14.5 marks a game inside their attacking zone. So I'm sure Chris Scott's thinking, look, there's nothing wrong with this machine at the moment. 7-1 at the top of the table. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, your call team for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Jess Webster is with us on the boundary on a Friday night. Jess, great to have you with us.
Thanks, Corby. Great to be here. It's the crowd is building really nicely at the moment. The Joel Selwood stand to my left is nearing capacity. There's a very light drizzle at the moment, but otherwise perfect conditions for it. We're sitting around 15 degrees, and hopefully this little spattering of rain is going to go away. But as I mentioned, a huge atmosphere building here at the moment. Tom Hawkins hasn't kicked a goal in the month. I reckon this place will erupt if he can get on an early one early.
Thanks, Jess. 355th game tonight for the Tomahawk. First 4-week goalless stretch of his career.
And sorry to be the Geelong person who points this out, but I did watch Port Adelaide run through the banner, and they spelt Adelaide incorrectly on the banner.
Hang on, the Giants had a spelling error last week as well.
They got Melbourne wrong.
Yep.
Trying to take a shot at Sydney being South Melbourne.
That's right. And they lost.
The I and the A were round the wrong way on the banner.
Yeah.
Port Adelaide are wearing their home strip, so they're all in black with the black shorts and the white and teal V. A handshake between Travis Boak and Mitch Duncan on the wing. Of course, all those years ago on the trip over to try and recruit Travis Boak. Now, what a champion he is in Port Adelaide colours in game number 355 himself today. It is Geelong and Port Adelaide on a record-setting night for the Tomahawk. Two heavyweights going at it on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And in his fourth AFL game, Dante Vicentini is going to leap against Stanley in the ruck. Gets it down to Butters. Can't quite control it. Handballs into space as he's falling over. Cam Guthrie pounces. A high up and under, close with his eyes on the ball. In the long sleeves and those bright fluorescent peak boots. He couldn't control it. Jeremy Cameron comes up to help. McEntee's in there. He's stripped of the ball. It's fired out by Blitzarves, and then Alir is tackled by Duncan over the boundary line. We are half forward here for the Cats, and Rodell Galea has gone with the matchup on Hawkins early.
Just need to give my first bouquet of the night to Tom King from K-Rock for the spare binoculars that he's delivered my way as well after...
Local hospitality.
Correct. Left those behind in Melbourne and I'd be lost without them. So thanks, Kingy, for that. From the boundary throw-in, hurried kick forward for the Power, but it's coming back. De Koning away to Blitzarves, hand pass to Duncan, kicks to centre half forward. In the end, socket by Zerk Thatcher up into the middle of the ground. Darcy Byrne-Jones for Port, hand pass to Wines, to Mead, and now to Butters, the acting captain, as he puts on the Jets, kicks into a vacant forward 50. The kick is miscued, it slips off the surface and slides out of play in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. The Power to the Barwon River end of the opening term. We're 70 seconds in, no score either way and no late change.
No one was home, Mick. Why didn't he go for home?
The same question, Kel. I was really bemused. Maybe he thought his player was a little bit quicker than the Geelong player, but still put the ball near the goal square.
Deep inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Dixon takes it out of the ruck, tried to get it to Horn Francis, and his toe poke has hit the point post, so it'll be another boundary throw-in. So they reset. Marshall camped in the goal square. He's got Jack Henry alongside him. So in the ruck, it's Dixon and De Koning. Wines, Rioli, juggles it, throws it on the boot. Oh, beautiful touch right on that last line by Tom Stewart. Saves a certain goal.
Stewart heads out to half-back for Collett Jasny. We've got 18 premiership players in the Cats from that premiership side just a season and a bit ago in 2022. Contest kick to the wing to Stanley, moves aside. Vicentini can't complete the mark, hits the deck. Dempsey for Geelong, picks it up. The veteran Boat tackles him and a ball up on the wing.
Some interesting bit of wrestling there. I thought Stanley really 10 yards out. He's thrown his ruckman out the way.
Vicentini reaches over the top, wins the hit out here down to Mead. The son of the Port Adelaide best and fairest winner tumbles a kick to half forward. Dixon clean hands inside to Horn Francis on the run, trying to finish, and he's got the first of the night. Steadies up on the run, and the Hornet pokes through the first for Port Adelaide. And the Power silencing the home crowd early. 3 minutes in, Port Adelaide 1-1-7, Geelong yet to score. No late change. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
He made that look easy, Mick. That was difficult because he was running at the left, full speed, and running at the left angle, and had to kick just on the outside of his right boot and still be able to drop punt.
I thought he was going to go left foot, but
superb finish by Horn Francis. A couple of times now, though, those mids of Port Adelaide, Horn Francis and Butters have got forward of the contest with some real space to run into. Butters' kick went to Horn Francis and just skidded on and went out of bounds. That one, it was Horn Francis on the run, nailing a beautiful goal. So you can see they're trying to get really aggressive, catch those Cats mids out.
Those mids for Port Adelaide would have got a rev up this week from Ken Hinkley. Well beaten in the showdown. Saligo winning the showdown medal against the all-star midfield. And a free in the centre. It's going to Vicentini. Horn Francis is asking for it. Instead, he pokes the kick short to Butters. Butters to a one-on-one. And the intercepting mark has been taken by Dempsey.
It's interesting, Butters. Two very poor kicks for him.
All on the outer wing. Eventually, Port Adelaide able to get it back. Poke forward in the direction of Willie Rioli. Collects, snaps goalward, needs a kind bounce and gets it. And Port Adelaide have kicked 2 in the first 4 minutes and have stunned the locals in Geelong. And a hot start for the Power. Rioli kicks the second. The Power move to 2-1-13. Geelong yet to score. We're only 4 minutes in. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
Well, Geelong just haven't got their hands dirty, Lingy. There's been some... They've had a little bit of the football, not a lot. Only 8 possessions, 16 to Port. But Port, it just appears when the ball does fall, Port seem to be all over it. And Geelong at the moment, I can just say that the reality is, one is that their backline seem to be super aggressive, caught up the ground, and I don't know whether they're just following their players up, but they certainly got caught behind. Geelong is so renowned on this ground to have a player behind the ball. Stewart on the line, mark one, but there was no sign of that extra player back there.
2-1-13. Port Adelaide only won here twice in 16 attempts. Out of the centre, Blitzards charges through. He couldn't pick it up. Atkins does better of it. Mops it up. Delivers short. Slips through the fingers of Myers. Alia's there. Handballs to Bergman. Handball to Butters on the outer wing. Tries to elude the defender and then rolls this kick to Dixon. So that's 3 pretty interesting kicks. Vicentini comes in, couldn't quite grab the handball. It spills the way of Mead. They've still got possession here, Port Adelaide, to Wines. And now to Burton. Assesses the options inside 50, pokes it out in front of Horde Francis. Charging out in that right forward pocket. It's going to be a tough angle, but he's a beautiful set shot and he's already kicked one tonight.
Geelong have been forward a couple of times, but are yet to get it inside their forward 50. So the turnovers have occurred at about 60 metres out from the Cats' goal. When Port Adelaide can turn it over there, they're really going hard forward from there and starting to open the Cats up. So good pressure around the ball, creating a turnover, and then players getting hard forward and catching the Cats out.
So this is to the Bowen River end, the southern end. It's going to be a tough kick. He crosses over the boundary line and then the 50. He'd need to really split it. It goes across the face. It's knocked back in fact. A chance for Port Adelaide and mopping it up is Rioli. Willie's got 2.
They're going to review it, Cal, the initial contest on the line, but gee, it looked like it stayed in.
So right on the goal line, it was flicked back in and Rioli was standing there all by himself. He gobbled it up, he turned, he snapped, but did it cross the line before it was flicked back in.
That's good work from Big Charlie.
I'm not sure that has crossed the line.
I reckon you can see a bit of the ball hidden behind the post, which means it hasn't crossed the whole line.
It's got to go over the line.
Yeah.
Charlie Dixon's fingertip that flicked it back in and allowed Rioli to snap a goal.
Can I say, brilliant Dixon, sloppy by the Geelong defenders to even allow a chance of that happening.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we see the ball does not cross the back of the behind line, not back into play, and kick through for a goal. Decision on the scoreboard.
So there's just a pocket of Port Adelaide fans in the black, white and teal at the Bowen River end in the cheer squad. I would say there's about 200. They're up and cheering. They're going nuts. The flags are going everywhere. Everyone else is shell-shocked because it is 3-1-19. Geelong yet to score a lead of 19 points. However, we've seen this before, as early as last night, so we can't get too excited.
No, and it's whether they can sustain it, and I'm certainly not taking away from Ken Hinkley's side, but they are really motoring at the moment, and that's not easy to do over the journey. So, well done so far. It depends on now how they defend that ball if they need to.
I don't think many of us were expecting that kind of a start. This is a Port Adelaide team with probably 8 of their best players out, including their captain in Connor Rosie. A place they haven't won, you say, since 2007. You think, oh, that's not long ago. It's 17 years ago since they last won.
That's the Cassisi game, was it?
Yes.
Yeah,
it was.
You would have been playing Lingy?
No, I was rested for that one.
Oh, that's why
that's
lost.
probably why. No doubt.
Rested.
So
there's no such thing as rested those days. You're obviously dropped. Come on.
Won one of their last 13 here, Port Adelaide, and it was all that long ago, back in 07, of course, before the grand final meeting. Butters got a hand pass away under pressure, releases Mead, and Port Adelaide are going forward again. Kicks deep inside the forward 50 and a mark for Georgiades. G. O'Connor went way too early leaping up, and Georgiades marks 15 out straight in front. Well, what are we seeing?
Port Adelaide, what we're seeing is Port Adelaide team right up for this game and super sharp, and Geelong asleep.
What about the...
Completely asleep.
What about the ruckman? Stanley stopped and argued with the umpire and the ball's still around him. I mean, really?
Mitch Georgiades with that right knee heavily strapped to give them a 4-goal break out of the gates. He pops it through. It's a blazing start for Port Adelaide. And the Cats caught napping down at Sleepy Hollow. 4-1 to yet to score. 9.5 minutes in on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang and Mick Moldhouse.
It's got to be the clearance. Like these stoppages, they're getting slaughtered.
Yep.
Even though, as you said, they've won 2, but they didn't use the ball. But when it goes against them, they're just not stopping the players, because the stoppages that have been won by Port are significant because they're actually running with the ball. Now that just simply means you are not working hard enough defensively to stop that run out of the centre.
They're out the blocks like Usain Bolt. 4-1-25, a 25-point lead. And we've just ticked over 10 minutes. What a sizzling 10 minutes of football for the visitors. Vicentini rises high. Wow, what a leap. Got the palm down, but at ground level, it's all the Cats. Blitzarves with the kick. Penetrating, driving. It's knuckled down there by Zirk Thatcher. Port Adelaide Dempsey emerges with it, gives it off to Cameron. He's met heavily by McEntee. And now Alir is off. Through the corridor goes Port Adelaide. Spoilt down by Cameron. Under the pump, 50-50 ball here. It's socket along the turf by Clark.
Pack form, centre half forward for the Cats. In the end, Burton extracts it. Got a hand pass going back out of the defensive 50, and there's a free for Mead. He was taken high, put his head over the footy. Jackson Mead will get it centre half back for Port. Dangerous kick out to Pope. Just got to him in time. Port have had 5 inside 50s for 5 scores. 4 goals, 1. And Geelong have just had their first 2 inside 50s of the night. As Butters is off and darting away, blows straight by Ollie Henry, kicks down the wing to Boak, turns and sends his kick down towards half forward, bumped off at McEntee. Stewart wins the footy for the Cats, sends it back down the commentary wing. Ollie Henry clever, taps it to the advantage of Cameron, who's moving through half forward. He looks deep for Rowan, the kick to him, and Rowan marks on his chest. Zirk Thatcher just caught in between the ball carrier and Rowan, who was darting back to the goal square, and in the end the kick was perfect from Cameron onto Rowan's chest.
It was a great kick, wasn't it, by Jeremy Cameron, but they nearly made a meal of it down
Absolutely.
here. Ollie Henry and Jeremy Cameron.
Yours.
Yeah.
You start calling yours, you don't know whose it is.
Gary Rowan, late start to the season through injury, just his 2nd game of the year. Should kick this, 15 out straight in front, got it. And the Cats unfashionably late at home, but they're here now and they're on the board. A dozen minutes in, Geelong 1 straight, Port Adelaide 4-1-25, and the home team chasing the game. It's the Power by 17. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Port Adelaide had actually done well to move the ball. I think the Zach Butters kicked the Boak. It was starting to flow. It took an individual effort from Tom Stewart to create a turnover, get a spoil and flick it back the other way, and that was the only way, Mick, that Geelong were able to actually open up Port. If it hadn't have been for Stewart's effort, Port were probably out
over the top, yeah. Well, it's such an interesting game. They've got 4 goals on the board. 7 of their players haven't touched the ball, Port. It's just like it's been done so quickly. It's the same with Geelong. I think they've got about 9 players that perhaps haven't touched the football.
So Finlayson's into the ruck now. And he's going to go head-to-head with Blitzarves. Wins it easily. Does Blitzarves down to Drew. Juggles it and then soccers it. It's a loose ball. Clark overruns it. Feverishly working down there as Wines on the bottom of the pack. He's been tackled. De Koning was the tackler.
I don't see any extras down there for Geelong, Lingy, which is very unusual.
Stoppage on the edge of the circle. 2 rucks go at it again. Drew gets the kick away. Well, it was a mark that should have been taken by Guthrie, but Rioli followed up with a knuckle and then was able to tackle his direct opponent to the turf.
Well, I think Port Adelaide, Ken Hinkley will know when the stoppage is up, don't let them have that spare.
No, I was going to say it's a no-no.
Cam Guthrie's handball eventually works its way and now close. A quick couple of handballs and O'Connor streaming out of the defensive 50. Hits up at half forward. This is Jeremy Cameron. He might wind up. There's no one home. He keeps it low, Cameron, from 55, and it goes right across the face and just squeezes in for a minor score. 1-2-7 the Cats. 1-2-8 rather the Cats. Port 4-1-25.
I can't believe how aggressive both backlines are. They're really staying off their players and really marching forward. So anything over the back is so gettable. There's another one.
Houston marks the kick out and then goes long up to the wing. Marshall got it away to McEntee. Paddles it out in front of himself. Slips over. Burn-Jones keeps on moving. Umpire says advantage applied and then blows it back. As Burn-Jones just pulls up, so McEntee will get a free kick for in the back. High half forward. First of 2 games tonight, just after 8:30 Australian Eastern. Fremantle hosts Sydney. We'll take you there for the second half. Full call through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL Extra button. Hands it off to Houston, who kicks a rocket goalward, but misses. Hits the behind post out on the full.
Yeah, just too far back and let the man on the mark become involved. If you're going to get that, you have to get past the man on the mark. So very ordinary execution there.
So Stewart shorts it to Kolodjasny. Gets it back and this time goes long. Beautiful kick. De Koning takes the mark. Defensive side of the outer wing. front of the red chickie stand. He goes long down the line to a contest. Alira over the top, thumps it down to Drew. His handball tries to hit up Wines. He's under pressure by Atkins. Got it back to Drew, spinning his way out of trouble off to Houston. Charging through the corridor. It's a low blow and it's a beautiful one. It hits up Marshall on the lead. And he has nestled that mark in his chest. That was perfection silver service.
It was. The kick was beautiful, Cal. You're right. But again, it was the Port mids getting forward of their Geelong opponents.
Absolutely.
And just like a wave. Any one of the Port Adelaide players could have got it. And then so much space in that Port Adelaide forward line and a nice kick into Marshall.
Their back line has just become too aggressive, Geelong, I'll tell you about here.
So Todd Marshall has been battling form up and down, directly in front, looking for their 5th goal, but hangs that out to the right, and that was never really given a chance from Todd Marshall.
No, he's been disappointing, Kel. You're spot on. Especially his goal kicking's gone off. He used to be so reliable.
Yeah.
Now you're going, well...
10-10 now, Mick. 10-10 for the year.
Well, there it is. So you don't know. It's just guesswork now.
From his 8 games.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 19-point lead for Port Adelaide as Zach Guthrie on the kick-out drives it up to a pack on halfback, spills down to his brother Cam. Hand pass to Jack Henry, handball away to O'Connor, kicks up into the centre square for Rowan, backs himself in and shakes off Zert Thatcher. Through the middle of Kiddinya Park, kicks to Dempsey, takes the mark inside 50. And how about that for a bit of work from the kick-out? And Carrie Rowan, the big red machine in the middle of Kiddinya Park, couldn't lay a hand on him.
Well, Dempsey's only a young player, but if anyone wants to look at a leading pattern, going back towards goal, knows then that his man is following, then stops, props and goes forward, loses his man totally. Honestly, there's a 100-game player, and he's probably, I don't know how many games he's played, but he's very smart.
16 number.
Rising star non back in round 1 on this ground. He kicked 3 that night for an early one. He kicks right to the behind line. Rowan flies again, but off hands it's through for a behind. Geelong 1-2. Port Adelaide 4-2. The Power kicked the first 4 goals of the night. 17 and a half minutes in, it is Port Adelaide who lead it by 3 goals. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Jess Webster, your call team for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Burton brings it back into play. He was looking for Georgiadis. Rising up over the top was the youngster, and Clark spoils it over.
Yeah, important moment there for Clark, giving away 11 centimetres. It was well constructed by Port. They had the tall and the small. Just got a hand in and allows them to set up now for a stoppage.
Twirling ball at half forward for the Cats. Horn Francis trying to barge his way through. In the end, he had a fresh air kick and they all pounce on it. So from a boundary throw-in.
He's a bull.
He is.
Oh, he almost got through there too.
To a ball up. Again, he goes charging through. Misses everything. Taken high. Wines was the tackler.
That's holding the ball.
And underneath there is Clark. The umpire said nope.
You take one step free and you get caught, that's holding the ball.
Another stoppage, same spot. Slapped down by Stanley. Umpire says there's a hold. Advantage play onto the Power. Boat streaming out. Able to hit up Dixon with a short kick. So Dixon's got it on centre wing. Southern side for Port Adelaide.
Dixon heads down to half forward. Flying into pack Georgiades. Whacked away from him by Colin Jasney and eventually taken out by Cam Guthrie. Boundary throw in 70 out from the Power goal.
Western side rather, Lingy.
It's okay, Cal.
Getting a bit confused in my directions here. I do know which way the beach is.
So many people have compared Horn Francis with Paddy Dangerfield. I also look at him and just see Mark Rasciuto, who I played with for so many years. Just the way he attacks a stoppage. He's a beast.
Visitini down to Farrell. Quick kick inside 50. Dixon out to collect it. Hand pass wide. Miss Drew. Under pressure. Handball to Mead. He's shoved out of play by Zach Guthrie, and a boundary throw in 48 out from the Power goal.
I know we're not allowed to talk about weight and body shape as such, but he's got the thighs of Mark Rasciuto, hasn't he?
Doesn't he?
Just those power quads.
So hard to tackle someone like that when they've got any momentum with that power and strength through that part of the body.
De Koning in front. Beats Dixon to the ball, and then Dixon just about gobbles up Cam Guthrie in his tackles, so Guthrie hands the ball back.
There's our new rule. No flogging to the ground. Dixon just held him up.
De Koning straight down to Horn Francis, who set himself. He was away. That was a wonderful tackle.
That was Atkins. It had to be Atkins. Yeah. If it wasn't Tom Atkins, he was through that one.
Again, they're looking for him. Parfitt's got it. Dixon flicks it out of his hands. Cam Guthrie. Myers. Parfitt. Chip kick. Cameron, long way from home. Wants to go. Pulls the trigger. It's a one-on-one. It's Stanley and Vicentini spills the way of Stanley. Stanley's got it off to Stengel, and directly in front he snaps the goal. It's spilled out of the congestion. Stanley scooped it up with the handle out to Stengel, and he doesn't need much time and space. And after they skipped out to a very handy lead to lead by 25 points with the first 4, the Cats have gone bang bang. 2-2-14, Port Adelaide 4-2-26.
Yeah, 9-6 inside 50s. You only need to make a half error in today's football, and the opposition will capitalise it. Port had that and then didn't quite get the next one, and it was whipped straight out. Geelong were able to move that ball. That was a really smart hand pass at centre-half back that opened up Port, really had Port then try to stream back.
It's going to be an interesting night for Dante Vicentini. So he's only in his 4th game, his first of the year. Don't see Stanley sort of manhandle too many ruckmen. He did that to him earlier, and just footy IQ there, able to hold him out of the contest and ultimately beat him inside the forward 50 for Geelong. Port going forward here. Horne-Francis, how about that for service? Straight on the chest of Marshall. And Horne-Francis is on a heater to start this game.
That's right. So Vicentini's actually been all right. Apart from that one little fumble there, he's been all right against Stanley so far. But it's not going to matter if Horne-Francis and Butters keep getting as dangerous as they are at the stoppages. And right now, no one can really stop Horne-Francis. The way he's moving through the stoppages, he's on fire.
Well, that gives us Atkins has got to come into it.
He's been a little wayward so far this year. Can he holler early here? Marshall puts it straight through. And Port steady up. 22 minutes in, 5-2-32. Geelong 2-2-14. And a perfect start for Ken Hinkley's man down in Geelong on a Friday night right here on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, you've got to start quickly, Lingy. And I don't mean that you wear yourself out, but you've got to start with confidence to know that you can score, because you know the Cats are going to come at some stage. And if you can make those, if you can dominate an area, which we're now seeing, but I'll be very surprised that say Atkins or someone doesn't go to Horne-Francis. He's only had 4 possessions or 5 possessions, but each one of them have counted.
Jess Webster on the boundary. Jess.
Jed McEntee for Port Adelaide's just come to the bench and received treatment, just patching up a finger and getting that restrapped. And he's right to come back on. But I've been watching Ken Hinkley this quarter, and since the very start of the game and that blistering start, has remained unfazed. He just has this really calm demeanour about him patrolling the interchange benches.
Thank you, Jess Webster. Butters soccers it to centre half forward here, and then Duncan goes off the turf, and it's going to land right in front of the interchange gates. Can they keep it in play in a one-on-one? Houston happy to see it over. He had Brad close for company.
And just on Mick's point about Horne-Francis and maybe some move, I don't think it's happened, Mick. No, and even here, so his starting point at the stoppage is well off, so he can get on the move. And you're right, Kel, no one near him. That's not going to matter because it fell a bit short and they hit it back out of bounds. But he's setting up always on the defensive side so he can have his front to goal, facing his goals, and be on the move.
And Parfitt seems to be going to Boak more, so now he's leaning in on. Now he's going to go to Horne-Francis now.
Vicentini gets it straight down to Horne-Francis, and he bangs it to centre half forward. Can they get a mark here? Marshall floating across in front, mistimed it, and Colin Jasny took the relieving defensive mark. Off to Max Holmes on the outer side.
He goes long in the Rowan direction. Zerk Thatcher spoils, but Dempsey keeps it alive. Hand pass inside 50. Ollie Henry, was it a high fend-off? Umpire says no, and now he's locked up. Ball up inside 50 for the Cats.
Just quickly on the Horne-Francis thing, there's no point starting behind him.
No, you can't. He's
because
right through.
You let him have a free run at the ball, he's going to do what he's doing tonight. They need to get in between him and where the ball's going to drop.
Cameron Rucking wins the hit out inside the forward 50, but Aaliyah picks it up. Hand pass to Butters. Goes in a jinking run. Runs up to halfway. Has a bounce. Hand pass back inside for Drew. Kicks Port Adelaide up into the attacking half. But out to meet it. Zach Guthrie attacks the footy. Jams it on the boot. Back to centre half forward. Vicentini's got to go. Punches it into the middle of the ground to Farrell for the power.
Oh, and it was a hospital handball to Butters. He was quick enough to get it off to Burn Jones. Off to Drew. Delivery inside 50. Wonderful spoil. Great spoil down there by Colin Jasny, but it spills the way of Boak. Marshall comes in. He overruns it. Close puts his body on the line. Trying to barge his way through and get it out. Down there was Clark, the youngster. Was that a hold against the Cats? The Cats thought so. It's buffeted up there. It's still at centre-half forward, paddling it towards the advantage of Stewart. Stewart wedges the kick. Underneath it was Myers. Looping up over the top was Aaliyah. He gathers and then he delivers to Georgiadis. And he's probably a little bit too far out to score, right up against the fence in that right forward pocket.
Just relentless by Port Adelaide. Contested possession's been excellent. They're +8 in that area already.
He's just bobbing it up in that right forward pocket a little deeper. Finlayson with a fumble. Horn Francis is there. And it's an old-fashioned jump ball with Clark before Clark eventually wrenches it clear, uses Colin Jasny off to Duncan and now De Koning, and they deliver out of the defensive 50.
Long to a pack on the wing. Gary Rowan involved in that along with the Lear, and it's knocked out of play, so boundary throw in on halfway. Two former teammates, of course, at the Sydney Swans, Lear and Gary Rowan.
I don't think it's so much the contested possessions. It's got to be the clearances because they're 12-5 and domination. Because they carry the ball through the clearance. That's the difference.
Good start for Port Adelaide around the footy. They lead it by 3 goals after 26 minutes on ABC Sport. There's a free kick. There's the Bronx cheer from the locals. Feel like they've been a little stiffed early. They're getting a free in the ruck infringement for the boundary throw-in. It is umpire appreciation round. Just a little shout out too. And they're getting each here, at least the men in green, as Stanley gives a hand pass off towards Stewart, who goes darting away under pressure. Hand pass out of play. High half forward for Geelong. Jess Webster on the boundary. Jess.
I think that big cheer for that free kick to Geelong might be because they haven't had one yet this game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 5-0 freeze going Port Adelaide's way. So I think they were just happy they got on the end of a right call.
They'd know, Jess. They love their footy
here.
It
is 5-1, but Port have earned theirs because they've been playing in front and playing at the ball.
What about the tackle by Dante Visitini, the big ruck? It was brilliant. Now he's here contesting with blitz halves. Again, Horn Francis has got it. He wins the free. He was set upon by 3 Cats. He is unstoppable at the moment. Well, clearly the best player on the ground. Now, hang on. A couple of whistles have been blown. And the free was going the way of Sin. Yep. So this is
Tom Stewart, the 50-metre penalty part of it.
And Sin, the defender, is up through the middle of the ground. Peels off the handball to Burton, who flares the kick wide to Boak. Boak thought about wider still, but it brings it back to Butters. Short, sharp passes, and on the end of it is Wines, and he's going to have a set shot.
I couldn't understand why that player didn't take the full 50. Still don't know. But,
Sin.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I still don't know why he didn't take the 50. But as it's turned out, they were able to still control the ball from 3 kick marks from that moment.
So Ollie Wines, 45-degree angle. He'll need to kick it from just inside the paint. Has he got his kicking boots on tonight? Oh, yes, he has. That's got the journey. He strikes that to perfection, Ollie Wines, showing why he won a Brownlow medal. And this is a dynamic start from the visitors. You can hear it's just about silence in the background. We've got nearly 40,000 in the house. It's 6-2-38 Port Adelaide. Geelong 2-2-14. Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
And a little bit going on after the bounce as well. A bit of feeling in this one. Tom Stewart is copying it from a few Port Adelaide players. He's the one who gave the 50-metre penalty away. But, Mick, you said it, when you get some domination and momentum against a good team like the Cats, you have to really make them pay. You have to make them hurt and hit the scoreboard and hit it hard. That's exactly what Port Adelaide's done. Yep. 6 goals, 2. They've taken their chances and they've just completely taken the crowd out of this game right now.
Absolutely. And Geelong are a bit mixed in between too because they had 7 forwards. Didn't have a winger, so they've lost that one, whatever they do these days.
They're getting a warning.
6, yeah. Yep. So there's no communications.
6 goals to 2. Port Adelaide by 24 points. Oh, there's a whistle. Non-controlling umpire says it's a Geelong free, and Blitzharps takes the advantage. Kicks inside 50. Aaliyah out to meet it. Spills the mark. Centre half back. Ball back in dispute. Trying to burrow his way in. His Boak eventually knocks it out, and Port Adelaide released. Through Wines. Hand pass away to Mead. Middle of Cardinia Park. Kicks out to half forward. Got to Marshall on the hop. Collects, turns, kicks inside the forward 50. McEntee running downhill. Needs a Sunday hop. Doesn't get it. Collects now. He's tackled. Close to the behind line. He's trying to stay in play, and he's helped through.
I think there might be a ball up just before that. They're not going to let it be. It was great play by Geelong to run him over the line. No question.
An umpire tosses it up. Finlayson trying to grab it out of the ruck. There's a free here. He manhandled his opponent illegally in the ruck contest. So free kick for Sam De Koning, last line of defence for Geelong.
Smallest handball you've ever seen to Duncan, and then drives it long. Oh, Rowan with the early fly, and he's hurt a Port Adelaide player down behind play with his leap. Meanwhile, blitz halves to Cameron. Cameron inside 50. It's two Cats players. Stingles handles to close on the goal line, and he dabs it through. Close the goal kicker. In a blink of an eye, they went coast to coast thanks to Mitch Duncan's kick out of the D50. 6-2-38, Port Adelaide. Geelong 3-2-20, a lead of 18 points late in the first term.
Gary Rowan's having quite the impact on this game. That one, he didn't even touch the footy. He basically was a wrecking ball to that pack, and Saba Radigalea was the one he did hurt in your call there, Cal. Radigalea up and okay now, and Rowan went to check on him. But because of that fly, it meant that it got over the back, and a few Geelong players were able to quickly turn their opponents around. And good awareness by Jeremy Cameron to know that Tyson Stengel and Brad Close had both got goal side of their opponents. So just pop it over the top, kick early. Don't keep running with it. Just get the kick away and allow them to use their speed. And nice selflessness by Stengel to give Close the goal.
Yeah. 0437 774 774. The SMS throughout the night. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Vicentini wins it down. Atkins had it, lost it. Here's Horn Francis again, who's had it on a string in the opening term. Runs himself into a cul-de-sac, then kicks across the ground, finds Farrell. He's all alone too. No one really stands the mark. Orange boots on the attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Bergman the target. Held out of it by Close. Ball hits the deck. Mead collects. Hand pass back to Bergman. Hurried handball to Burnt Jones against the boundary line. 35 metres out. Kicks across the goal face. And Holmes marks in front of the behind post. Hits up Cameron at half-back for Geelong. Back the other way they go.
Looks like an instant replay of the last one, although this time Cameron, instead of going long, handballs. Breaking the tackle was Atkins, gives it back to Cameron, who kept running, and he's gone. He's caught by Butters, a quick turnover, and the kick to half forward. Marshall handballs into space. Rioli's got space. Rioli stabs the pass, and marking right down low off his bootlaces is Finlayson, only 20 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Superb tackle, Zach Butters. Big worry, though, is Jeremy Cameron slow to get up after that, though. It looks like he's walking okay. But what a chase. What a tackle by Butters.
Unreal.
Just never gave up on it, created the turnover, and then all the Cats defenders out of position.
This will be interesting. Finlayson.
First kick, Kel.
First kick since his 3-match ban for a homophobic slur. He's got the goal. He turns to the crowd and he holds both hands up at them, almost sort of inciting the crowd to say, yep, I'm here, I'm kicking goals, and I'm doing well. Port Adelaide by 24, 7-2-44. Geelong 3-2-20.
Corby, you're the expert with the stats. 7 goals, 2. It'll be a long time since Geelong had 7 goals kicked against them in the first quarter. I've been in it a couple of times. GWS kicked the Heat one year.
GWS, I reckon, have beaten them the last couple of times
down
down
I haven't seen 7 goals kicked against Geelong.
No.
Not in this manner.
Yeah.
Because I'd love to see how many were marks. In fact, we probably picked it up later. But it seemed to be very easy to kick the goals.
Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport this Friday night. A minute to play before the first siren. Chris Scott, what will he be thinking? And Stanley's put it straight down the throat here of Butters. Butters, a defining long kick. Folks there. Oh, so too is Burnt Jones. Picked it up off the turf. Wiggled away from the contest. Shook off the defenders and drove home another goal. It's an avalanche of goals from the visitors at the Cattery. Port 8-2-50. I repeat, Port Adelaide 8-2-50 before quarter time against the Cats 3-2-20. A 30-point lead with seconds to go before the siren to mark quarter time. Cameron Ling.
Cal, you just asked about what Chris Scott's going to do at quarter time. It's got to start in the middle of the ground, Nick.
Butters is 7-3.
Yeah, the midfield of Port Adelaide is destroying this game. Butters 7-3 for 10 disposals. Horn Francis has been just dominant. 8 disposals. Doesn't even paint the picture of how dominant he's been. Willem Drew's been the same. Boak's found a heap of the footy. Clearances galore at the moment, 15-8 Port Adelaide's way, and every one of those 15 has felt wide open.
Amazing start to this game. 30 points. Port Adelaide's advantage here as we close in on quarter time. Atkins, hand pass out to Cam Guthrie, gives it to Blitz halves. Hand pass to Myers, puts Geelong inside the attacking arc. Ollie Henry collects forward pocket. Tight angle. Misses near side as he shoots goalward in front of the Selwood stand. 35 minutes in. Milestone night for Tom Hawkins equals the game's record. We've had an 11-goal opening term. Port have kicked 8 of them. 8-2 to 3-2. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Jess Webster on the boundary. And I'm delving deep into the stats for you, Mick, to try and find some kind of precedence for this.
Burton bombs at 70 metres straight down the corridor. O'Connor rises high and takes a lovely mark.
Yep, good mark, all right.
Puts a bit of air in it. He's asking Henry to run and jump, but he's surrounded by a couple of Port Adelaide defenders, Alir at the front and Ratugolea at the back. Ratugolea with the spoil into the third row. So a boundary throw in, 25 metres around from the Cats' goals. 16 seconds to play before quarter time. Port Adelaide by 30 points. It's been simply stunning. Hawkins in the ruck, down to Atkins. A little shimmy and then the snap is offline, missing to the near side. So that margin, 29 points.
We have to go back quite a way, Mick, for 8 goals. I'm still going past the past couple of years, but I'm sure we'll find some kind of precedence shortly as Port Adelaide have run up a score here on the home team. What a start for Ken Hinkley's men. Accused of being flat track bullies, they come to one of the most difficult tracks in the game. And the unique dimensions, 170 by 115 here at Cardinia Park. And so far, Port Adelaide have proven their legitimacy up against the team that started 7-0. Off a loss for the first time, Geelong, they haven't come out of the locker room hissing as many would have expected. Now, after 36 and a half minutes in that opening term, they've seen 8 goals fly through at the other end. Port Adelaide 8-2-50. They lead Geelong 3-3-21. It is a 29-point buffer for the road team. Port Adelaide on top here at quarter time. The goal kickers. Willie Rioli is the only multiple goal kicker, and then we've got singles for Marshall, Finlayson, Wines, Horne-Francis and Georgiades. So that's the 8 for Port Adelaide, while for Geelong, 1 each for Stengel, Rowan and Close. No late change coming in, by the way. The Cats and the Power, O'Sheen Mullen and Francis Evans are the respective subs. The SMS throughout the night, 0437 774 774. We'll put them to Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse as the night progresses. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy and Jess Webster on the boundary. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up in just a moment. We're all a little shell-shocked after that start. Port Adelaide by 29 at quarter time. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
There's a vault of secrets to unravel on ABC iView. Delve deep in Happy Valley and the control room.
She is the victim, I swear.
Peel back the layers in House of Gods and After the Party.
How do you know they're innocent?
And seek answers in Total Control and so much more.
You start fires wherever you go.
A vault of entertainment. Always free, always suspenseful on ABC iView. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Me, son of the Port Adelaide best and fairest winner, tumbles a kick to half forward. Dixon, clean hands, inside to Horne-Francis on the run, trying to finish, and he's got the first of the night. Steadies up on the run, and the Hornet pokes through the first for Port Adelaide. All on the outer wing. Eventually, Port Adelaide able to get it back, poke forward in the direction of Willie Rioli, collects, snaps goalward, needs a kind bounce and gets it. And Port Adelaide have kicked 2 in the first 4 minutes.
Parfitt, chip kick. Cameron, long way from home, wants to go, pulls the trigger. It's a one-on-one at Stanley, and Vesentini spills the way of Stanley. Stanley's got it off to Stengel, and directly in front he snaps the goal. And Stanley's put it straight down the throat here of Butters. Butters, a defining long kick. Folks there. Oh, so too is Burn Jones. Picked it up off the turf, wiggled away from the contest, shook off the defenders and drove home another goal. It's an avalanche of goals from the visitors at the Cattery.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Port Adelaide's best opening quarter of the season so far. It's Geelong's worst. We know that much. 8 goals to 3 It is Port Adelaide by 29 at the first break. Friday night footy at Cardinia Park. It is the first leg of a double header. There's also another game which starts in about 40 minutes over in Perth. The Fremantle Dockers hosting the Sydney Swans. If you want to listen to the full call, you can find it through the ABC Listen app, so just look out for the AFL Extra button. By the way, if you are listening in this place, we will take you there for the second half action a little later on. But the full call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL Extra button. Well, a hot start for Port Adelaide. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. What did we make of it here on ABC Sport?
A superb performance by Port Adelaide, wasn't it, Mick? But through the middle of the ground is where they really took over the game. Horn Francis, we were just marvelling about how explosive he was, but also how much room he was able to have at stoppages and bursting through. He ended up with the 8 disposals, kicked a goal, but just looked dynamic and powerful. Zach Butters was excellent. Drew was very good. Wines, Boak, all those Port Adelaide midfielders just took over the game.
Yeah, 400 more metres Port moved that ball forward than Geelong. Geelong just on 1,500 metres, 1,500 to 1,930. And what that means is it's the ball going forward. So it's easy to play. I guess and in fact, I'm going to say it's hard to play the wings on this ground if you're going laterally. If you can go up and down the wings, that's the way to do it. But if you control the stoppages, you're coming out of the centre going into a forward line. The 6-6-6 means that, and I'm a little bit confused about Geelong defence, quite frankly, because you don't have to be on your man. Now, people say, you've got to be on your man, but no, you can stand in line with any sort of... if they're going to if Port come out of the centre all the time, then you're able to stand in a line so that you're forcing the kicker to go wide. At the moment, they're knocking over Marshall, knocking over Georgiades, etc., just through out of the centre.
You know, I don't always take the defenders' side of things because I've used to cop so much from my old mate defenders who used to play back there and blame us midfielders. But I'm going to jump to their defence here and say the reason why it would be so hard to defend right now, so hard to take up that proactive positioning that you're talking about, is the fact that the Port Adelaide midfielders are not just winning clearances and contested ball.
Carrying it.
It's the ease and the dynamic nature of which they're winning it. So their clearances at the moment are +5, contested possessions +10. But all those clearances have felt like bursting out time, space, and ability to use the ball pretty much wherever they want. Well, as a defender, Mick, you can't help but go back into your shell a little bit when it's coming down there so easily.
No, I agree, but sometimes you've got to hold your line, and the holding the line here is now. I'm watching who's going back to full back there. That's.
Jack Henry's at fullback and Jack College-Asney.
See, Jack Henry, I would say, should be 20 yards in front of that line because when you come out of the centre, the first thing you look at is space. You're going to kick towards it. But if you've got a player there, you'd hesitate. I wouldn't be in that situation there.
Second term underway, a 29-point advantage for the Power. They kicked 8 goals in the opening term, and we got another ball up here in the middle of the ground. I've got some numbers coming through here, Mick. Last time they conceded 8 goals in the opening term, this being Geelong, was against Sydney at the SCG, round 4, 2013.
2013, right.
So that is that's since they've conceded 8 goals in the opening term, any Geelong side. Now, the Cats, by the way, ended up Cats kicked 7, though, and went on to win the game. So that's amazing from where they started from. They still ended up winning that game. We'll get some context for Cardinia Park in just a moment as... Parfitt puts Geelong inside 50. Aaliyah chops it off. Out towards centre half back. Vicentini marks for Port. Hand pass to Wines. Handball away towards Sin. He kicks out to the wing. Here's Boak. Lifts the hand pass over to Horn Francis. Wants to keep it moving. Handball back to Boak. Looks inboard and he's really Rioli. Kick 2 in the opening term. Takes the mark. Rioli pokes it into the pocket. Looking for Dixon. It's too far away from him and one bounce out of play. Left forward pocket for the Power. Port to the City end in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. So 2013, the last time Geelong conceded 8 in the opening quarter anywhere. A match they ended up winning for whatever that's worth against the Swans in 2013. And we're way back in the 90s at the moment looking for precedents at Cardinia Park, and we're still searching.
Boundary throw in deep for Port Adelaide. And it's a tackle, so it'll be a stoppage. Get down to Jess Webster on the boundary in a moment. Kicking to the City end Port Adelaide in this second term. Dixon in the ruck. And then he has a little bit of a scrimmage here with Myers. It's flicked out. Was it flicked out illegally? It'll be a free kick to Port Adelaide.
I was mentioning about that quarter. So that quarter was 8 goals they conceded. They kicked 7 themselves. So it was a 15-goal
quarter, yeah.
turn. They ended up winning the game. As the Cats off half-back, Myers goes short to Cam Guthrie. Hand pass back to Myers. Short kick to O'Connor. Handball to Holmes, trying to put some speed on the ball themselves, the Cats. Hand pass in the end goes through the legs of Parfitt. Sin collects the 1-2 with Wines, and now Sin kicks across the ground for Port Adelaide. Awkward half volley pick up for Marshall. He does very well. Hand pass back on the inside to McEntee. Kicks deep inside 50, and all alone Rioli takes the mark. Joe the Goose over to Burn Jones, and he pops through his second. It is all Port Adelaide. They pick up where they left off to start the second term. And the Power have driven through 9 of the first 12 goals at the Cattery. 9-2-56 Port Adelaide. Geelong 3-3-21. 2.5 gone in the second term. Silence at Genia Park. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, ABC Sport.
Well,
ground ball, Lingy.
Yeah, another bad turnover. I know it was a slip, Max Holmes, but trying to create something. Bad turnover, and when you all try and run and create something with it, which is what Geelong were trying to do, and you turn it over that quickly and that badly, well, there were going to be options everywhere. And I think in the end, when the ball went inside the forward 50 for Port Adelaide, there were 4 Port Adelaide players against 2 Geelong players.
Yeah.
Raffle it from there.
Yeah, just a bit too aggressive again. But interesting, Geelong have won the 2 clearances. So they have changed a little bit.
Biggest lead of the night, it's Port Adelaide by 35 points. Horn Francis again out of the centre with the short kick to Butters. His short kick hits up Wines. Wines has gone back to Horn Francis. Geelong puts someone on that man. He's the best player on the field by far. He goes short to Drew. These short, sharp kicks are slicing and dicing their way through the Cats' defence before the final one. Couldn't find Georgiades, so a kick by Colin Jasney down the line. Horn Francis is there. He's tackled by Myers.
I know I have a particular interest in this aspect of the game, but I cannot believe... Horn Francis has been magnificent, but I cannot believe the space he's being gifted to do his thing tonight.
Stanley, the only one in the ruck to Myers. Myers' delivery's gone straight down the throat of Burton.
Well, that's because that wasn't a bad kick by Myers. It just simply was far too...
Burton's kick was beautiful to Zirk. Thatcher through the centre of the ground. Here's Aaliyah. Burn Jones is all by himself right on the 50, and then he dabs it into the pocket to Rioli. Oh, precision passing. It was perfect. They're just getting a metre or 2 away from their Geelong opponents, and the kicking skills have been exquisite. Rioli for his third. He's in the left forward pocket. He has to curl it round to perfection, and curl it round he does. Willie's got 3. Port Adelaide are out by 41 points. There is disbelief here at the Cattery. There is shock. Pretty much silence. Not one person in Australia would have predicted this tonight, and this is why we love live sports so much. Port Adelaide by 41 points. Early minutes of the second term. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
Just to jump in there, our good mate Ben Cameron's been hard at work up in Darwin, so he's still got the radio on through the record books for us, Mick. Last time Geelong conceded 8 goals in an opening quarter was the corresponding round, round 9, 1986.
Wow.
Against the Hawks. So that is 38 years ago, and the late great Ken Judge kicked 6 goals in that game.
Wow.
Up front for the Hawks.
And was it, we got the result of the game? Come on, Benny Cameron. Well, Benny's doing nothing else, so get on your computer, Ben.
Lingy if he was playing that day.
Another one for Willie Rioli. Another clearance for the Horn at Horn Francis out of the centre square. Kicks deep inside 50. Rioli knocks it away to Dixon. Handball to Boak. They're queuing up. The goals keep coming, but are behind for now. For Travis Boak shooting goalward.
And you know who a handball option was for him then if he'd wanted to? Horn Francis. From the middle, was running into 50 by himself.
How do you stop this momentum, Mick? If you're Chris Scott, how do you stop the momentum?
Stop the players who are winning the ball. There's Horn Francis and Butters. You just have to sacrifice at times time, and that is through a player that just has to sacrifice himself. And the clear one to me is Atkinson. He has proven in the past he can do it.
You're on the back foot as Duncan to Colin Jasney down the line. It's spoiled over by Radigalia, the former Geelong player, who's got a bit of extra pep in his step. Boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates. He's got the match up on Hawkins tonight. Has Hawkins touched the ball yet?
No, certainly not in the first quarter, and nor did Radaglia.
Yep. So twirling ball back into play. Stanley in the ruck, knocks it into space. Cameron charges out after it. And the pressure of that put on Houston meant that he socketed it off the turf out of bounds on the full. So a free kick for Jeremy Cameron.
In a long time since we've seen a Geelong team in this kind of a position. They've conceded 10 of the first 13 goals. Port undermanned without their skipper, a host of other frontline players. And Hawkins here, who has been really cited so far, is involved as he hits up and takes the mark against the boundary line on his milestone night. Equaling the club record, his team 7 goals behind, 7 minutes into the second term. Hawkins into the forward pocket, wanted to link up with Cameron, missed him. Out the back is Houston, hand pass to Zerk Thatcher, back to Houston. Kicks a banana outside of the boot, out of the defensive 50, stays in play, but Holmes marks it and can reload for the Cats. He's 70 metres out. A little too cute, trying to kick on the instep of his right boot, turns it over. Boak off half-back, kicks Port down the wing. One-on-one contest on. McEntee does well. Gets past Colin Jasny, breaks the Stewart tackle. Kicks to centre-half forward. Jack Henry and Rioli. Ball hits the deck. It'll favour Rioli. Paddles it away from Henry. Great chase down tackle. O'Connor came and got him. Lends a hand and wins the footy back for the Cats at left half-back. Port by 42, 8 gone, second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Rioli thought he had his fourth then. That was brilliant by O'Connor.
It's got to be a free kick, yeah, push in the marking contest, unrealistic attempt against the Cats to be Port Adelaide ball.
Half it flew, Wines with the free. So they're reloading, ready to go again. Another foray forward. They're coming in waves, Port Adelaide. And the Cats, their heads are spinning, they're rattled, they're dazed, they're confused. How on earth did we get to this point? The Cats trailing by 42 points. Bergman sends it to the top of a goal square contest. Waiting at the back. Oh, that was almost clever. McEntee, Mead it was rather, that nearly flicked it to Rioli. And now a high ball, socketed down by Houston, a free in the marking contest. It's going against Ryan, was it? Or was it Duncan?
I reckon he pushed him.
Yeah, Duncan's given away the free.
Yeah, just...
No, it was Gary Rowan that's given away the free. And taking it is Drew.
I don't know whether he's good for 53, 54 metres.
Well,
doesn't have to be.
Nah, he stabs the pass instead to Wines, who's lining up for his second.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be, Mick. You're right, because when you've got a bunch of players standing around just guarding a little patch of grass rather than having that real sharp awareness.
Oh, he's given it off, and here's a chance for Farrell. He loves them long and strong. This is incredible. Farrell from right out 50, off a step or two. He likes to sneak up and do this every now and then. And the defender has banged it through.
Now, Kel, you knew that. You call it that he likes to do it. Why wouldn't Geelong players understand his strength? They
are completely confused and just in disbelief right now, those players out there. 11-3-69 Port Adelaide, Geelong 3-3-21. It's a lead of 48 points. Melbourne nearly did it last night. They trailed by 38 points in the third and fell by 1. But as it stands right now, Lingy, you cannot see where Geelong is going to mount a comeback.
No, it doesn't look like it because they're just not getting their hands on the footy. They've had 20 less disposals and not that long into this quarter, 41-21.
New game high, 48-point lead for Port Adelaide, and we're only early in the second term as we're in fact 10 minutes into the second term as Mead goes darting away. Hand pass to Butters, ran himself into trouble, kicks it back to Mead, bangs bodies with Duncan, grabs the footy. Mead inside 50 again, Dixon the target, juggled effort. He's claiming it, it's going to be paid.
Oh, Sam de Koning is arguing he had a big piece of the second knock of that.
I reckon he did too.
He probably did, but when everything's working for you, it's amazing how things just keep working. It was a contested marking situation. Dixon had the first one. Oh, no, he might have had the second one.
I reckon he has it.
Yep.
When you look at that.
Yep, I'll take that back.
Rich from Ocean Grove off the SMS. Can someone please tell Chris Scott to put Lingy on Horn Francis? As Dixon shoots goalward, but he misses to the near side. 49 points. His Port's lead 11 minutes into the second.
Don't worry, Rich. I'm itching to get out there for that exact reason.
He's pulling up the socks right now as we speak.
By the way, round 9, 1986, Hawthorn beat Geelong by 33 points. Damien Drum was best on ground according to the umpires, got the 3 votes.
Oh, that was a little bit ambitious there by Bergman. He's given away a free. So Jack Henry will take it. Takes him from the defensive side of the outer wing to the attacking side. He wants to play on. He gives the handball off to Holmes. Has a dash, delivers. 2-on-1. 2 are Port Adelaide players. Close, gives it back to Cameron on the left with the snap. And it's across the face. Didn't have enough hook on it from Jeremy Cameron. So 11-4-70 Port Adelaide. Lead Geelong 3-3-21. It's 3 goals to none in this second term. Port Adelaide don't look like they're taking their foot off the pedal anytime soon.
Forward 50 stoppage for Geelong. It's usually Hawkins' domain. Couldn't quite get to the drop. Spills to Aaliyah. He's tackled, taken to ground. We'll have a ball up. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess?
Interesting down here on the Geelong bench. It seems that they've made their sub already. So Ocean Mullen is sitting in the front row. He's got the warm-up top off. He looks like he's going to be activated into this game. Reece Stanley's sitting in the back of the benches. No obvious signs of injury, so they might have gone with the tactical sub here.
Thanks, Jess. By the way, Jai Clark's Sockers are behind. So 13 minutes into this second quarter. It's only 13 minutes old, and yet the margin is already 48.
We may as well do something. And I've got to say, Visentini in game number 4 has completely towed up Reece Stanley. So why not try something to get anything going? Because Port Adelaide in total control.
No Soldo, he's out injured. Their number 1 ruck, Port Adelaide, and there's no Sweet. He's out with illness. And yet they lead the Cats by 48 points. The kick was risky from Port Adelaide from one side of the ground to the other. Duncan's little tap on was clever to Cam Guthrie. His toe poke out in front of Hawkins. He has to bend down low. Radigalia beats him to it. Gives the handball to Burton. The exiting kick was a high one. Vicentini's there. Floating across in front was Cameron. Couldn't take the mark. Follows up with a tackle on Butters and make sure that Sharon's not popping out. So it'll be a ball up half forward here for Geelong.
This guy's in the ruck all day?
Yeah, Blitzars will just ruck the whole day now. He'll have to. He won't do the forward line ruck, of course, because of Hawkins.
Blitzarms wins it down to Horn Francis. He's got Atkins close by at the moment after he had it on a string earlier. A little soccer forward from Vicentini. Here's DeConing away towards Zach Guthrie. Hand pass on to Atkins. Gives it to Duncan. Kicks inside 50 and there's the tomahawk. Bursting out. Hitting up and marking in front of his old mate Radigalia. He's got it wide out at right half forward for the Cats.
I've been taken back 5 metres to it.
You can still, just you see the replay of that, it's just absolutely first-class forward craft to hold that front position against another strong defender. Worked really hard off the ball just to be able to give himself a little chance. Obviously, his team needs this one, but I think for his own confidence too, he'd probably love this one just to get that goalless run off his back.
He's gone 17 quarters without a goal. 4 long weeks. Hawkins on his milestone 9 finds the major opening. The goalless streak is over and the game streak continues. 3-5-5 and counting. The game's record holder at Geelong. 15 minutes into the second term, Hawkins puts through Geelong's 4th. It's a big one for him. It's a big one in the context of the game. It ends a run of 5 consecutive power goals. 15 goal in second term. Port Adelaide 11-4-70. Geelong 4-4-28. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang and Mick Moldhouse.
And as Jess just told us, Oshane Mullen's run onto the ground now. He's going to go straight into the middle. So just trying to find some run and some sort of winner in the middle of the ground for the Cats. Reece Stanley has been subbed off, so Mark Blitzars will do all the ruck work against Visentini. The Cats just trying to find anything. He's gone to Willem Drew at the moment, Mullen. I wonder if they might try him, even when Horn Francis comes back out there.
So will that put a stop, the Hawkins goal, to this run, this momentum swing? They're winning it out of the centre now, the Cats. Cam Guthrie kicks it to a one-on-one. It was Stingle and Houston with the spoil. Make sure it goes over the boundary line. So throw in half forward for the Cats. It was so deflated in this stadium for the first quarter and 10 minutes until Hawkins got that set shot and the crowd erupted. Margin is 42. Power lead it. Blitzar's in the ruck. Beats Vicentini to it. Takes it out and then kicks it high in the Hawkins direction. Close. Close has got it right forward pocket. He centres the kick from one pocket to the other. He was looking for Duncan, and Bergman gets there and soccers it over the line. It was probably the unselfish thing and the right thing to do by Close in the pocket, even though he was about 10 metres out from goal. It was a really tight angle.
Yep, it was, but it was brilliant by Bergman because he had to get to the goal line in case he went there, but then had to be close enough to get back to Duncan. Did well.
Boundary throw in, they all miss it. Slides through to Stengel. He's tackled, got a hand pass away. Little fumble from Cameron, invited the pressure. Hand pass and turnover. Gee, Butters somehow got it out to Drew. Crowd not happy. Kick into the middle of the ground, and Jack Henry chops it off. It is pulled by 42 points. 17 minutes into the second term. What a turn up on Friday night. Jack Henry inside 50. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Rowan had it, lost it. Now Farrell turns straight into trouble. Ball comes out on, says keep going. And now pack forms and a ball up centre half forward for Geelong. The crowd have had really little reason to get involved. 11-4 to 4-4. Power by 42 midway through the second quarter. ABC Sport.
So Stewart, as he's tackled, gets a kick away. A high up and under and camped at the drop was Myers read it best. The Port Adelaide defender floated through the air and Myers just stood and waited and snaffled that mark. Within range from 50, slightish angle.
The Port Adelaide not allowing Geelong to have the spare behind the ball, so Geelong just trying to get extra numbers now, I think, around these stoppages because they've been so badly beaten by the Port Adelaide midfield. Just trying to surge the ball forward any chance they get.
Hawkins set shot, woke them up. Can Myers deliver here and give them back some belief? Back-to-back goals for the Cats. And they're back within 36 points. 5-4-34, Port Adelaide, 11-4-70. 9 minutes gone in the, 18 minutes gone in the second quarter.
I reckon a lot's to do with the stoppage or the clearance rate now. The stoppages now, Geelong have got their nose in front. The contested football is basically, well, it is even. So Geelong have certainly lifted up their work rate, and that puts pressure now back on Port because there's a couple of little mistakes being made that have turned it over and given Geelong a clearer view of the ball, and going forward a clearer view.
2 in a row for the Cats. What an amazing start to this game. Port Adelaide had the first 5 inside 50s, kicked 4 goals, 1. And Geelong really have never been back within 12 points. They did trail by as many as 48 a few minutes ago. They've kicked the last 2. Crowd trying to will themselves back into the game. Atkins the centre break. Down to half forward. Stengel can't trap it. Close to the boundary line, and now it's out. Boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. Ordinarily you don't think the battle between 2 top 8 teams is an upset, but the way the game's gone, this has been probably the most stunning half of footy of the year.
Yeah, I would say. I still think Geelong only need 1 or 2 back, and Parfitt's now gone to Butters, and he's really working him over.
Well, Blitzarp's got rid of Finlayson, couldn't grab the footy. Ball spills back to Finlayson, kicks the power into the middle of the ground. Race on, Zach Guthrie knocks it away to Kolodjasny. Through traffic, hand pass to Stewart. Tries the fend off, caught by Farrell. Holding the ball, free kick Port Adelaide. And Farrell to get it back edge of the centre square. Power by 36 points, time on second term.
Farrell to Houston, squares the ball to Zirk Thatcher. Kicks down the line to Georgiadis, who's got a bit of separation on Kolodjasny.
It was Kolodjasny through the middle of the ground who just needed to kick the ball in first because Geelong had the momentum of getting it forward. Port Adelaide created another turnover, and now they've got the corridor.
Oh, and it's risky because dropping the mark was Farrell. Spun around in a 360 to Drew. To Houston. All-important kick inside 50 to Koning in a one-on-one with Dixon. To Koning, able to slap it down and then pick it up. Handball back to Jack Henry, who throws it on the boot, and Houston marks in front of Parfitt.
Mark by Houston. Under pressure there, had to reach back behind his head to take that.
Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly, Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Jess Webster as the kick heads inside 50 off hand, slips through to Finlayson. He can't trap it. Pat forms behind him. Butters and Blitzarps wrestle for it. And umpire Roseberry says, I'll have it. Ball up centre half forward for the Power. Port led by 48 a few moments ago. Geelong with the last 2 in the game. They've already made their sub. Stanley is getting a bath from young Vicentini, who was subbed out of the game. He's got an early shower now, so O'Shea Mullen into the game. trying to will himself through this contest. Knocks it away to Kolajasny. Hand pass to Parfitt. He's tackled, lost it. Centre half forward for the Power. Drew knocks it out. Throw a blanket over 20 players. Ball comes to Rioli. He's pushed off it, and here's Holmes. Scoops it up for the Cats. Hand pass to DeConing. Kick smothered. Dixon does very well. Close to the boundary line. Dixon hangs it inside the boundary. Now it's out. And the ump says, I'll have it. Boundary throw in. 30 metres out from the Power goal at the Selwood stand end or the city end of Cardinia Park.
Mullen has got Horne-Francis.
Ah, right.
Yep. It's a huge ask, but they're actually trying to put a lot more attention into him now. A couple of blocks, trying to release him here.
DeConing in the tap, charging through his Horne-Francis. Always hard to catch. And a quick hurried kick out of there. It's a goal. It's a goal for Port Adelaide. Out of the pack, it was Butters. So congestion, 20 metres out. They all piled in. And Butters, with the loose ball get, snaps a goal.
I don't know what they're booing for, because that's probably as good as I've seen Port fight for a ball in their forward line all year.
Yep.
And that was the first time. That wasn't the goal. It was beforehand. That kept the ball in there. Even DeConing's kick was knocked out of bounds.
Are they trying to argue with the goal umpire?
No, I think it was the tackle before.
Right.
Yeah.
Was that the one on Horne-Francis?
I couldn't see who it was. Yeah,
12-4-76 Port Adelaide, 5-4-34. The lead is 42 as much as 49.
He's a wonderful player, isn't he, Zach Butters, the boy from Darley?
Geelong should get an advantage here. Finlayson is not a great ruckman, and he's up against this guys. Yep.
Back to 42 points, Port Adelaide's way. Middle of the ground, Mullen, first hands on the footy, hand pass bobbles out, picked up by Drew, handball further wide, he's taken high, free kick Port Adelaide.
Well, they chose to go the high contact as opposed to the prohibitive contact below the knees.
It's confirmation too from the Cats that is a technical sub, so no injury concern for Stanley. Subbed out halfway through the second quarter, Mullen coming in. With, at that stage, Geelong 48 down. They trail by 42 at the moment. Drew goes inside 50. Marshall given a shove. There's a shepherding free kick, though, going Geelong's way, and DeConing to take it. How are we going with umpires appreciation round? We've 2 games in. Feels like they're heavily involved, the umpires, and the home crowd is riding them here as DeConing goes long down the line. Hawkins rather knocks it away out wide. He's close over the footy, left it behind. Radaglia fighting on. Now Myers. Hand pass. Knocked away towards close. Horne-Francis sweating on him. Again, almost like a cake of soap. The ball bobbles out. Now comes to Burton. He's tackled and the ball up on the wing. You're a local lingy. Is the umpiring, have you noticed it tonight?
Not so much tonight. No, Port Adelaide have just been better. Absolutely better. Around the ball, around the midfield. That's not the reason why the scoreboard reads what it does right now.
Dempsey's got the ball. There was a wonderful tackle applied on him, and then it came the way of Dixon, who was tackled by...
So even that hand pass by the Geelong player then going back, it sets up... You have to have a player in place to take that. That would have been better off hand pass to the ground and then have another stoppage. There is a stoppage, but it went to a Port player. I just don't understand that.
DeConing did the tackle on Dixon. They go back inside 50. It's half forward here. A boundary throw in. Vicentini to Horne-Francis on the right boot, out in front of Rioli. Ooh, nearly had the double grabber. This good defensive effort from Holmes beforehand. Oh, no! That was Rioli again, pouncing right on the boundary line, and he went for home. They're going to have a chat about this.
Oh, it's touched for sure. Surely it's touched.
Willie Rioli.
No, he says that touched.
I don't know if it got his hand, though. I thought it touched his body. Oh, no, yeah, you're right, Nick. Sorry. I thought the body might have already been over the line as he was diving, but will be touched.
I think the goal umpire got it right in the first place.
Yeah. So he was charging out in the pocket. He missed the grab, but wow, the pounce up like a cat and wheel around in that left forward pocket. Should have been one of the contenders for goal of the year, but it was a behind instead.
Still got a quarter of this quarter to go.
It's so much footy to be played. What a night we've seen already. Big lead, 43 points, Port Adelaide's way.
At the stoppages, they keep blocking Mullen for Horne-Francis, and
one down by Vicentini towards Aaliyah. So we had a ball up there, centre half forward for Port Adelaide. Now a loose ball scenario as Holmes skids in. Pack forms around him. Wines extracts it for Port Adelaide, trying to move it inside their forward 50. Colin Jasny collects, took on the tackler. Ball comes out, says keep going. Holmes handball to Close. Hand pass away to Clark in the defensive 50. Kicks Geelong to the wing, and here's Ollie Henry. Leaps up, takes the mark. He's got it in front of the benches. 43-point lead for the Power. He kicks to centre half forward. Rowan leaps up, no mark. Ball clean bowls everyone. Slips out the back, Port Adelaide's way, and the Brownlow medalist Wines. Hand pass to Vicentini, hand pass to Marshall. Kicks into oncoming traffic, good smother Jack Henry. And it's out of play, left half forward for Geelong inside their forward 50. Port by 43, 27 gone second term Friday night on ABC Sport.
And just to continue what I was saying, it's Parfitt who then takes and helps Mullen. Whatever happens, Geelong cannot let Parfitt end up on Horne-Francis because he's taking a terrible position on him. And Horne-Francis is getting...
Hawkins wins it in the ruck, straight down to Stengel on his left in the left forward pocket. No. It was too skinny. The snap missing to the near side. So Drew has had it 15 times. Butters 14, Horne-Francis 14. Houston 12, Boak 11, Burton 11. The highest disposal getter out there for the Cats is Blitzarves with 9.
Oh, that's not a good kick. Zerk Thatcher turns it over cold. Parfitt centre half forward for Geelong. Hand pass to Rowan. High up and under the top of the goal square. Down there is Stengel.
Touched off the boot, was it?
Yeah, must have been. And Radicalier was trying to claim he touched it. I'm not so sure about that. Soft call was touched. We're going to the arc, though, for the second time tonight. Third time tonight, in fact.
It's touched up the other off the boot, I would have thought. Not only down here.
There we go. Quick review. So we're up to, I think, 20 arc visits in about round 4. We're down to 7 last weekend. We had 3 already tonight, so we've been a little busy, but maybe just an anomaly. 28 minutes into the second term. It is a 42-point lead for Port Adelaide. Amazing night here. 12-5 to 5-6. Geelong getting well beaten at home.
The top 7 possession getters out there on the field are all Port Adelaide players. Houston on the kick-in duties. Have it to Sin, got it back, and then drives it long on the outer wing where De Coney's taken the mark. De Coney wheels around, goes long. Burton in front of Rowan.
That is a good mark.
Yeah.
That is a really, really good mark. So he had nothing to jump onto. He had to jump and reach back behind his head. That was a very, very...
Pushed under it a bit, didn't he, Mick?
Yeah, it was a really good, strong mark.
Leading Gary Rowan to the ball. Burton, a much improved player, short to Sin, one of the youngsters, and then keeps it low. Sliding in was Butters at half-back. Here's this slicing and dicing with their elite foot skills to Wines, wide. In front of the red chicky stand, short, Aaliyah. Spoil from Stewart. Was the mark paid?
Yes. Chopped arm.
Which was. This would do Chris Scott's head in because that's the 5th mark. This will be the 6th mark.
It's extraordinary.
And it's now almost to... It's past centre. You've got to nip that in the bud before it gets near this area because all of a sudden this next kick takes them into a plus area.
Intriguing tactics here from Ken Hinckley. It's almost these keepings off game, and now the long driving kick down towards his teammate O'Connor was able to break a tackle and then give it off to Clark, who kicked it into the 3rd row in the red chicky stand.
It's the good shift between tempos though, Cal, because this is just the keepings off when they want to go like this, but the moment they're through, they're lightning fast through.
So there's 2 modes being played tonight by Port Adelaide, and they lead it by 41.
Aaliyah, short kick to Houston. He goes all the way back to Radicalier. He's going to swing play to the opposite wing to Zerk Thatcher.
Yeah, that's good play.
Trying to open up whatever space there is laterally on this ground. 115 metres across. 170 long, the unique dimensions at Cardinia Park as Zerk Thatcher long inside the forward 50. They come from all directions, hits the deck. Marshall trying to knock it out. There's Butters again. Gets it out for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Horne-Francis, who's standing all alone. He retreats back to Aaliyah, who marks inside the middle of Cardinia Park. He goes short here. She just spills it cold. Houston scooped up by Cameron. Got it out towards Stengel. He's off to the races. Collects. He's out downhill. Takes a bounce.
Streaming forward is Rowan all by himself. He puts it out in front of Rowan. He has to wait for it to bounce, so he flicks it behind his head. Aaliyah's there. Collects. This time last year they were cheering him. Well, rather Radicalier it was. Aaliyah, of course, the former Swans player. So Alieta winds. And now the long kick from Burton, sideways. Bergman, they've gone from one side of the wing to the other side where Boak now has it.
33 marks to 13 this quarter, Port Adelaide's way. So that's that control of the footy you've been talking about.
Controlling the tempo. It was a wobbly old kick that'll land on the arc. And Jack Henry with the mark. Wants to go. Finlayson, the man holding him up. Is that 50? Oh, he was warned, I think. And instead, Henry squares the kick off. And they can reload from still inside the defensive 50.
Gee, short kick from Zach Guthrie made O'Connor stretch forward as he marks it. Centre-half back still. Hand pass back to Zach Guthrie. Goes straight down the pipe. Pack forms at centre-half forward and Zerk Thatcher had his name written all over it, but there's a free. And a hold on Ollie Henry. He's getting it centre-half forward for the Cats. Wasn't against Zerk Thatcher who flew for the footy. It's going to go against Boak, who stands the mark. Henry goes to the pocket. Hawkins and Dempsey both out there. It spills out of play.
Such a strange place to go with the footy. I know he was looking for Tom Hawkins on the lead there, but Jeremy Cameron was one-on-one, deep and corridor.
Yeah. Can they beat the clock here, the Cats? In what has been Port Adelaide's half of footy. Set play, they got 7 seconds. Boundary throwing inside the forward 50. Hawkins grabs it out of the ruck. Tackled, lost it. Horn Francis locked up by Mullen. Hump says, I'll have it, right on the bell. And how about that for a stunning half of football? Port Adelaide, 12 goals to 5. And it is the Power from Port who lead it by 41 points at the half. 12-5-77 over Geelong, 5-6-36. It has been a long while since we've seen the home team with such a deficit at the half in these parts at Kardinia Park. 41 points behind. And Port Adelaide doing it all without the likes of Rosie and their two recognised ruckmen in Sweet and Soldo both missing. There's no Pau Pepper. He's out for the year. Number of changes this week for the Power. Burgoyne and Jones also missing from this team. And yet without all those guys and their legitimacy tested about whether they belong with the big boys in the competition, well, it's just about no bigger task in footy than Geelong in Geelong. And they have passed that test with flying colours to half-time. A 41-point lead for the Power. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers. Stay with us as we work our way through these Port Adelaide names. 3 for Rioli, 2 for Burne-Jones, then 1 each for Marshall, Farrell, Finlayson, Wines, Horn Francis, Georgiades. That is one hell of a goal-kicking list with 3 for Rioli and 2 for Burne-Jones. Meanwhile, for Geelong, we got 1 each for Stengel, Rowan, Hawkins, Myers and Close. 12 goals to 5 at half-time and a milestone night for Tom Hawkins as he equals Geelong's games record. Yeah, there's a few heads hung pretty low as the Cats make their way off, down 41 at half-time in the first leg of a Friday night doubleheader. There's another game on tonight over in Perth between Fremantle and the Sydney Swans. We have a call available through the ABC Listen app. It's the place to be. Jump on there. You can toggle across to the AFL Extra button if you want to hear the game between the Swans and the Dockers in full. If you just want the best bit down the stretch, don't worry about that. We got that covered right here as well. So we'll take you there for second half action later between the Dockers and the Swans. No late change, Walters and Fox, the two Medi subs over in Perth. Off the SMS, Marcus in Kenilworth says, reckon the fast start then the comeback has become a common scenario. We'll see what we get here. We spoke to Lingy too about the text that was pushing for Chris Scott to chuck him on Horn Francis. We'll get his take in just a moment. Stan in Victoria, hi team, enjoying the call. Boy, you don't know what you're going to get. So unpredictable with these teams at the moment. Throwing the tipping out the door. Or maybe just pick the sides who are the underdogs. Feels like as significant a turn-up that we've had all season, given the margin and everything that's baked into it. Thanks, Stan. And from M in Melbourne, hi team. Maybe Port dissected the Cats game last week and found the flaws to capitalise on. Cats 2 lakhs. Hinkley versus Scott this game. M from Melbourne. Interesting half of footy. We'll get the thoughts of the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse, and the 3-time Premiership captain, Cameron Ling, right here on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, about as impressive a performance as you can get from Port Adelaide. Start on the real positive stuff from them. Just kicked 12 goals in a half of football, 77 points they've scored at a ground that they have found very difficult, along with a lot of other teams to play against a very good football team. That was super impressive. Led by their wonderful midfielders. First quarter in particular was Horn Francis and Butters. But then Wines and Houston and Boak and some of those more experienced players in the middle section of the game, maybe not strict midfielders, but playing through the middle part, maybe half back, they just completely took the game away from the Cats. And when they did have momentum and control of the game, first quarter and early in this second, they capitalised and they nailed it. Their efficiency was just brilliant.
Absolutely. It's just interesting looking at key forwards. There's 9 goal kickers for Port, of which really only one has kicked a goal. Dixon holds his ground, so he takes a player to be on him. Marshall's kicked one, Mr. Sitter. Georgie only kicked Georgie's kicked one. Sorry, okay, so they've got a couple, but the number of goals that have come from flank play, so you've got Rioli's kicked 3, Farrell off the run. Marshall
Jones has got 2.
Yeah, so you have a look at that and you think, and I'm looking at probably the best. I know they say Wiedering and they say May, but I still think Stewart's the best back one player in the competition. He's at 7-1, and I think the key to that is if you have 6 forwards, then they have to have 6 backs. It's not saying Stewart can't beat his man, but what he can't do now is then get across and keep helping out other players. So,
can I jump in there quickly?
Yeah.
0 intercept marks for Tom Stewart.
So whoever's doing that job on him, it's well worked out by Ken Hinkley. Now, how do you free that up? Sometimes you have to say, well, we're going to put one of our forwards back because we're so used to a forward going. So an opposition forward getting out of there, so it frees up a player, which is generally Henry or Stewart or whoever. So the Geelong to overcome this, they're going to have to go in their forward line and have one less, which gives Port an extra number, and he goes back behind the player and perhaps rolls around until he picks up someone like that Stewart can free Stewart up, or Henry up, because Henry's a very good interceptor as well. So there's a couple of methods, but can it come back from 7 goals? It's going to be tough. I don't think it's beyond them, but I'm still trying to work out in the middle who's going to be. There's no Selwood, well, we know he's retired. There's no Dangerfield, we know that he's injured.
There's no Ling.
There's no tagging Ling. But so where does it come from? And look, I take my hat off to Chris Scott, because it's very easy to wait to the third quarter, late third quarter, early to make you make a move and go, we've been smashed in the ruck. So, but, we've got Stanley and he's our only ruckman. No, they've made a decision on what they want to do there. So that to me is a plus for start off. I think the momentum shifts in games of football mean that if I was in Port's camp, I'd be saying they kicked those 2 goals. We have to score the next one, and it doesn't matter if it takes 5 or 6 minutes, but we've got to make sure 2 goals in a row is a run on. And I think Port's been able to do that. Yep. Whereas I don't think Geelong at this stage have been able to stop that run on.
No, they haven't. You're absolutely right. Everything you're saying is right. If I come into this season and even into tonight's game and say, okay, where, if you just break it up into defence, mid and forward, where does Geelong's maybe little weakness lie with their pure A+ grade players? And it's the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
And tonight, Port Adelaide's A+ grade midfielders. Now, they're missing probably the best of all of them in Connor Rosie. Their A+ players have turned up and have just gone bang. They've influenced the game better than anyone else on the ground. The Geelong ones who've been pretty good this year through the middle of the ground, played pretty well. I'm thinking of a Brandon Parfitt, have been smashed. So Parfitt's had 5 touches. Plus he's had responsibility for Horn Francis a lot of the game around stoppages and has been destroyed. Jai Clark's a young player, so I'm not going to heap blame onto him, but he's only had 7 touches. Tom Atkins, who's the other experienced mid, 6 touches through the middle of the ground. You compare that to, I know disposals aren't everything, but I'm just using the numbers to make a point here. Wines has had 18. Butters 17, Drew 15, Horn Francis 15, and the most dynamic 15 you'll see. So their potential weaker section of the ground hasn't even played up to a good solid standard. They've been destroyed. So on your point, Mick, no, Geelong can't get back from a margin of 7 goals down if that midfield continues to be so badly beaten. At the very least, they have to break even or slightly ahead and then allow their really dynamic
forwards to
defence
kick
and
goals.
their wonderful forward line led by Jeremy Cameron to kick lots of goals. But if they're going to continue to get destroyed in the middle of the ground like they have been in the first half, no, this is way beyond them.
Can I just jump in there? Yep. The contested possessions is interesting. Geelong fought back that quarter.
Yep.
And as far as clearances go, Geelong, I think, may have actually edged out Port that quarter. So they're doing a few things right. But it's got to be, when you look at a stoppage and you see how a player gets out of that stoppage compared to just a kick out of that stoppage, that's the cheese and chalk at the moment. And Port are running the ball out, which then makes the Geelong defence very nervous because they don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and the one player, really quickly, who Geelong have turned to in the middle to get something going has been Tanner Bruin this year.
Yeah.
Not playing. Jack Bowes has been okay, not playing. So they don't have that midfield quality tonight, whereas Port Adelaide have got brilliant players everywhere. And as I said, Corbs missing the very best of them all.
As stunning a half of football I think we've seen so far this year. 12 goals to 5. It is Port Adelaide by 41 at half-time. Makes me think a bit about that Essendon game too. So Port's midfield just completely blew the Bombers apart. And we sort of left there thinking, gee, Port are going to do that to a lot of teams this year. And the Bombers have since gone undefeated and have taken it up to some good teams in the comp. And maybe you think, yeah, Port will do that if they can get on top around the board to a lot of good sides, and they're doing it again to another team in the Cats.
Isn't it? You're so right, but isn't it funny, though, you react to every team's going to have a little lull or something. You watched the showdown last week and you think, maybe Port aren't that good, and they're a little bit, here's a here, and make it all that.
But you couldn't state a case for them, though, Lingy.
No.
Outside of the mid, I thought if there's going to be something happen, it's got to be the mid, because I don't see Geelong really a dominant side at the moment, who's in and who's out of the side. But nonetheless, on either end, you expect them to be better defensively and, when it goes forward, better offensively.
Yeah. Feels like the premiership race is wide open, and these two teams both have their name in that conversation. What a half from Port Adelaide. Has this game got another twist in it yet? The second half is not too far away. Port Adelaide by 41 at the long break. We'll be back with the third quarter in just a few moments' time. But in the meantime, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News. Good evening, I'm Simon Lauder. The federal government will continue to pursue tougher deportation powers in Parliament despite a High Court ruling in its favour. Political reporter Evelyn Manfield has more.
The High Court has dismissed the case of an Iranian man who wanted to be released from immigration detention. He's refusing to cooperate with his deportation, fearing persecution in Iran because he's bisexual. His case partly prompted the government to introduce legislation in March that would compel people to cooperate with their deportation or risk between 1 and 5 years in jail. Immigration Minister Andrew Giles says the government still wants to see the changes pass Parliament.
It closes a really necessary gap in our migration system.
The Senate deferred voting on the legislation last sitting.
The federal court has ordered Bruce Lehrmann to pay Network 10's costs of defending his failed defamation case. Justice Michael Lee has ordered the costs be paid on an indemnity basis for most of the case, except for the costs of 10's failed qualified privilege defence. An order of indemnity costs involves an extra payment on top of the reasonable costs of running a case. The court has not heard what the total costs come to, and Justice Lee has ordered that issue be handed to a referee to assess. Last month, the court found Mr Lehrmann did, on the balance of probabilities, rape Brittany Higgins at Parliament House in 2019, though there remain no criminal findings against him after his aborted trial in the ACT Supreme Court. Only one hospital remains functional in the southern Gaza city of Rafah as Israel pounds the city's east with bombs. Medics say more than 1 million people sheltering in Rafah are at risk of being deprived of healthcare after the Israeli military began what it's calling a limited operation against Hamas on its eastern outskirts. Yusuf used to receive care at the Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital in Rafah, but says it's been shut down after staff received an evacuation order because of fighting nearby.
The medical condition in Rafah is extremely terrible now. We have to wait several hours to see a doctor, but most of the time were unable to receive medical treatment. The medical staff are also exhausted and unable to provide treatment in the best possible manner as they did before.
A tornado in Bunbury in Western Australia's southwest region has left 2 people injured. 6 ambulances were called to a location in Withers in Bunbury just after 4 o'clock this afternoon, with one woman in her 30s transferred to Bunbury Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The ABC understands they were called to the Bunbury PCYC. A spokeswoman for St John Ambulance says a second call was made minutes after for a man with no serious injuries. The ABC understands the second location was the Bunbury Regional Prison. A Bonza Airlines creditors meeting has heard that 20 parties are interested in salvaging the company, which is more than $100 million in the red. Jessica Ross reports.
It's understood creditors were told that investors, other airlines and travel companies are in talks with administrators to help Bonza get back in the air, but they'd have to operate without the existing leased aircraft, which are being sent overseas to other airlines. Talks will continue over the weekend as flights remain suspended, with more than 320 employees stood down. Flight Attendants Association of Australia representative Stephen Reid says workers need certainty.
Our expectation is that they shouldn't continue stringing employees out if there's little likelihood of anything coming to fruition.
The meeting also heard Bonza has debts in excess of $116 million.
2 new items will be added to the Medicare benefits schedule, enabling longer consultation times and increased rebates for specialist gynecological care. The federally funded project will address gaps for women who suffer endometriosis and complex conditions such as chronic pelvic pain. The Health Minister, Mark Butler, says short consults are not helpful for complex gynecological issues.
Too many women feel they have to suffer in silence because they can't find a long consult. They don't have the ability to afford it. Too many women feel that they can only have a short consult that simply doesn't even scratch the surface of a complex condition that they're experiencing.
One of Australian basketball's loved figures has died after a 9-month battle with bowel cancer. The NBL has confirmed Corey Williams, affectionately known as Homicide, has died aged 46. The former Townsville Crocodiles star won the NBL's Most Valuable Player award in 2010 before going on to have a successful commentary career. The NBL has tonight paid tribute, calling him one of the greatest ambassadors the league has ever seen. You're up to date with the very latest ABC News.
Over at ABC Classic, we're feeling good. And you can too by voting in the Classic 100 Feel Good. From the music that makes you dance, gives you a boost of energy, or makes you feel like anything is possible. Vote for your favourite Feel Good music now at abc.net.au/classic. What will be your number one?
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Marshall, he does very well. Hand pass back on the inside to McEntee. Kicks deep inside 50. And all alone, Rioli takes the mark. Joe the Goose over to Burne-Jones. And he pops through his second.
Here's Aaliyah. Burne-Jones is all by himself right on the 50. And then he dabs it into the pocket to Rioli. Oh, precision passing. Rioli for his third. He's in the left forward pocket. He has to curl it round to perfection. And curl it round he does.
Adkins gives it to Duncan, kicks inside 50, and there's the tomahawk. Bursting out, hitting up and marking in front of his old mate, Radagalia. He's gone 17 quarters without a goal. 4 long weeks. Hawkins on his milestone 9 finds the major opening. The goalless streak is over, and the game streak continues.
Stewart, as he's tackled, gets a kick away, a high up and under, and camped at the drop was Myers read it best. Can Myers deliver here and give them back some belief? Back-to-back goals for the Cats.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term in what has just been an incredible half of footy. Port Adelaide by 41 points over Geelong at half-time. That is the right score. As we all predicted, Port Adelaide 41 points up at half-time over the Cats at Cardinia Park. 12-5-77, the Cats 5-6-36. And what is a milestone night for Tom Hawkins. He equals the game's record alongside Joel Selwood, who has his name on the grandstand behind the goals at the City end. At the moment, though, it's not helping the Cats' cause. They're 41 down at half-time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Jess Webster on the boundary, the three-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse with you for the broadcast. Now, the other game that he's on in Perth tonight, there is no late change. Michael Walters and Robbie Fox are the two subs for the Dockers and the Swans. 8 minutes in, and there's not much to see there, just two behinds for the Dockers. We will take you there for the second half following our match here at Cardinia Park tonight. If you want to listen to that game in its entirety, just go to the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL Extra button. Meanwhile, NRL action tonight, you can find that through the ABC Listen app as well. Look out for the green ABC Sport button. Earlier, the Panthers 16-10 over the Bulldogs. And approaching half-time, it is the Broncos 12-8 leading Parramatta. So that game being played at Western Sydney Stadium.
I've got something for you, Corbin.
Yes.
Where do we sit on this? So the margin is 41 points.
Yep.
It was as much as 49 points. The last team to come from 49 points down and win was when the Saints beat the Dogs in round 6, 2015. So what's that? Nearly a decade ago. 9 years ago. The Dogs got it out to 55 early in the third and the Saints won by 7. So that's the last 49 plus points comeback. But last night, Melbourne fell 1 point short of coming back from 38 points. So my question to you, Cameron Ling, is this a trend that we're seeing in the way that football's been played in 2024? Or is this game, as we see it now, done and dusted and they can't create history, your Cats, and be the first team in 9-10 years to win from 49 points down?
I think with the Port Adelaide midfield dominance, I don't think it's going to happen tonight. But yes, I think it is a trend. You're right. The momentum shifts and each team's going to get a momentum shift. They can score heavily. It's going to happen more and more. The 666 helps it, all of that sort of thing. So it's going to happen more and more. I just don't feel like it's going to happen tonight. Mind you, I was part of a game here against West Coast back in 2006. It was about 49 points, but it was the other way around and they beat us.
Good start here from Port Adelaide. So Parfitt charging through the bullseye, the centre of the circle, picked up the ball off the rucks, kicks it long. And a quick hurried kick under pressure by the Cats. Radaglia takes the mark, hence the Bronx cheers. He takes the mark over Hawkins. Radaglia goes long. Congestion. Horn Francis is at the drop. He couldn't control it. Butters does. Picks it up, kicks it, and reaching up over the top. Nice mark from Guthrie.
Yeah, it's a very good mark. Under pressure.
Goes across the half-back line to Duncan. Oh, that's not a good kick. Short for Geelong, turns it over. Boat collects, hand pass over Duncan's head to Rioli. He can kick downhill. Marshall's charging back to the goal square. The kick from Rioli had too much on it. It slides through for a behind. 42 points, Port Adelaide's lead. 1 minute into the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Funny, I thought if he had gone for a goal, he probably would have kicked it.
Yeah.
I reckon he's probably gone for that space, but Marshall's not overly that quick, but the ball was probably 5 metres too far.
And you've got to know when the ground's a little bit wet, you don't have to kick it the whole way. Just let it slide. It'll bounce straight.
That's a good mark. That is
Wasn't
a
it
solid
from
mark.
De Koning after the kicking came from Duncan straight to De Koning. Gives it to Jeremy Cameron. A high up and under. Radaglia was there. Now he's in a bit of a muscle on, I'm going to call it, with Parfitt. He goes to ground. Ball spills out. Toe poked off the deck in the way of Stewart. Stewart gives it to Colin Jasny. Oh, he's caught by Rioli. Gets the handball away to Stewart, who runs into a brick wall. He's going nowhere.
Well, some good tackles in there. Some good one touches too. A game like this, that ball could be a bit slippery, but both sides then control the ball first touch, so it was fantastic.
Stewart ran into Wines, the ball of muscle. Now there's a ball up. It bobbles around in there. The umpire says it was a throw. A free kick going to the Cats. Parfitt takes it.
Going against Butters, and then he just leaps out at the kick from Parfitt. Got fingertips to it, effected the kick. Lands in the lap of Myers, though. Geelong retain possession. Across the ground to Holmes. He kicks further afield to Rowan. Just over halfway against the boundary line to Henry! Ollie Henry! Super bouncy into the back of Zerk Thatcher and takes a hanger.
Oh, what a grab by Ollie Henry. They got the replay. Oh, just timed it nicely. That's a beautiful little ride. All the Henry family were wonderful athletes as young men. A lot of high jumpers, and I think his dad was a decathlete and his mum was a really good athlete as well. And Jack and Ollie and their older brother as well, Tom, all excellent athletes.
To finish off the spectacular mark, gee, he's let himself down with the kick. He's missed the whole set.
Wow.
I pump up about their athleticism. And
I tell you what though, Lingy,
out on the foot.
Parford, the kicking, the possession rate is 14-6. That's been a long time since, it's the first time that Geelong have actually got hold of the football a lot more than Port, even though it's early days.
Radaglia from the back pocket to the congestion. Marshall straight down to Horn. Francis involved. Butters is hit. Butters is wrapped up with a tackle. They've come out with some intent here, the Cats, to start this third. Brendan Parfitt just smashed Butters into the turf. Butters gets up laughing. He loves it. Says, bring it on. Vicentini couldn't get it down to a teammate. And again, when the ball hits the turf, it's Wines and it's Blitzarves and it's Parfitt and Butters.
Parfitt is really in Butters' face at the moment.
Yeah, and he's smiling. He says, bring it on, Mick. He's loving it. Down to Parfitt. Picks it up, drives it. Radaglia with the sit. Offhands couldn't take it with his second attempt. Horn Francis. Oh, this is bodies on the line type stuff. This is brilliant. And Horn Francis wins the free. He's been the best on ground so far for Port Adelaide, and they've got a lead of 42 points early stages of the third.
What a night he's having. Finds Farrell, kicks into the middle of the ground, wanted me, couldn't connect, and Zach Guthrie takes the intercept mark. Hand pass away to Cameron, cruising round the back, kicks to half forward, and Mullen marks in front of Duncan. Duncan's probably the longer kick of the pair, hands it back to Cameron, another touch in the chain, beautiful pass onto the chest of Stengel. And he marks closer to goal, left half forward. He'll kick from about 40 out.
They know to give it to Jeremy Cameron when he's cruising past, don't they? And it's not just because of the goal kicking ability, it's because of the field kicking as well. He shaped on that one then as though he's going to blaze away for goal. Everybody backpedaled. He hit up Tyson Stengel with a beautiful little pass.
Cats 42 points down. And Tyson Stengel returning to the form of his All-Australian year a couple of seasons ago. A non-negotiable for him. Moves in, drop punt, is good. And the Cats get the first of the second half. There's no margin for error for this Geelong team coming from a long way back. 7 goals down, now 6. 5.5 minutes into the third term. Geelong moved to 6-6. Port Adelaide at 12-6. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lee.
It's definitely the midfield that has certainly picked up. Parfitt not only is tagging, but he's ended up with 3 possessions. And the 3 possessions have gained him, it's only 78 metres. I thought it was a lot further, 78 metres, but he's taking them forward. The second one is Cameron's coming further up the ground, no doubt about that. Myers is getting involved. Duncan's been involved at the half-back. So the players are getting involved. It's whether now Port can, I guess, to get on even keel for this quarter, that's all they need to do. It's through these stoppages. And right now, there's been a dynamic change because of the ruck work.
Port kicked 8 goals to 3 in the opening term to open up this lead, but Blitzarves with beautiful ruck work gets it straight down to Atkins, drives up long. Charging out was Henry. Here's a chance for Dempsey. Gets on his right, looking for Stengel, had to stand his ground, and he did it well. Bearing down was Houston. And he's going to line up from exactly the same spot where he just kicked a goal.
And Mick just called it.
He did.
It came from the ruck work. It was a Blitzarves hit out, a clearance from Tom Atkins. Didn't muck around with it, just got it in deep. Big marking contest. And then the ground level players go to work, and Ollie Dempsey with a clever kick.
And that's why Mick Moldhouse is in the experts' chair as Stengel lines up for his 3rd goal of the game to get the margin back to 30 points. He delivers. A clenched fist. Belief in that forward group for the Cats. After being 49 points down, they eated the margin, and it's now 30. 12-6, 78 Port Adelaide, Geelong 7-6, 48. 7 minutes gone in the third.
And it's the perfect start by Geelong if they're going to chip away at this lead, because they needed a confidence-building start to this quarter. Make a little bit of an inroad, even if then it turns into an arm wrestle again. They don't need it to be even at 3/4 time, because that's probably too big a chunk to take. But if they can turn it into a 20-point margin at 3/4 time, they'll start believing in themselves. So this little confidence boost, Mick, early, so important for that midfield group in particular, but the whole team.
Well, the game goes for 4 by 20. So it's no use being 5 in front and then losing control.
You got to sign up for 80 every week in this comp as Blitz halves. His hand pass ends up in a turnover. A Port win it. Vicentini receives a handball, kicks to the top of the goal square. Offhand spills through to Rioli. Colin Jasny, goal-saving tackle. Ball comes out from Rioli off his backside. Dixon, hand pass to Colin Jasny, gives it to Finlayson. Can't get his leg free. Slick hand pass, spills its way to Mead. Hand pass out of the 50 to Houston, kicks across the half-forward line, and his bloke, who's getting jeered. I'm not sure if that's him or the scenario. His kick is a turnover, and Stewart takes the intercept mark on the behind line for Geelong. So back to 30 points. Port's way, 8 minutes into the third.
Goes straight down the corridor. Duncan was there. He couldn't collect it. Here's a chance for the Cats. And picking it up was Mullen. Quickly executed out wide when Hawkins able to take the mark. He's too far out to score. Brings it back inboard. Oh, it just was well weighted beautifully for Duncan. Radically tried to get a hand to it, and he couldn't. And Mitch Duncan
everywhere, and he's going to go back and have a set shot.
He was looking. His eyes were darting. He thought about giving it off, Mitch, and in the end he said, "No, I'm going to back myself in." The veteran.
The Cats fans liked a little bit of fancy footwork from Jai Clark. Game number 9 just got them out of a little bit of trouble. That's what set the ball moving.
1 goal, 3 so far this season for Mitch Duncan. The 32-year-old veteran sets it on its way and hooks it at the last moment. It all looked set to sail through at a brand new grandstand at the Geelong City end before it hooked late and misses to the left. 7-7-49 Geelong, Port 12-6-78.
It's been 17 years since Port won at this ground, trying to break that, but Geelong with early momentum here in the third term. Long kick up to the wing from Farrell. It's coming back though. The Cats down to half forward. Here's Holmes running across the arc. Hooks a kick to the top of the goal square. Radically trying to punch it through. Just got it there as Hawkins tried to pull it back on the behind line. Another score for Geelong. It is a minor one. The margin's only 28. It was 49 just before half-time. We're 10 minutes into the third. Port by 28 points.
Gee, it was a risky kick in from Burton as well, but the arms outstretched by Houston got there just. Butters takes the uncontested mark at centre-half back, goes straight down the corridor to Drew. Handballs off to the running Mead, who skittles away and then delivers to centre-half forward where Dixon's got it. And that's their best end-to-end stuff. Dixon gives the little handball off to Farrell. On his left from 50 out. Put it through. It's his second of the night. The lethal left foot. You know, every time he gets it from 50, it's laser-like. And that was exquisite foot skills. And Port Adelaide, with their first goal in this third term, extend that margin back out to 34 points. A steadier for the visitors. 13-6-84, Geelong 7-8-50. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Yeah, important mark by Dixon. He hasn't kicked the goal, but what he has done is given a magnificent contest and taken that mark. Again, you've just got to scratch your head and say, everyone knows that Farrell is a 55 to 60 metre kick and he's going to go left. These are little things in football that the 1%ers, you make Dixon have a shot for goal. And he's not that confident about from that distance. But no, we give it to Farrell, he's quite comfortable.
0437 774 774 the SMS. Let us know where you are around the country or around the world, perhaps, as the Cats trying to mount a comeback. That took a little bit of air out of their balloon. Mullen, hand pass forward. Parfitt knocks it to centre-half forward. Picked up by Houston. Got a hand pass out to Wines. Now to Drew. Spun around. Handball to Sin. Cuts through the middle of Cadinia Park. Ugly kick off his left. Bounces down towards Finlayson. Collects. Looking to dish a hand pass. He's going to go himself. Turns, kicks inside the attacking arc. Rioli to target. O'Connor spoils. Down into the path of Holmes. The fend off. Hand pass back to O'Connor. Handball back to Holmes. Against the boundary line. Keeps it in play. And Farrell, professional fumble out of bounds. A throw in between wing and half forward for the Power.
Corbs, you said it that it takes a bit of the wind out of the sail, but if you're going to mount a big comeback, you can't let it. You can't. They're going to kick a goal. They're going to kick more than one goal, Port Adelaide. But you need to think, okay, that's fine. Now we get back to what we were doing to start this quarter. If we can kick 2 or 3 in a row again, and then maybe they get another, we're chipping away at that score.
Vicentini in the ruck's been good, although that kick wasn't great off the side of the boot, and it turns into a turnover. Holmes takes it, goes long down the line, and Radicalea and Hawkins Hawkins put his hand up right up against the boundary line. He thought he might have taken the mark. Ratugolea gets his big palm in there and sees it over.
And I guess that the way that you have to play to chase a game like this means that you are going to be vulnerable the other way, aren't you?
Yeah, and you can say, we kick 3, they kick 1. We kick 3, they kick 1. By three-quarter time, we're back within a manageable margin. You've got to take risks.
Vicentini on the boundary throwing, got it to Bergman, got it to Drew, all by hands. Houston, Drew involved again. Quick hands was McEntee, and now Farrell. Oh, he's tackled by Holmes. Had a fresh airy. Is that holding the ball? The umpire said no, it was correct disposal. Turnover anyway here for the Cats. Or getting himself in a little bit of a pickle there was the young Cats player Mullen, who started as the sub. Comes to Jeremy Cameron. On the bounce, picking it up is Myers. Delivery was straight down the throat of Houston, standing in front of Mitch Duncan inside 50.
Interesting that Geelong had 3 players forward of the ball. All that was taking place when Port had their head over the football. Yeah. So they were really backing getting that football.
Howe work it down the wing. Bergman to Horne-Francis. His kick inboarded, turnover. Hand on it from Myers. Spills to Zach Guthrie. Hand pass wanted. Parfitt missed him. Slides out of play. 14 minutes into the third. Power by 34.
So that comes about, Mick. Geelong are trying to obviously flip it the other way. Get out of turnover. And because of the way the scoreboard reads, I think a few players have had the licence given to them
to go forward.
Get forward. Get forward. Let's chase a win and also potentially risk getting scored against the other way.
Sydney by 8 over Fremantle. 25 minutes into the opening quarter over in Perth. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Sin on the outside, skirts of the stoppage, kicks forward but straight to Stewart of Geelong. Hand pass out in front of Mullen, just knocks it away to Myers. He's tackled by Bergman, ball comes out. McEntee had it, tackled by Mullen, ball comes out again. Drew scoops it up. Hand pass to Horne-Francis, clever. Kicks inboard and finds Wines, who marks on the wing.
Wines gives it off to his teammate in Mead. Thought about the handball, instead kicks out into space. Zach Guthrie gets there first. He's met heavily. Ball dispossessed. And it trickles over the boundary line. More than happy to see it over was blitz halves.
And Geelong, defenders are being super aggressive, Mick.
They are.
Which probably caught them out in the first quarter, but they're being super aggressive now because they have to be, because they have to try and chase it.
Interesting enough, Port, I reckon, have wasted the football 4 or 5 times under that pressure. And instead of going where they went in the first quarter, they're now sort of giving the ball up.
So flick back in, and it was Bergman who was able to pick it up and then dab the kick out inside the lead of Georgiades, who takes a mark right up against the boundary line.
It's going to be a decent kick here. If he goes, he won't be able to go around the body because it's too far out for the body.
So O'Connor's the man on the mark. He's 40 metres out, but he's right on the boundary line. Right, left forward pocket, right in front of the giant screen.
Right to left or left to right?
Right. Well, he has to go. He has to go right to left. He has to pull the ball around. So he's got to wind inside here.
He's kicked 1 goal so far tonight. He takes 3 steps. He strikes that ball and it hits the post.
Having a good run.
He did indeed. 35 points is the lead to Port Adelaide. They led by 29 at quarter time after an 8-3 opening term.
We'll get to Jess in just a moment. Geelong moving it quickly from the kick out. Kolajasny long up to the wing. They all miss it. Slides through to Myers. Hand pass away to Atkins. Tucks it under his arm. Kicks to Hawkins. Knocked away by Ratugolea. Kicks it in front of him. Middle of Cardinia Park. Wines collects. Hand pass to Mead. Kick smothered. Ricochets out in front of Stewart. Clever sockers it forward to close. Hand pass to Parfitt. Pushes off Sin. 70 out. Kicks inside 50. Cameron leaps up and marks. It's centre half forward for the Cats. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Max Holmes is in the hands of the physios down here on the Cats bench. He came off the ground looking very sore. They're concerned about his right shin, but it looks like he's getting that strapped up now, and that is hopefully a good sign, and he will get back out there as soon as possible.
So this is another turnover. Short kick by Port under pressure. No distance whatsoever.
Goal so far tonight. Jeremy Cameron. Not anymore. Trying to drag the Cats back into it. They've kicked 3 of the first 4 to start the third term. And the crowd roars in support. Back to 29 points, Port Adelaide's way. 13-785. Geelong 8-8-56. 17 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And you're right, Nick. So Geelong are trying to bring this surge of pressure. Defenders being super aggressive. Hunt. Try and get the ball forward at all costs. They're taking some risk because they need to chase a big score and chase a comeback. Port Adelaide just need that composure in that moment.
And they've lost that.
Yeah, and if they could find a couple of targets, calm down, get their eyes up the field a little bit, take a longer option or two, it will then take the wind out of the Geelong sails eventually, and that aggressiveness of the Cats will go away.
Yeah. Oh, it was 49 points. It's back to 29 points.
And I reckon there's been 5 kicks that I can just remember in the last, say, 10 passages of play that have hit the deck.
A crooked bounce, so this time it's tossed up in the air. It's flicked down by Finlayson down towards Drew. He's met heavily. He goes to ground. He was met heavily by Jeremy Cameron. He wins a free kick.
Wow.
No, in fact, the free kick's going to Cameron. And yet it's Drew that gets up sore. So Cameron with that long penetrating kick. Ratugolea got his hands to it. In fact, it was Aaliyah rather. Sin boots it out of the defensive 50. Duncan pounces on it, gives it to Parfitt. He was tackled to the turf. Guthrie picks it up. That's Zach Guthrie, puts it out in front of Hawkins and Ratugolea. And what a night, Ratugolea. Oh, I was about to say, I was about to give Ratugolea a big wrap up for his matchup on Hawkins tonight.
He deserves one anyway, though, Cal. I know he's given away a free kick here, but he has been very, very good. But the umpire spotted an arm chop there, so Hawkins can have a shot from a very tough angle.
But he does slide it left to right, so this does suit his kicking style.
Not sure there's a free kick in that.
No, there's no way. No, it's a free kick. Absolutely no way.
So he kicked 1 goal in the second term when they dearly needed him to stand up, and that was from a tough angle. This time to the city end in the right forward pocket. He just walks straight past the security guard, who's sitting on the chair with a front row seat to this set shot, and he's missing to the near side.
Well,
misses everything.
Yeah, that was going to be left to right, all right. He squeezed it too close to his body. I reckon if he has his time over again.
Kicked 11 goals to 3 to start the game, Port Adelaide. It's Geelong 5 goals to 2 since. So the Cats with a bit of momentum, trying to exit defensive 50, but it's coming back. Zach Guthrie jams it on the boot, and here's Ratugolea.
Inside 50s, 13 to 6. This is a complete turnaround from the first couple of quarters. It's been extraordinary, really.
Pantomime villain boo for Ratugolea, the former Geelong player, back at the Cattery tonight. He retreats with the kick to Farrell.
It was a pretty half-hearted boo.
He wasn't it? They're not good at that here, Geelong. They're not a nasty bunch. There's a long kick from Farrell out of the defensive 50 up to the wing. Georgiades knocks it forward. Kolodjasny had it, lost it. Spills out to Finlayson. High up and under. Whacked away by Zach Guthrie out to the wing, and Butters is there to win the ground ball. Hand pass for Port Adelaide away to Burne-Jones. Kicks to half forward. Marshall the target, redirected by the O'Connor spoil, and he runs onto the footy. Half back for the Cats. Kicks further afield outside the defensive arc and finds De Koning. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie, still at half back for Geelong.
The two blondes with the headbands combined, and then he goes out wider still. Here's a chance for Duncan. Duncan under pressure gets a kick. Rowan and Aaliyah. Rowan with a shove. Aaliyah shoved him and he went over the boundary line. The umpire said, I'm not falling for that.
No, you're allowed to do that. That's good body use. Yep. It was in the front. It was body on body. The ball was right there. This is good footy.
So it's going to roll back in. A spinning ball at half forward here for the Cats. Blitzarves. Guthrie wins a free. It'll come back, even though Stengel played on.
Oh, and the Ollie Henry uncontested mark inside 50.
So Cam Guthrie will win the free. He sees something he likes. Oh, there's a player down behind play here. Now, the umpire's blown his whistle and said, Ratugolea is down and he wins the free.
Well, it was just terrible play because it was so obvious. The umpire was always going to stand lateral to that football. And it was Myers, wasn't he?
No, it was Jai Clark.
Oh, Jai Clark just stood right in front of him, locked him off.
2-on-2 in the left forward pocket it was, and Ratugolea goes to ground, wins the free kick. Goes long down the broadcast side where Marshall takes a contested mark.
To Butters, who's getting involved. Mark, short kick away to Boak, touches it on the ground, runs in front of the interchange gates. Long kick for Port Adelaide inside 50. Down there, Georgiades and Zach Guthrie. Guthrie spoils, and then the ball trickles out of play. Throw in 40 out from the power goal. Quarter time in Perth. Sydney by 7 points. Doesn't really tell the story, though. Fremantle 1-5. Sydney 3 straight.
Wow.
So double the scoring shots, and yet the home team down by 7. Quarter time there in Perth. Call available through the ABC Listen app, and we will take you there right here for the second half. Boundary throwing, Finlayson first hands on it, down to Rioli. Hurried kick forward, and Rioli's got 4. Port Adelaide with a bit more breathing room. 23 gone in the third. The Power to 14-7-91. Geelong 8-8-56. It is back to 35 points the Power's way. And Willie Rioli with a nice night out at the Cattery thus far.
What a crumb.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Cracking goal.
Read beautifully. And the other thing about Rioli, he's very, very, quick, but he's also very strong through the core. So he needed that then to straighten up for his kick. And even though it was coming in a blink of an eye. But again, what happened while Port led early was their commitment to the stoppage, and that then now it's got them back in the game. It got Geelong back in the game, but that one there now it hasn't evened it up, but it certainly put another dent in that scoreline.
Just saw the replay of it. That is small forward craft at a stoppage of the highest order.
Yeah.
That was superb.
Brilliant goal. Willie Rioli's got 4. Blitzarves dominating in the ruck down to the youngster in Clark. He can't break free. I went up to Tiwi Islands, Mick. It was about 10, 12 years ago. I met Willie Rioli when he was a teenager, and Cyril, his cousin, was dominating, and he said, do you know why he's such a good tackler? He used to just play in the front yard. He'd let the Joey go, he'd catch the Joey. He'd let him go, he'd catch the Joey. He'd let him go, he'd catch the Joey. And he said, I'm doing the same thing. Here's Horn Francis, again, bollocking his way through. It's a loose ball at the top of the goal square here for Port Adelaide. Georgiadis is in there, so too Cameron rips it clear and then just throws it into the clear zone. Blitzarves comes in. He controls it to Dempsey. And now it's Zach Guthrie faking one way, and then his kick's gone straight to Port Adelaide.
Houston takes the intercept mark. So back to 35 points. With the home crowd trying to just get Geelong back into it, build some momentum. Kicked the back-to-back goals on a couple of occasions, but haven't been able to get within 29. As Houston puts Port back inside the attacking arc. They come from all directions. Ball slips out the back, collected by Mullen. He's tackled, taken to ground. Says play on. Falls to Atkins. His kick smothered. Stays inside the forward arc for the Power. Zach Guthrie knocks it out. Clark paddles to his own advantage. Pushed off it. Butters clean in traffic. Got a hand pass out. Finlayson taps it to his own advantage. From the boundary line, he misses near side. 36 points, Port Adelaide's lead. 25 gone in the third term. Just repeating quarter time over in Perth. Sydney by 7 points over the Dockers. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Kick in to a contest. And they keep it in play. The Cats do. Stengel's there. He handballs off to his teammate in O'Connor. Drives it long. Spoil was good by Rowan, because waiting at the back here is a chance for the Cats. Myers gives it off to Hawkins on the outside of his boot. He tries to grub her in the Rowan direction, who's down there. Started this passage of play, drew on all fours, flicks it out on as far as Stengel. Tackled by Farrell. Ball up. 40 metres out from the Cats' goal. Hawkins in the ruck, straight down to Sin. The kick just flicked down, comes the way of O'Connor for the Cats, loops it up and close in the long sleeves, had to get the arms right up high, and takes a fingertipper with his outstretched arms directly in front, 40 metres out, as the Cats trail by 36.
That was so obvious that was going to happen, because under pressure, Geelong put a lot of pressure in the forward line, but their outside players, outside 50, just ring the outside 50. Port are starting to get a bit lazy. They were sitting off at least 30 metres, so they had no hope of getting there.
Well, the Cats have hope, Mick. 2 minutes before three-quarter time. They trail by 6 goals. They trail by as much as 49. But now it's 30 points the difference, and they have belief. All thanks to Brad Close and his kicking skills. He's kicked his second. 14-8-92. Geelong 9-8-62. The comeback is officially on.
Yeah, and they've been able to generate 17 inside 50s this quarter.
Massive.
Which is, yeah, absolutely huge considering what they did in the first half. They've got the 4 goals from it. You think the margin probably, Mick, need to somehow, what have we got to go? 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. Somehow find another goal, I think, to get that real genuine belief coming into the three-quarter time huddle. I know they'd be pleased with this quarter, but you need something as a playing group to think, yeah, we can do this. I reckon another goal is what's needed.
Crowd trying to play their part. Port Adelaide have been playing from in front from the jump. They kicked the first 4 goals of the game. Back in the middle, Vicentini tries to soccer it forward, spills to Wines, hand pass to Butters. He bursts away. The acting skipper puts it into the forward pocket. Ball slides out of play in front of Marshall. And a throw in deep forward for the Power.
It's interesting kick that. I just don't know whether... I have a feeling that they've been told, make sure you keep away from Stewart, so therefore you know Stewart's going to be in line with the kicker and lead off that. Poor kick, but nonetheless still inside 50.
A boundary throw in. Finlayson first hands to it. Rioli flashing through the stoppage, couldn't trap it. Georgiades does. Hand pass to Butters. Slick hands to Horn Francis. Kicks inside 50. Zach Guthrie threw his body at it. Had to land on Rioli, but takes the mark anyway. And Rioli not happy. Got up to tackle Zach Guthrie, and the ump said, that's a mark.
That'll be 100 metres too. Yep.
So Rioli jumps in front of Zach Guthrie as he's trying to run the 50 metres. And the ump says, that's not allowed. Keep coming, keep coming. And Zach Guthrie will go from centre-half back to centre-half forward and have a shot at goal.
Well, this is the type of goal. If you're a team trying to come from a long way back, you can nail this one with a little bit of ill-discipline. This is the sort of thing going into the three-quarter time break that might give you the big lift.
Every player knows the rule. If you get sucked into that, it's a give me for a start off, the 50, and then 100 is, it's giving a side some pulse.
Rioli just grabbed by his teammate Jeremy Finlayson to calm him down. The Kardinia Park crowd is roaring. Zach Guthrie cashes in the gift. The momentum shifter. Can it be that for the Cats? They get themselves within 24 points. 14-8-92. Geelong 10-8-68 as we close in on three-quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Jess Webster is on the boundary.
Well, you can hear a pin drop here at Kardinia Park in the first half, but that was the loudest roar from the Cats fans that we've heard tonight as that ball sailed through. As far as they're concerned, it is game on right now. And I was watching Jeremy Cameron after Zach Guthrie kicked that goal, and he was screaming at the fans in front of the Reg Hickey stand. He was up and about. He loved it. He's pumped.
And meanwhile, Willie Rioli just wants the ground to open up and swallow him. And Finlayson and Marshall were like two big burly security guards around him, walking him back deep inside 50, keeping him away from the Cats players. He's been a 4-goal hero tonight, but a brain fade has cost him and his team. Cats win it out of the centre. Mark to Holmes. He's got it at half forward. He's going to put it almost to Dempsey. Was it a hold? The umpire? Yes, it was. Alia's been pinged for a hold, a tug of the jumper, and Dempsey's going to go back for a set shot with 44 seconds on the clock to get it back to under 20 points. My goodness me. They led by 49 points late in the second quarter. Port Adelaide, 49 points. The last team to come back from 49 points was St Kilda over the Dogs back in 2015. Saints beat the Dogs when they were down by 49 points. The Cats have got history in their sights. Startled, overwhelmed, dumbfounded in the opening half. They are revitalised, and against all odds, they've got belief. Back within 18 points, 10 seconds before three-quarter time. This place is buzzing. 14-8-92 Port Adelaide. Geelong 11-8-74. It's a margin of 18.
And it's come from the middle of the ground. Nick's been talking about it all night. The fact that they had to get it rolling from there. They've generated 19 inside 50s, the Cats, this quarter, to only 10 to Port Adelaide. So all that confidence, all that belief, and now the proactive defenders are starting to run is because of the ability to win the ball through the middle of the ground.
Contested balls, Lingy. It's unbelievable, the contested football.
Blitz helps, grabs it out of the right, kicks forward for the Cats. Burton can't trap it, close. Hand pass to Myers, kicks inside 50. No mark, hits the deck, siren. Three-quarter time. But this is well and truly on. 6 goals to 2 for the quarter. After Port Adelaide led by 41 at half-time, they lead by 18. As we turn for home.
Oh, there's just some verbal love out there between the two teams. I'd describe it as lingy at the moment. Cam Guthrie Aaliyah's in there, Zach Butters. Zach Butters just loves it.
He does it with a smile on his face
Doesn't he?
the whole time. He's
And
so good to watch.
Look at him just trying to galvanise his team. He's the smallest player out there. There's no Connor Rosie. They're missing their number 1 and number 2 ruckman. And yet the smallest, toughest player out there is trying to get this group together. And they could be on the verge of what would arguably be Ken Hinckley's greatest win.
The goal kickers to three-quarter time. 4 for Willie Rioli, 2 for Farrell, 2 for Burne-Jones, and then singles. Marshall, Butters, Wines, Horne-Francis, Georgiades and Finlayson. 18 points, Port Adelaide's lead. The goal kickers for the Cats. Stengel's got 3, 2 for Close, 1 for Cameron, Rowan, Hawkins, Dempsey, Myers and Zach Guthrie. What a night we've seen at Cardinia Park. Port Adelaide had the first 5 inside 50s. They scored 4 goals, 1, led 25 points to zip. From that point on, the closest Geelong have been was within 12 points. They fell 49 behind in the second quarter. And now as we turn for home, it's the Power by just 18. Momentum with the Cats. They've kicked the last 3 in the game. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lang coming up. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Coffee for Tony Armstrong. Extra hot almond latte, light on the froth.
Yep, thanks, mate. Okay, so I like my coffee my way. Just how I like my news. If you want to stay in the know your way, it's pretty easy. With the ABC News app or by heading straight to the ABC News website. Or if having emails in your inbox is the go, hit us up for newsletters. It's news your way. All the latest, all verified, all the time. That's a good coffee. Stay in the know with ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Mead, who skittles away and then delivers to centre half forward where Dixon's got it. And that's their best end-to-end stuff. Dixon gives the little handball off to Farrell. On his left from 50 out. Put it through. It's his second of the night.
Middle of Cardinia Park. Wines collects. Hand pass to Mead. Kick smothered. Ricochets out in front of Stewart. Clever sockers it forward to Close. Hand pass to Parfitt. Pushes off Sin. 70 out. Kicks inside 50. Cameron. Goaler so far tonight. Jeremy Cameron. Not anymore. Boundary throwing. Finlayson first hands on it. Down to Rioli. Hurried kick forward. And Rioli's got 4. Port Adelaide with a bit more breathing room. Butters, slick hands to Horne-Francis, kicks inside 50, Zach Guthrie. Threw his body at it, had to land on Rioli, but takes the mark anyway. And Rioli not happy, got up to tackle Zach Guthrie, and the onside, that's a mark.
That'll be 100 metres too. Yep.
Rioli just grabbed by his teammate, Jeremy Finlayson, to calm him down. The Cardinia Park crowd is roaring. Zach Guthrie cashes in the gift.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
What a night at Cardinia Park. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood. Jess Webster on the boundary, the 3-time Premiership captain Cameron Lang, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. It is three-quarter time. Port Adelaide by 18 points. Feels like game on in a big way. Have we got a match?
Well, as I said at half time, and I don't know whether it was on air now or sitting at the back here, but the game was never over. It's always 4 quarters of football. And because a side gets a big lead, it doesn't mean that you can't turn it around. I've been part of coaching and playing where the score was, you were down at quarter time or you're up at quarter time, and you start to chip away. I think Lingy said if they're not going to get the 6 goals straight up, which they did, but just at Port kick 2, but you can eat into that, and then you make, from half time, you say, well, okay, we're 6 down or 7 down, whatever it was.
41 points down at half time.
So, okay, let's say 7 goals. Then you eat into that. You don't go, we're going to kick 7 goals and get level. What you do is you eat into it. And what they've done, Geelong, we were just talking about before, the dynamic play of Port's midfield stopped. Now, that was because of tagging, a ruckman that's now on top. There's no question who's on top in the ruck, so that's changed the dynamics. The clearance rate that quarter was, whatever it was, well, let's say it was 10 each, so there wasn't a great deal of difference. And
that quarter, 10 to 9, Mick, you're right.
But the significant thing to me, Lingy, is the contested football.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen such a gap in contested football.
18 to the Cats, plus 18 in that quarter.
But it was 44, though.
Yeah.
To get that 18 in front. So it wasn't as if it was 26 to you know, to 6. It was or 8. It was 44. So that means that from the word go, they were prepared to get their hands dirty, and when that ball did fall in the first half, Port ran away with it. This third quarter, Geelong have dominated it.
We particular focus on the midfield because that's where Port Adelaide set up the game in the first half, and that's where Geelong got themselves back into the game in that third quarter. I feel they got the balance better with some of the matchups in the middle of the ground for the Cats. You mentioned the Blitzarves move was an outstanding one to this point. Reece Stanley was getting beaten by Visentini. Make a change straight away. Don't wait till halfway through the third quarter to make it. They made it. Parfitt was trying to play on Horne-Francis in the first half. His starting points were all over the shop and completely wrong. They put him onto Butters, which allowed Butters is hunt the footy at the coalface, allowed Parfitt to go in, just hunt. It feels like Mullen has then gone over on to Horne-Francis. Now, Mullen hasn't got much of the footy himself, but he's just blunted Horne-Francis's impact a little bit, taking him down to 5 or 6 touches that quarter, took away the really dynamic ones. So the balance has been better, and then it's a combination of whether it was Cam Guthrie or Jeremy Cameron's been up on the wing, Mitch Duncan up on the wing as well, have been able to work through the middle of the ground around those couple of key matchups. And the Geelong forwards, they had plenty of chances. 20 inside 50s is always going to give you a shot of piling on a couple of goals.
And interesting enough, Horne-Francis is now out of the centre. That's how effective that was. Now, that might last only a minute or so, but what it's saying is we don't want our player being tagged early and taken out of the game. So, big changes.
Port by 18 points. Final term underway. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Visentini wins it down. Parfitt soccers out wide. Ball trickles in front of the interchange gates, and Cameron and Bergman see it out. Jess Webster's on the boundary. Jess, just recapping, Geelong made their sub much earlier tonight.
They did in the second quarter. Sorry, it was a tactical sub by Geelong. Reece Stanley was subbed out for Ocean Mullen, who came in halfway through the second quarter. So an early call there from the Cats.
And Port Adelaide, still no call?
No, Francis Evans is still unmoved at the back of the bench as their unused sub. I'll be keeping a close eye on it the first few minutes of this last quarter.
Thanks, Jess. Quick kick forward from the boundary, throw in by Drew, picked off by Zach Guthrie, hands it away. And the kick from DeConing off the back flank, out to the wing. Geelong keep it in their hands. Collar Jasny to Hawkins, who takes the mark between wing and half forward for Geelong. 18-point lead for Port Adelaide. Geelong building, comes back inboard to his premiership teammate Duncan, kicks to the top of the goal square. The target Rowan pushes off one. Mullen collects, snaps to the goal line off hands. It bounces out of play next to the behind post. Stoppage deep forward for the Cats. They're coming home to the Barwon River end. Port by 18.
Everyone poised, looking at the yellow Sharon as it spins its way back in. Hawkins is in the ruck. Got it down to Sin. Nice little pick up by Burn-Jones, but he's given it straight to his teammate in Houston, who's run into 2 Cats and slammed back into the turf.
Good strong tackle, but strong by Houston too to not cough the footy up.
So ball up, Hawkins spills the way of close, tackled to the turf by Mead. Charging through was intent with was Cam Guthrie, and then Myers. Is that kicking in danger?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And it was there too.
Yep.
And this is where they're getting... They had 3 players every time. Now, this quarter and the third quarter, they're finding it very hard to break through those lines.
So Butters sets it up. In a quick couple of possessions, it's worked its way to Houston, who's a thumping kick. Drives it long. Dixon got his hand to it. The umpire says it's a free. It's Geelong's way in the contest, and it'll go the way of Henry, Jack Henry. There are about 4 huge key players in that contest. He can release Stewart, who stops, props, and then delivers to Zach Guthrie. Got loose players further up the ground. One of them is close. Takes the mark right in front of the interchange gates. Draws the defender of Bergman. Gives it off to the running carry of Holmes, and then goes looking for Myers. But it was a one-on-one, and the taller player was Aaliyah playing in front. Not the best decision. Aaliyah picks it off.
No, he read that well then, Aaliyah. Just read the kicker's cues. Knew he was going to release. Knew he had the height advantage. Well played.
He goes short to Burton. Has it at half-back. Milestone 9 for him as well. Plays his 100th game for Port Adelaide after starting his career with Hawthorn. Played the first 47 games there. So well done to Ryan Burton. Short kick to Bergman. Goes long down the wing. There's Cameron. Hands on it. No mark. Hits the deck. Colin Jasney. Wrapped up by Burne-Jones. Ball up between wing and half forward for Port. Hi guys, at the ground listening to your broadcast. I'm in shock from Joan in Geelong. Are we going to get a similar finish to last night from Gale in Launceston? Trying to pull off the big comeback. The Cats were 49 down. They're now within 18.
So Guthrie from a stoppage. It's a loose ball inside that centre square. Swooping on it was Ratugolea. Gives it to Boak, who's centering kick. Finds Burne-Jones on the edge of the centre circle. He flares it wider still by foot to Bergman. Here's this short, sharp passing again. This is Sin.
Yeah, Port Adelaide are happy to be in this mode just to take a little bit of the energy out of the game.
One of 5 inclusions at selection. Sin sends it towards Dixon, who was presenting hard, but it's off hands. Thumped over the boundary line, so they'll reset for a stoppage here. 25 around from Port Adelaide's goal.
Rioli's the threat here. He's already kicked the 4. They look to maybe get a little block. They've opened up a pocket of space in front of Dixon in the ruck contest.
First goal of the last quarter, enormous. To throw out the old cliches, Dixon wins the hit out down towards Butters, gets a looping hand pass to the boundary line upstairs, spin it in.
Wow, hand pass.
And again, big smile on his face as he goes and bangs bodies with Barfoot, Zach Butters. The new smiling assassin out there, Zach Butters. And what a year he had last year, backing it up. He's in a tangle with Parfitt here at the boundary throw-in from the ruck work. It's one down by Dixon into Rioli. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Forward 50 for the power. Zach Guthrie says, get that out of here. Jams it on the boot up in front of the Geelong bench. One bounce out of play.
There is no question Zach Guthrie has been Geelong's best player by a country mile. He's been so good off half-back.
Shout out to Ralph in southern Italy, listening to the broadcast. Nice to hear from you, Ralph. And from Liv, these teams must have watched Carlton and Melbourne play last night. They're going the same way about it. Can we expect a similar result?
Will it be the same script? Will Geelong feel just short of a mighty comeback? Myers was taken high as he was slipping to the ground. Yes, the umpire did see it eventually. Aliir clipped him over the head. So Myers, scrubby old kick, works its way to Blitzars, has the desired effect. And now quickly to Duncan. Puts it in too close. Oh, that was a well way to pass close to beat Houston. And he put it on his side where the defender wasn't. He's taken a mark. He's within range, directly in front, 35, 40 metres out.
Well, Cal, I'm staggered because his opponent was right next to him and just allowed him to stoop across in front. I've been watching the Port players. They look totally and utterly exhausted. They cannot chase a yard, and even when they're having their kicks.
So directly in front, Close has had a brilliant game. This for his 3rd. Not to be.
I don't know about you, Lingy, but I just reckon that when you are tired like this, your kicking comes astray, your touches out.
Oh, definitely.
Port by 17. Burton brings it in, hits Wines at centre half back. Port want to go. Lights green. Hand pass out to Houston. He kicks to the wing, and his Boak is in the full perimeter at the moment.
And you end up with a lot of players just queuing up for the sideways backward kick, Nick, because they just want to control the footy. Now, this is a good switch of play. They can go quicker from here.
Goes back to Boak. One half back flank to the other for Aliir. Hand pass away to Farrell. Handball over halfway to Bergman. In front of the interchange. Hand pass back to Farrell. He kicks Port inside the forward 50. Dixon in the pack. In front, Georgiades rips it down in front of 3 or 4 others. And Georgiades takes a towering pack mark. Big time spot for Port Adelaide.
Aliir might have hurt himself behind the play.
I reckon he's got it groin.
Yeah, Jess, did you see that one down on the boundary?
I didn't see the incident, but you stole the words right out of my mouth. He looks very sore as he's coming to the interchange bench and he wants to continue on. He might just be cramping, but Francis Evans has been warming up along the boundary line, so they might be ready to make a sub any moment now.
I reckon he's cramped. That shows their fitness.
Port protecting a big lead once upon a time to steady the ship. Georgiades drills it. Stops a run of 3 consecutive Geelong goals. And Port push it back out beyond 20. It's the Power by 23. 8 gone final term. 15-8-98. Geelong 11-9-75. And that's what they hope he'll turn into, the towering pack mark and the goal to finish for their emerging key forward.
It's so hard, Mick, isn't it? When you set yourself such a big task to get so far back, you have to make every little moment matter. So Brad Close just misses that goal and would have kept that momentum rolling along. Instead, it goes down the other end of the ground. Georgiades nails his set shot. And just gives Port back that nice little buffer again.
That was a great mark, though, in front of the pack.
Yeah.
It was, big Charlie Dixon was coming over the back, and he was going to take everything out to bring the ball to the ground. So to take the mark in front of the pack was fantastic.
Alia's still out there, so that's good news for Port Adelaide fans as Vicentini rises high. Wines with the kick. Out of the centre circle in a one-on-one. Burn-Jones was in a tussle. He spoils it down. Oh, what about the pick-up from Butters? The acting captain tonight. The mop-up of the still ball off the deck was brilliant. Spins around, delivers it long. It clears the pack, and now under the pump is Colin Jasny. He's got Willie Rioli for company. He just takes that professional fumble over the boundary line. Willie Rioli has kicked 4 tonight. Georgiadis 2. Burn-Jones 2. Farrell 2. They lead it by 23 points, Port Adelaide. In the 9th minute of the final term, a boundary throw-in. Dixon in the ruck, down to Rioli. He fumbled it, so he's forced to tackle De Koning. Oh, Burn-Jones just rips it out of De Koning's hand. Grubbers it along, and it runs smack bang into the bottom of that goalpost. Through for a minor score. Margin is 24.
Cats kicked 6 goals to 2 after being down by 41 at half-time. It was 6 goals to 2 in the third quarter. Port get the first of the final term. They lead it by 24. Geelong out of the back half. Cameron kicks up to halfway for Myers. Hand pass to the only teenager out there in Clark. Puts it inside 50. Took a touch from Radicalier, but slides through to Ollie Henry. Cats answer straight back. Game not done yet. And Ollie Henry kicks his first of the night. Joins the growing list of goal kickers. And Geelong tick over to 12-9-81. They trail Port Adelaide 15-9-99. Back to 18 points the margin. Final quarter action. We are 10 minutes into it. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Oldhouse, Cameron Ling.
With that knife's edge, though, Corbs, you say Geelong's not out of it. They have to kick the next one. I mean, with the margin, 18 points, you need to make Port Adelaide really worry and nervous and start to become maybe a little tentative with ball in hand by kicking the next goal. Make that scoreboard weigh on their minds. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Port Adelaide has made it sub. Francis Evans coming into the game. It's Charlie Dixon who's been subbed out of this one.
No, I'm not surprised. He couldn't go a yard, so that's a good move. You need some run.
Quiet last week as well. Kicked 1 goal early in that showdown and then didn't have much of an impact after that. Atkins with a driving tackle on Wines. Gee, this is tough at the moment. Port by 18 points, led by as much as 49. And with the crowd behind them, anything can happen here at the Cattery. Cam Guthrie charges after it. The umpire says it's a free kick going the way of Port. And it was a tangle off the ball between Wines and Atkins. Wines will take the free kick. From the centre. Had a good night, the Brownlow medalist. Goes straight down the centre of the ground. Georgiadis rose, couldn't take it. Rioli's in there fighting and scrapping, and it's held to him. It'll be a ball up.
Gee, Rioli's threatening down there.
He is, isn't he? 40 metres out directly in front of the Port Adelaide goals.
Up it goes. Comes down Atkins' way, kicks out of the defensive arc, back into the centre square. Hawkins goes to ground, wins it. Comes back to him at ground level, and back forms around him. Ott says, I'll have it. Ball up in the middle of Cardinia Park. Port Adelaide by 18 points, 12 gone, final term. A goal each in this final quarter so far. Hawkins wins it down. Cam Guthrie's kick smothered. Spills to Cameron, who's having a run up around the footy. Goes long to that outer wing. Aaliyah puts his fist through it. It'll sit for Duncan and the Cats. Hand pass goes back to O'Connor. Kick charge down. Nice work, Georgiadis. Wins it. Hand pass to Houston. He's crunched as he gets a hand pass back to Georgiadis. His handball missed the target. Holmes with it. Kicks beyond the wing. Aaliyah, the juggled mark. Got it. Defensive side of the wing for Port Adelaide. 12 and a half gone final term. The Power by 18 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's a good mark. That Gary Rowan was putting in that much effort to try and stop him from marking that footy, and he still took it, Aaliyah.
Skies that ball. Puts plenty of air in it. It's too tough to take in the air. Wines has got it. He got it back to McEntee. His kick was smothered. Big ball to be won here. Cam Guthrie, all the experience in the world. Back to Holmes. To Brian Myers was clever with the slap down. And then the spin by Rowan was good. Handballs backwards to Holmes. Lovely little sidestep. And now delivers a long bomb back Striking back bravely was Blitzarves. It spills the way of Myers. He's got time to assess his options. He keeps it low. He goes for home. He misses. The build-up was good by the Cats. The finish wasn't there by Myers. Port Adelaide facing a very nervous final 10 minutes. They haven't won here since 2007. It's been 17 long years. The club's only celebrated 2 wins here at the Cattery in their existence.
John Sin, the left, he goes along with the kick out, ends up in the hands of Atkins, but he's tackled. Hand pass retreats back to Jack Henry, knocks it away to Cam Guthrie, who's caught the ball up. By the way, in Perth, 28 minutes into the second term, still 9 scoring shots each. Sydney 9 straight. Fremantle 1-8. 54-14, a 40-point lead for the Swans approaching half-time. From the restart, Boat kicks forward, but it's coming back. Stewart with the intercept mark. Switches play. Finds Duncan. Back edge of the centre square. Port by 17. 14 gone, final quarter on ABC Sport. Shares it with Clark. Kicks down the wing, and here's Blitzarves. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Dempster. Rowan's on over the top. Receives the hand pass. 45 out. Tries to straighten up. Great work, Boat. Got back to spoil. Still inside. The field of play is somehow Radicalier. Was that almost a soccer out of the defensive 50 as he goes to ground? In the end, Clark takes it out of play, and we got a boundary throw in. Half forward for the Cats, 50 out. 15 gone, final term, Port by 17.
Who was that Port defender with the spoil? That was elite. Boak. That was brilliant. Defensive play. Just got the fist in there.
17 points is the margin as the ball rolls back into play. Cam Guthrie's rolled around in a 360 and then gets the handball out to Myers, cuts back inboard, gives it to the youngster in Clark, sets it up at the top of the goal square off hands. Here's Jeremy Cameron. Boat slapped it back out of his direction. Now Ollie Henry charges through, couldn't pick it up. Marshall, a long way from home. He looked a little confused and then he kicks to centre half back. Clark flicking it out of there. Here's a chance for Wines. Just grubs it along the deck as far as Finlayson and picks it up. Tackle, kicks it out of bounds on the full right in front of the Cats bench. And Colin Jasny, the closest player, will accept the free. He wants to go quickly. And up and under to the contest. Blitzarves in front. Parfitt juggles the mark and it's paid. And it's 50 against Drew. No, a warning.
Well umpired.
Parfitt. From the side, he floated in and he landed so heavily on his left shoulder and his head. You could see him coming a mile away. He came in at that pack from right angles.
His head is
floated across in front and he's landed. Jarred the head. It's like car crash with the seatbelt and those heads just get jammed in. It was tough to watch. Yeah. Whiplash is the word I'm after.
I knew where we were going. Just waxing beautifully between the two of us tonight, Cal. A little bit of whiplash for Jeremy Cameron as Hawkins wins it down, but straight to Boak. Kicks out of the defensive 50, trying to save the game for Port, and DeConing takes the intercept mark. Hand pass off to Colin Jasny, coming back inside 50 for the Cats. Rowan leaps up after it, he drags it in. Gary Rowan, he met Ollie Henry in the sky, his teammate. But Rowan beautifully commands the airspace and takes the mark. 15 out straight in front.
Yeah, it's a great mark. That is under pressure. Either one of those lads could have taken that. That is just... I think Port won are out on their feet. Absolutely being belted into the corner of the boxing ring. So it's really for Geelong to take this game from here.
Gary Rowan, big time spot. Big time goal kicker. And Geelong are as close as they've been since they scored in this match. 17 and a half minutes into the final term, the margin is just 11 points. Port Adelaide 15-9-99. Geelong 13-10-88. After Port scored the first 25 points, the closest Geelong have been is 12. They're now within 11. And there's a lot of footy left.
Just interesting, we said that the big head collision of Jeremy Cameron with the turf. The doctor's been out to Jeremy Cameron while that set shot was happening. And he sort of had a quick chat. Jeremy Cameron ran away from him. Doctor chased after him. Bit of a chat. Doctor's come to the back to the bench without Jeremy Cameron. Let's get down to Jess Webster. Jess.
And just further to that, Kel, the doctors are checking the vision on the bench as we speak. So if they want to take him off, well, it's not up to Jeremy, is it? So they might have to run back out there and bring him off. But they're checking out the vision now to see whether or not he needs to be taken off for assessment.
Significant moment with the Cats trailing just by 11 points. There's 8 minutes left in this contest. Here they come, Geelong. Drew fists it back. Parfitt stripped of it. Horne-Francis couldn't pick it up. Still a loose ball. They're piling in. Cameron's in there. Down low. Tackled by Wines. He gets it out to Bergman off a step. Oh, he launches 70 metres, Bergman, and then Kolajasny, the goalkeeper. Desperate lunge, got both hands to it over the goal line. Saves what could have been a 75-metre bomb.
The last goal that Geelong kicked was from a kick-out.
Kolajasny kicks to half-back, and McEntee just went clattering into the Coning's back, gives away a free kick. 12-point lead for Port Adelaide, but it's Geelong with the momentum. 19 gone, final term, kicks down the wing. Burton in the box seat, no mark. Atkins just sockers it forward, bounces back. Stengel has a go. Picked off by Houston. Hand pass to McEntee, hand pass away to Sin. He's a left footer, kicks down the boundary line. One bounce to Georgiades, takes it out of play. And a boundary throw in front of the benches.
Georgiades clever there. He wanted no part in keeping that one in.
I'll tell you what, Lingy, the clock won't save Port. Port need to score, and if they don't realise that, so you can't hold Geelong out for 7 minutes for 2 goals.
They're coming with a flurry. The Cats, and Port Adelaide's in quicksand. Up and down on the spot. Finlayson and Blitzars. Finlayson at ground level. Horne-Francis went without it. It was ripped away there by Wines, who gives it to Drew. Well-weighted pass just over the head of Georgiades, who had to back, got a fingertip to it. Couldn't take the mark, and the Geelong defence sees it over.
And Horne-Francis there was the threatening one of that stoppage. He hasn't touched the footy this quarter.
No.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
And is that since Mullen? Mullen came on and went to it? That's an amazing coaching move, tactical move there by Chris Scott.
5 touches, I think, in the third quarter, and none so far this quarter.
Boundary throw in deep inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Marshall got it down to Butters. Georgiades stands up, tries the kick, and
Horne-Francis is actually down in the goal square.
It was smothered. It was a desperate smother and touch, which means it goes over the boundary line. So we'll reset and go deep here for Port Adelaide. They lead by 12 points with less than 7 minutes to play.
Butters trying to get away from Atkins at the stoppage from the boundary throw in. Marshall wins it down. Here's Horne-Francis. Is he tackled high by Atkins?
Yeah.
Yes. Says yes.
I'll tell you who umpire said that, Corby. This is the umpire out here, and it was Brett Roseberry who looked up to the other umpire because he was blindsided.
Yep.
It's interesting to see how they communicate, these two blokes. And it was...
So umpire Hosking, who was in the middle section of the ground, outside the attacking 50, spots that free. Roseberry, who was in the goal square, didn't. But it means a kick for Jason Horne-Francis.
Because it was behind him. And so that umpire had that view. The other one was blindsided.
He started the game red hot. His first kick in the final quarter is an enormous one in the game, but it misses. Out to the right as he tries to close the door on Geelong. There's still life. Port Adelaide by 13.
They have got the jitters up here, Port Adelaide. They've done all the hard work. They got out to a 49-point lead on the back of an 8-goal opening term. Just before half-time, they led by 49 points. And since then, the Cats are flying home. Port Adelaide holding on nervously to a 13-point lead. It's an instant replay from last night. Melbourne fell 1 point short against the Blues. Can Port Adelaide hold on here for a famous win? Horne-Francis again, but the pressure of the tackle affected the kick. Parfitt slides in. It's desperate stuff. It's right in the centre circle. It's stolen by Burton on the outside of the boot. Finlayson marks uncontested. A few boos around for him, returning for his first game back after a suspension for making a homophobic slur. He flicks it wide to Butters, who cuts it back inboard by boot to Horne-Francis. He spots Rioli all by himself in the pocket. He charges out.
Yeah, really well crafted by Port Adelaide. Composure, a couple of clever plays with ball in hand. Butters first to Horne-Francis. Just a little chip kick. And then Horne-Francis waited, found probably the only space inside their forward 50. Rioli made a nice lead into the pocket.
He's kicked for Willie Rioli in the left forward pocket. It's going to take his very best kick. We're right behind him in the ABC grandstand commentary box. He pulls it late. He tried to get it to Marshall. Might have been a little bit too cute. Horn Francis picks it up. He's tackled. He gets rid of it. Mead picks it up. Drew's in there as well. Close is met heavily by Butters. Big ball to win. Horn Francis charges in again. He lost it. Atkins has got it. Over to Close. Over to Parfitt. Over to Dempsey. He's ripped off the ball. Free kick to Dempsey. Gee, this is brilliant football. Aussie rules football at its very best. Final 5 minutes to play. Port Adelaide by 13, but Geelong with possession.
Every possession feels like the most important one of the night. As Close hand pass away to Stewart. Sweeps a hand pass to Duncan. Kicks down the wing to Dempsey. He's dragged down by Drew. Geelong have been chasing the game all night, and the urgency has gone up. The final 5 minutes of play on the game clock. 13 points, the Powers lead. Dempsey kicks to half forward. Blitzharps knocks it forward for the Cats, but picked off by Radagalia at half back. Hand pass to Farrell. Handball to Aaliyah. Kicks out wide. The target is Mead. He's in a tangle with Duncan. Ball hits the deck. Dempsey lends a hand. Bobbles out of bounds off the body of Burton, and we'll have a throw in. 55 out from the Cats' goal.
Extraordinary drama at the Cattery. 2 weeks ago, Geelong hadn't lost. They won their first 7 straight. They dropped it against Melbourne last week. They've trailed by 49 against Port Adelaide, but they're back. And Blitzharf's down to Atkins, and Atkins' big high ball has been marked by Stengel playing in front of Farrell.
Yeah, how good's his game been? Every opportunity he's got, he's kicked the goal, taken a mark under pressure. He's the sort of player that you would love to have the ball in his hands. He just seems to thrive on the kicking for goal. He's so perfect with it. He drops the ball very close to his boot, comes through very straight, doesn't leave a lot of error.
So Tyson Stengel has kicked 3 already tonight. He is usually a very accurate set shot from the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right. Tyson Stengel storming back into contention, these Cats. They've come from the clouds and they're clawing back to within 7 points with 3 minutes to play in this ball game. 15-11, 101. Geelong 14-10, 94. Will it be the most miraculous comeback we've seen for many years? Or will Port Adelaide hold for the most famous victory under Ken Hinkley? No one's come back from 49 points down since 2015.
But 9 years in the making, or is it history in the making for Port Adelaide trying to win here for the first time in 17 years? The Power have led all night. They're up by 7 points. Geelong with all the momentum and the home crowd on their side. Vicentini wins it down. Butters sockers it into the head of Clark. Bobbles back out to Cam Guthrie. He's tackled. Ball up. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's delivered again in round 9 as Vicentini wins it down, but straight to Blitzharps. Hand pass to Myers of the Cats. Handball out to Duncan. Knocks it to the wing. Geelong's hands through Holmes. Kicks to half forward. Zap Thatcher in front. Takes the mark in front of Ollie Henry.
Gee, that's a good mark.
That is, I'm just looking at that mark there. That is under pressure.
Full speed with Henry closing too, who's quick as well. Now he just go long down the line.
The former Bomber telling him to move it. He's put it out on the full. There's skinny ground here at Kadinia Park, and Zerk Thatcher has put it out of play. The Cats are going to get the footy back, and it'll come through Myers as he goes inside 50.
He kept it low. It was a low ball. It was stolen by Butters. Swung around. Handball. Given it straight to the youngster. Oh, Jeremy Cameron scrambles at the goals. He dropped the mark. He gets boot to ball right on the goal line.
No, I don't know whether it's going to be counted. I think it's down the other end, isn't it?
So confusion. The crowd's erupted. Cameron's celebrating in the goal square.
No, they've brought a
coming back.
Free kick back there. They didn't allow advantage to be paid.
Against Butters, so it'll be a free kick to Henry. Ollie Henry has got the free kick in the left forward pocket. They're down by 7 points. On his right, he needs to curl it. He needs to curl it. The crowd will tell the story. It's a miss. It's a miss. Oh, and all hands in this crowd go to the heads of the fans. They can't believe what they're witnessing. It's 6 points the difference with 1:43 left on the clock, and the visitors lead, and they've got possession.
They have led literally all night, Port Adelaide. Geelong have not had their noses in front at all. Port by 6, final 2 minutes. Long kick from Burton up to the wing. Picked up there by Evans, the sub, the former Cat. Tumbles a kick down the boundary line. Rioli overrun it. Rioli gets a second look. The ball's out of play. The ump says, let's spin that in. Right on halfway underneath the red chicky stand. 6 points, the Powers lead.
And now Geelong, obviously, at this stoppage, they'll roll the dice. Beyond the move, try and surge the ball forward. Porter set up with a couple of numbers behind this stoppage to protect.
29 gone, final term. Blitzarves wins the hit out, but Drew. First hands on it for Port. Hand pass to Houston. Handball a turnover. Blitzarves left it behind. Went to soccer it. Butters jumps in, wins the footy. Hands it back to Vicentini. Just inside the boundary line on the eastern side. Wine sits on top of it. Pat forms around him. Umpire says, my footy. And a ball up. Just inside the boundary line. Eastern side. 29 gone, final term. Port Adelaide by just 6 points.
Oh, they have taken a lot of punches, Port Adelaide, but they are still standing. Can they hold on? They're well and truly out of gas. Cameron, rather it was Finlayson that took it over the line. So that was out of bounds on the full.
No, it must have been touched.
Oh, okay. Guthrie's claiming it was out of bounds on the full. So it'll be boundary throw in right in front of the red chicky stand. A little bit of confusion there. Flick back in. It's Blitzarves and Vicentini. Vicentini on the ground. Horn Francis is on all fours. It squirts out of there, a loose ball. Taking off after it is Finlayson. The one-handed gather. And then he's tackled by De Koning. He lost it. And De Koning tried to flick it back, but it ricochets off the leg of Wines and over for a boundary throw-in. It's the final minute of play. Port Adelaide by 6 points. They haven't won here in 17 years. Can they hold on? They led by as much as 49 points.
I love where Jack Henry's ending up. He's on the wing by himself.
Boundary throw in, half forward here for Port Adelaide. Wines gets it to Butters, the acting captain. He's going to retreat and kick it all the way back to Horn Francis. And they'll just try and milk the clock here. They've been milking the clock for the entire second half.
They led by 49 at one stage. Horn Francis retreats with the kick to Burton. 31 minutes almost travelled in this final term. Port by 6. The walls are closing in. Burton's told he's got to go. Kicks long down the eastern boundary line. Punched away by Kolajasny, but straight to Mead. Kicks inside 50. Rioli's on out the back. Ball bounces in the forward pocket. Rioli's got it. He can stroll into an open goal. Rioli's kicked 5. The siren goes. The goal won't count. But there's history in the making for Port Adelaide. For the first time in 17 years, they come to Geelong and down the Cats. How about that for a big scalp for Ken Hinkley's men? They beat Geelong by 6.
It's more than a sport. It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
Flat track bullies, hey, well, no Connor Rosie, a host of other stars missing. They come to one of the toughest tracks in the land, 170 metres long, 115 metres wide. It's a ground that Chris Scott holds an 84% winning record at. And yet Port Adelaide have come to town and beaten the home team. They led wire to wire. They close out by just 6 points.
And the four supporters standing tall. True believers, one and all. We got the power to win, power to rule. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
Well, we were a little worried that they had stop tonight, Port Adelaide, but they do finish on top in the end. The Power by 6 points. The closing stages, just to paint the picture for you there, Willie Rioli was on out the back. Geelong were pressing numbers up, trying to win the game, down by 6 in the final minute. Ball got out the back. Rioli ran it into an open goal. He ran simply too far. He ended up poking through the goal in the goal square as time expired, and as a result, we ran out of seconds before that last free kick was paid, and as a result, that's the game. 6 points is the final margin. 15-11-101. Port Adelaide beat Geelong, and as Zava Radagalia forecast, they ruin Tom Hawkins' milestone night. 14-11-95, the final score for the Cats. A 6 point win for the Power. The goal kickers quickly, Cal, 4 for Rioli, 2 for Farrell, 2 for Georgiades, 2 for Burn-Jones, 1 for Marshall, Butters, Wyans, Horne-Francis and Finlayson. While for the Cats, 4 for Stengel, 2 for Rowan, 2 for Close and 1 each for Cameron Hawkins. Did I say 2 for Rowan? I did. 1 for Cameron, Hawkins, Dempsey, Myers, Henry, that's Ollie, and Zach Guthrie.
This is a rare sight. Ken Hinkley has gone out into the middle of the ground. He's grabbed the entire team. He's pulled them into a tight huddle. And he's just short, sharp delivery. This has to be Ken Hinkley's greatest win. We know he's made a couple of preliminary finals, but it would be one of his biggest wins, I think. Particularly the heat that they copped last week. They haven't got their injured captain. They haven't got their first 2 choice ruckman, Mick. He's been there for a decade. We know he's made the 3 prelims, I think it is off the top of my head. Hasn't quite got to the grand final out in the straight sets last year, but this is arguably up there with one of his best wins.
Yeah, especially here, Cal. You're spot on. It's hard to avoid. The freshest game is always the one that's on your mind. So, whether this is the best or one of the best wins, I guess it's how it was done. I reckon they're out on their feet. Halfway through this third quarter, well, even in the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, I thought that if you're going to try to save this game here at Geelong, you're in real trouble. And what Geelong did, were able to take out the better players and the more instrumental players for Port, and basically Butters, Horne-Francis. The ruckman was under pressure. He no longer dominated, so the whole complexity changed. I thought it was a very brave move by Chris Scott, and it really probably almost got him over the line. I thought this guy was in the ruck and started to turn it around a little bit. He also got tight in the end, and I thought the use of Finlayson early or late in that quarter, and then be able to bring on their main ruckman right at the end, he was able to get his hands to 3 or 4 boundary throw-ins where I guess Bliscoe's, at that stage, he was really under the pump. And I know he's a superb athlete, but he couldn't get his hands to it. And as a consequence, there wasn't any great clearances by Geelong. So it went to tired Port players who were able to just bludgeon it forward and kick that, kick probably a goal there. It was Georgiades kicked the last goal. I think, in fact, they only kicked the one goal in the last quarter. It was Georgiades. In fact, from half-time, it was 9-5 to 3-6. So that gives you a bit of an idea who dominated the game. But I feel good for Ken Hinkley. It's interesting that the 7th and 8th side now have beaten this weekend the 2nd and the 4th side. And it probably throws all that top 8 now into confusion even further. But I think Port needed to demonstrate tonight, without those players, that they are a legitimate final 8. I don't know whether they're final 4, because I don't know whether Geelong are, but certainly a final 8, which means, that's another feather in Ken Hinkley's hat. But I mean, we're only at round 9, it's a long way to go, but this is a very important and willing win by a pretty good group.
Yeah, I think we've seen those couple of results you're talking about, and what Port Adelaide were able to do is how tight it is. Maybe it's only the Swans who are opening up a little bit of a gap if the other game continues to go the way that it's going tonight, that maybe they're that little bit above, but I think it is a really good, even, strong group of, I would say, top 9. I mean, I still rate the next 3 or 4 teams after the top 9, but the top 9 are probably that little bit above right now. But Port Adelaide just showing they are a very, very good football team. Their midfield is quality and is deep, and missing their captain and their best midfielder. Their forward line is capable. Willie Rioli's a star as they're crumbing forward. Charlie Dixon didn't have a great night goal-wise or mark-wise, but provided a contest. But then Georgiades just bobs up, and Marshall just keeps presenting. Again, nothing big. Their defence, well led by Alir down there, and Radagalier and Zirk Thatcher are solid and play a role down there to lock down. Alir's the really damaging one. So just a really complete performance by Port, but also a terrific comeback by the Cats, and we, in the end, got a beauty of a game, Corbs.
Port win by 6 points. They go wire to wire, but it wasn't without a fright. Jess Webster is in the winners' rooms. Jess.
Oh, the energy is super high down here in the rooms at the moment. Corb, the players have just come in, led by Charlie Dixon, and they're gathering in the circle now. It's getting louder and louder by the second. What an incredible win it was for the Port Adelaide Footy Club. Let's have a listen to the song. Guys, hopefully we get some reactions shortly.
Thanks, Jess. What a win. First time since 2007. You might think, gee, 2007 wasn't that long ago. 17 years ago since 2007.
And I remember watching that, the Cassisi game.
Yes.
And that was a thriller as well, the Dom Cassisi goal, and he took off with his finger pointed to the sky and ran and ran and ran. So,
and that all-conquering Geelong team that I think it was the only game just about they lost on the back end of the season, and obviously went on to win the grand final by 20 goals or something.
Yep.
We don't have to bring that up for Port fans today, though, do we?
No, we don't need to. But, gee, that was... How bizarre is it, the trend?
Yeah.
That they've been able to do that. And you have a look at the result that's happening in the West at the moment, and I've just had a look at the pictures of the moment silence for Cam McCarthy, and Nat Fyfe and Alex Pearce were really in tears, really emotional, crying, Nat Fyfe sobbing while they paused to remember him. 11 of those players playing tonight played with Cam McCarthy, and you just wonder whether that's, impacted the start of that footy game, and who knows what might happen in the second half. Given what we've seen, the trend so far, it's extraordinary football, isn't it?
46 points is the margin there at the moment, so it is the Sydney Swans who lead at 10-1-61 over Fremantle 1-9-15. So 11 scoring shots to 10, and yet the gap in the game is 46 points, quite considerable over in Perth. We'll take you there in a few moments' time, third quarter action. We won't bail too quickly, though, Port Adelaide fans. We'll get some reaction from their rooms in a few moments. A famous win. They led by 25 points in the first 9 minutes, 4-1 to yet to score. Scored the first 5 inside 50s to 0. And then Port hung on at the finish. They got there by 6 points. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. Jess Webster's down there. Jess.
Thanks, Corby. I'm here with Travis Boak. What an incredible victory that was. You hung on for dear life in the end. How's the heart rate? And talk me through those final few minutes out there on the ground for you.
Yeah, look, you got to try and keep your composure in those moments. And look, we train it a fair bit, and we've probably been in it a few times over the last couple of years, and probably been on the wrong end of it a few at times. And certainly down here in Geelong, obviously the crowd gets going. Geelong are a great side, especially down here, and they had a lot of momentum, so it was quite a challenge to hold on. But look, I think we did a great job in the end.
You know all too well about how hard it is to win here in Geelong. 17 years ago was the last time you won here. You were in your first year at Port Adelaide in your 10th game when you won on that day by 5 points. What are your memories?
Yeah, it's been a while. It was a good day for us back then. I think Dom kicked the goal with his left foot on the boundary line to win the game, and 3 weeks later, Geelong beat us in the granny by 117, so it wasn't great. But it's a long time since we've won down. I think Lee was playing in that game as well, so it's been a while.
Yeah, we'll certainly get some questions from Lee in a moment, but I just wanted to ask you about how much of a confidence boost this win is. I mean, you come here, we know how hard it is to win here, but Geelong is 7-1 and they're coming off a loss last week, so they would have wanted to prove a point tonight, but you got the job done. Like, how much does it mean to this club?
No, it does. I think, wins like this build a lot of belief. I think just through our actions and how we played tonight, but we know we're a good side. We just haven't been able to match it against the best in big moments. We've been honest with that over the last couple of years, and we need to get better as a group to be a great side. And wins like this help with that sort of confidence and belief in those situations. And we're very happy at the moment. We still got a lot of work to do.
Travis spoke with us on ABC Sport. Let's head upstairs to our experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Over to you.
Pokey, congratulations on the win, mate. What a game of footy. After half-time, a lot of Geelong. Before half-time, just a superb performance by you guys. What shifted in the game? What got you set up so well with your incredible first half, and how were Geelong able to build back into it a bit?
Yeah, look, I think especially early we got on top around the ball, and I think our sort of contest shape and outnumber was really good. We're able to get the ball going forward, and we're able to score off the back of that, and probably defend Geelong's slingshot footy a little bit. We defended that pretty well, and I think they sort of then started to wrestle momentum back around the contest and outnumber, and sort of started their game, getting their game going off half back, and we weren't able to defend that as much. And then it just became an arm wrestle. It was just who could hold him stronger, and it came right down to the end, and we're able to hold on.
You talk about that dominance around the ball. We just couldn't believe Jason Horne-Francis's first half. I mean, he's done it at times, and he's threatened to do it more, but that first half felt like his entire skill set on display. I mean, could you sense that out there?
Oh, for sure. I don't know what his numbers were in the end, but the impact he had on the game, especially in that first half, and just his contest. He didn't even need to have the possession, but the way he attacked the contest around stoppage and those contested balls just makes a huge difference for us. I think it allows Zach and certainly Connor when he's playing and Drewy and these sort of guys to feed off that a little bit as well. And I think what we've got now is a lot of depth around that midfield to sort of share that load. But look, I'm just so proud of him. He's put in a lot of work to build his confidence in terms of playing out games of footy and not just having moments. And I thought he was sensational tonight in that.
Trev, well done yourself. You know, you've copped your fair share of injuries in the last few years, particularly around the back. So fantastic courage the way you're back in the pack still. So well done that way. Just on what happened at the end of the game, Ken Hinkley on the ground, what was said?
Yeah, look, we just spoke about how long it's been since we've won here, and we spoke about it before the game that it had been a long time, and if we want to be a really good side, these are the games that we need to stand up in. And look, it was just a really good moment in terms of, I guess, how much it's kind of meant, you know, coming down here and probably getting belted a lot of times, that winning here is really special, and we just sort of spoke about that at the end, and Kenny reiterated that.
Just looking at it, you dominated the first half by run, by clearances, contested footy. We just had the feeling that they got on top, but not only did they get on top, you guys look very, very tired. Is it because of the workload done through that middle of the ground?
Look, I think, what happens, they start getting momentum on the game and started their slingshot game. And what happens there, you defend a lot more, and we weren't able to win the contest. So our running started becoming a lot more defensive runs and exhausting that way. And we probably weren't able to get our offence going because of that. So it does make a difference if you're not winning the ball around the contest and they get momentum from their style of footy. So probably a little bit exhausted from that, but certainly, we're able to sort of wrestle it back in the end.
Travis spoke with us on ABC Sport. Travis, it's Corbin Middlemass here. You would have heard it, I'm sure, the flat track bullies tag, all the other criticism that comes your way. What did you prove tonight?
No, look, I think more than anything, internally we proved to ourselves that we're capable. I think, regardless we win or lose, we're going to get, comments from outside, and that's so fine. That's just how it is, and that's reality. But for us, it just keeps building belief in terms of what we're capable of, in big moments, in big situations. And certainly we've still got a lot of younger players that are still understanding what it takes to play in big moments and situations in games. And I think that's what it builds tonight.
Travis, it's a win you can build a whole season around. Really appreciate your time, and well done tonight. It was a joy to watch.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Travis Pope inside the Port Adelaide rooms. A 6-point win. They led by 49 in the second quarter. Geelong came at them. They got within a goal, but they never got their nose in front. And in the end, Port Adelaide win wire to wire. They hold on by a goal.
355 games for that man as well. Tom Hawkins played his 355th and equalled the Cats, but to have somebody like him out there as well, and,
brave.
And Ollie Wines as well, I thought had a terrific night tonight.
He was great, wasn't he?
Experienced hard bodies, so crucial.
We are fast running out of time. We're about to head over to Perth, but does it change the way you view Port Adelaide tonight?
Oh, it does me, because but the only thing I'll say about it is you've got to perform over 4 quarters. And you can't give up goals. In the third quarter, they gave up 6. The last quarter was only 3, but everyone was tired. But it's 2 goals in a row. You've got to stop it.
I rated them pretty highly anyway. Yep. They're about exactly where I had them in that group, that very good group, trying everything to become the great part of the year.
Your mate Swamp has just done a beautiful stat. You just mentioned, we spoke to Travis Boak, who played his 355th game today, and the same as Tom Hawkins playing his 355th game. Career games in the 2006 National Draft, pick 5.
Travis Pogue.
Yes, 355. Pick 7.
Joel Selwood.
355. Pick 6.
Mitch Thorpe to Hawthorn.
2 games. Isn't it just such
Sorry, Mitch. You always keep getting mentioned amongst those two.
I did the Freo game against the Tigers last week. We're talking about Dusty and Nat Fyfe. Nat Fyfe went pick 20. Dusty went pick 3. And I think 1 and 2 were Tringove and Scully.
Scully,
Final minute before we're off to Perth. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I've got to do this as a 4-quarter thing. So that's the reason why this man hasn't got 3 votes, and that's not a shot at him. Jason Horne-Francis, I thought his first half was just supreme. Kept him in the votes with a quiet second half, but unbelievable. Zach Guthrie, I thought, was Geelong's best 4-quarter performer. 24 disposals, kicked a goal, was brilliant. 3 votes to Port Adelaide's best 4-quarter performer and dragged them over the line in the end, I think, in that last quarter. Zach Butters, 34 disposals, a goal, 8 score involvements, 7 clearances, was just simply huge as the acting skipper.
He's my favourite player in the game at the moment, Zach Butters. I'm more than happy with that. 3 for Butters, 2 for Zach Guthrie, 1 for Horne-Francis. Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Kel. Thanks to you, Lingy. Thanks to Tom as well for lending me his binoculars tonight. Thanks to Stu and Lee and Craig and everyone involved. We're off to Perth, the Swans, by 44.
Grundy got a tap as we welcome our listeners joining us from around the nation to Perth Stadium. It's lopsided on the scoreboard. Sydney 11-1-67 to the Dockers 2-11-23. That's right. 11-1 plays 2-11. At one stage, the Swans had kicked 10 straight before Haywood missed to block the copybook. 14 minutes gone in the third term. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary as the Dockers get themselves a free kick to Jackson in the left back pocket. We're joined by Sharad Wellingham, the AFL Premiership player, and Cara Antonio, former captain with the Dockers AFLW side and an All-Australian as well. As Aish goes beyond defensive 50 now and goes looking for O'Meara. It's been spoiled by the Swans over the boundary line for a throw-in. We'll head downstairs to a cash photodar in just a moment. Sydney led by 7 points at quarter time, and they stormed away to lead by 40 at the break. Their advantage is now 44 points. Ball's put back into play again. Grundy's up in front of Jackson. Palmed it down straight to O'Meara, though, to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Fyfe. Fyfe gets a kick away, but it's down the throat of Cunningham, who marks. Sydney's multiple goal kickers. Haywood's got 3. Warner's got a couple. So too Amati. The Dockers just with 2 goal kickers for the entire team. Haywood and Warner sweeping it forward to Goulden. He was tackled and lost it. O'Meara worked it away to Sarong. Plays it through the middle of the ground to Emmett. Just got a hand pass out through the corridor. It comes to Switkowski. Goes looking in the direction of Voss, who marks. Deep in the right forward pocket. Diving forward to take the grab. Downstairs quickly, a cash photodar.
Since half-time, the wind has really picked up down here. It's very blustery now, which is making things difficult for the players.
Looked like it was blustery all night for Fremantle.
Bit of chaos ball in the middle, turnover. Great kick to advantage as well, but a nice diving mark by young Voss.
Voss in his second AFL game has 2 behind so far tonight. Gets right underneath this. And he's missed. He thought he kicked it.
He certainly did.
He was up and about, leaping into the air.
Good celebration for a point.
It was.
A big celebration.
He was convinced. Goal umpire, no. 2-12-24 the Dockers. 11-1-67 the Swans. 17 gone in the third.
Gave the almighty fist bump, Patrick Voss, and I think a teammate had to run over and tell him, mate, it's a behind, set up. I'll tell you what, from the angle we were on, looked pretty good. It looked like a goal off the boot. You see a replay shown as the ball's getting tossed back in on right in front of the interchange gates. Jackson taps it down to Fyfe, was able to palm it off to Sarong. His handball was wayward. O'Meara, though, back onto it for the Dockers. Gives the handball to Clark from the wing. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Tracking back Cunningham. Couldn't take the mark of the Swans. And he was tackled. Ends up in the hands of Francis. Now Roberts. His handball turned over. O'Meara knocks it to Sarong. Chip inside the forward 50 for the Dockers, and Frederick found a bit of space and takes the mark. He'll go back and have a shot for his first major of the game and to pull the margin once again with inside 40 points.
Great composure by Sarong there, just waited for something to open up. I was worried that he was going to use his hands because he is very hands-first kind of player, but got into a position to find someone by foot. Great decision.
29 disposals for Caleb Sarong. He was able to find Michael Frederick. Normally a pretty good kick of the football. Strikes it from 40. The goal umpire shuffles across and the ball slams into the right upright. A minus score again for Fremantle. They are 2-13-25. You are just joining us, that's correct. 2-13-25. The Swans, 11-1-67.
Banfield wins the ball down as the Swans try to clear defensive 50. It came to Frederick, stepped away from Lloyd, kicks back inside forward 50. Voss diving out, couldn't mark. Switkowski harassed by Adams. Rampy looked to soccer it away, went back to Frederick at right half forward. To Sarong, to Young was taken high, and he'll get the free kick. He's got it at right half forward. 2-12 to 11-1. Young into the right forward pocket. Oh, Pfeiffer's got in the way of Tracy. Tracy was coming out to the football. Fife was going towards the boundary in the right forward pocket. Tracy had a chest mark. Fife stuck out the arm. It ricocheted away. It's over for a boundary throw-in, which pretty much encapsulates Freo's game so far.
Well, it encapsulates their forward 50 at the moment, doesn't it?
Jackson has palmed it down. It went straight to Florida of the Swans. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Pearce marks for the Dockers at right half forward.
Retreats into the centre circle to Ryan. Deepest player on the ground. Kicks it towards Tracy. Got pushed under it, leading for the ball. Spilled down to Young. Flying shot on goals away to the left. Misses everything. Out of bounds on the full of Cash Bodadar downstairs on the boundary.
Lewis Melican has gone down into the Sydney rooms with the doctor. He jogged off, so he didn't look in too much distress, but he is in the rooms at the moment.
One to watch for the Swans there. Sub tonight is Robbie Fox, yet to be activated. As Goulden has it in the right back pocket for Sydney. Kicks up towards the wing. 2 one-on-ones form. McLean got a hand on it. Spilled out the back to Clark for the Dockers. And Amati dives back in. A free kick spotted. Clark was held a little too long. Gets the free kick right on the logo of the wing. So Fremantle, his first instinct is to go backwards. Now decides he'll go forward. Kicks it inside the attacking 50. Tracy works his man under it. Couldn't take the mark. Now goes back in. Coughs it up. Goulden's tackled. Now Emmett in there for the Dockers. He's dispossessed. Sarong diving in. Rowbottom was clean for the Swans. Got it to Goulden. They work it back towards Blake. He just sends a tumbling ball beyond defensive 50. Aish couldn't take the mark for Fremantle. Was able to get a hand out to Jackson. Now Walker, 55 from home. Checks the kick. Spots Nat 5. 55 out. 45-degree angle. I hate to say it, but on a night where the Dockers inaccuracy has been the theme, Nat 5 isn't always the most accurate of kicks. Nat 5 strikes it from 50. It's out on the full to the right. The Sydney cheer squad cheers loudly from behind. The Dockers miss again. Nat 5's woes continue.
Caught holding the ball 3 times in the first quarter, Nat 5. Fremantle, by the way, they've scored 2-13. Sometimes that's not quite fair, but there's only been 1 rush behind. They have left plenty out there, the Dockers. They've had more marks inside forward 50 as well, 9-6.
3 out on the full as well.
The Swans have got it across half back now. Blakey sends it back inside defensive 50 to Francis in his first game of the year, the former Bomber. Now towards right half back to Cunningham. Happy to soak up a little bit of time. Was it short? Able to find Goulden. It is, of course, an emotional night for Fremantle. The news breaking this morning about the death of their former player, Cam McCarthy. Plenty of these players in purple did spend time with him. As the Swans to Jordan, moves it towards right half forward to McLean, who marks 51 from goal and puts it into the right forward pocket. Great lead coming out, Papley. Was able to protect the football. It was, as it was delivered, low, flat and hard into his chest. Gave Walker no chance to spoil.
It's been quiet tonight, Papley. I mean, he scored the 1 goal. He's had 6 touches, but I think
He hasn't been his usual buzzing self, has he?
Walker's played him well tonight. Nullified him. But again, if he hits the scoreboard here...
3 times the leading goal kicker for Sydney. Boots cross the 50. They cross the boundary line. Kicks across the face. It's missing. Through for a minor score. Sydney now with 2 behinds. 11-2-68. The Dockers with 2 goals. 2-13-25. 23 gone in the third. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Ryan brings the ball back into play. Went pretty straight up the corridor. His kick was good to Banfield. His kick further afield to Frederick was a tight one, but Freo Ford makes it work. Has the ball on centre wing. Banfield continued his run, but he ran between the man on the mark and Frederick to get the handball. Had to give it back, said the umpire, but Frederick eventually goes short anyway. Banfield's kick further infield, back towards the centre wing logo, finds Aish. The Dockers been a little slower at times with their ball movement in this second half. Aisha's kick inside the forward 50, goes over the head of all comers, falls out the back to Cunningham, was able to get it to McInerney. His kick up the wing was a floater. It bounced and cleared everybody. Sharp's the first onto it for the Dockers. He's run down by Warner. Did he have time?
Oh, that was holding the ball in the first quarter.
The umpire said no. Sharad Wellingham said it was hot in the first quarter. They gave away 9 holding the balls in the first quarter. That one, though, he gets away with it, Jeremy Sharp.
Normality resumes. Grundy palmed it down. Heaney was able to work it out to Rowbottom. Strong in the tackle. Got a hand pass away to Goulden. Wobbles a kick that bounces towards right half forward. Heaney slapped it in the direction of Wicks. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Papley turns. Walker flew. Papley soccers off the ground. It's across the face. Hayward will try to get there first against Johnston. Spills out, though, again, and then kicking out of bounds on the full. Matt Roberts. Not what he was hoping, and indeed with Sydney's form tonight, you wouldn't have been surprised if it had sailed through for a goal, but it's out of bounds on the full. Fremantle, they've got the free kick at right full back. 25 minutes gone in the third. They trail by 43 points.
Johnson's kick up the wing. Jackson flew from behind, took the pack with him, but couldn't take the ball. Florent onto it for Sydney, kicks it inside the attacking 50. Pearce spoils it down. Walker trying to gather. Papley overran it. Hands and knees. Wicks got it out to Amati. Then to Heaney. Slipped over. Swans just bobbling the ball towards their goal face. Can't get a clean possession eventually. The Dockers win it out. It ends up with Banfield. Has nothing to kick to up the field. He kicks it for touch. The umpire says...
in the back.
He was pushed in the back.
Lucky.
It was
very lucky.
Insufficient intent as you'll ever see, because he had nothing on Bailey Banfield, but he was pushed in the back by Goulden, and he gets a slight reprieve. He had nothing but space and about 3 or 4 Swans to kick to, and he just dribbled one out of bounds.
Very, very lucky that. Take those ones every day, though.
So the ball all the way back at left half back for Banfield. Kick up the wing. Ball beat everyone and almost fell in the hands of Amos at the back. He had to handball backwards to Brayshaw and then to Sharp. Back again to Banfield, running in the wrong direction. Backward of the wing. Now kicks a high up and under. Francis flew against 3 Dockers from behind. Was beautifully worked by him with the fist. Got it to Cunningham. And then Chad Warner has a bit of a fumble, just loses it, and it goes out of bounds for a throw in. The Swans lead by 43 points, 26.5 played in the third term here at Perth Stadium. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Sydney 11-2, Fremantle 2-13. Put back into play again. Jackson with the more telling tap, but it was straight to Heaney. Great smother from Sarong at full stretch. Trying to slap it behind him, Robot. A bit of soccer skills from Heaney. Looked to play it forward. McInerney is able to go back again to Warner. Still just forward of centre wing. Now to Goulden. Gets a kick that bounced in front of Heaney. He couldn't gather. Interesting from Brayshaw. Tried not to take possession with Heaney about to tackle him. Ball came out the side. Sarong taken high, surely. Umpire says play on. Came towards Aish, then to Young. Got a kick away that's marked on the siren of 3/4 time by Blakey. On the logo on the commentary wing. 3/4 time, and Sydney have got themselves a 43-point lead with a quarter to come. The Swans 11-2-68. Fremantle 2-13-25. The goal kickers for Sydney, 3 to Hayward, 2 to Amati, 2 to Warner. Singles to McLean, to McDonald, to Papley and to Lloyd. While for the Fremantle Dockers, their goals to Walker and to Tracy. Lopsided game. Sydney dominating on the scoreboard by 43 points. Just repeating the game earlier, it was siren to siren with Port Adelaide in front. But it was a close finish as Geelong stormed home. Port hanging on to win in the end. I'll be delighted about that. Port Adelaide getting home by 6 points. 15-11, 101 to 14-11, 95. A win by 6 points to Port over the Cats at Cardinia Park. 1 quarter to come wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. It's the Swans by 43 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Sport and Spice brings you the big picture conversations and plenty of fun every week.
So you were peeing in a cup with Messi?
Yeah, basically I saw Messi's pee.
It's like I call it the race for $1 million.
After the competition, I probably ate like 500 nuggets at least.
I had to like kind of secretly play football and then go off to my basketball game with like a bit of dirt on my knees.
Hosted by me, Declan Byrne and Lavender Bai, listen to Sport and Spice on the ABC Listen app or find it in the Best of ABC Sport folder wherever you get your podcasts.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Handballs to Cunningham, kick up the wing looking for McLean, got edged under it, couldn't take the mark. The umpire said it was a legal contact. The Swans take advantage. Happily sidestep around 8, snap around the body from 40's beautiful. The Swans, no matter where they are, no matter how difficult, they just cannot miss. 10 straight 60, the Swans.
Here's Hayward from right on 50. We're behind the kick. He's blotted the copybook. He's ruined it. And the record goes begging.
Kicks it up towards the logo. Brayshaw plays on quickly, gives it to Chapman. Shaw kicks to Banfield. Running past is Emmett. Kicks it long towards the attacking Goldsmith Tracy. Kick favoured the Freo forward. And he was able to get his hands out in front of Melican and take the mark. And he'll go back. He missed one a moment ago, but this is slightly better angle, slightly closer in. 1-10, the Dockers have kicked. Josh Tracy to kick Fremantle's first goal since the opening quarter. He delivers. So Fremantle finally managed to peg one back. Kick inside the forward 50. Heaney V5. Heaney gets out the back, takes the mark, plays on, got caught, gave the handball off to Hayward, who snaps truly for goal number 3.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Spectacular light show at Perth Stadium. The Dockers, though, for the home side have been anything but spectacular as the lights flash and everyone reaches for their mobile phone. Try and raise a bit of money for the Purple Hands Foundation, which is Fremantle's charitable arm that delivers programs tackling key social issues impacting youth. They need some help on the field. The Dockers are 2-13-25, Sydney 11-68. It's a 43-point lead to the Swans. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Sharad Wellingham on ABC Sport.
Well, looking at the stats for that third quarter, Fremantle again had the opportunities. They had the 13 inside 50s to the 9 to Sydney. They scored 1 goal 5 to Sydney's 2 goals 2. A couple out in the fulls as well for Fremantle. And that's 7 marks inside forward 50. So I think a lot of it is to do internally, and they're kicking themselves out of the game. They should be well and truly in this game. However, down the other end of the field, their opposition in the Swans are making the most of their opportunities, as we can tell on the scoreboard, 11 goals 2, and making them pay. So that's the difference, really, hasn't it been, Shaz, for the game so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I think efficiency that Sydney have displayed, it's been pretty clinical. I think Fremantle are going to absolutely rue the missed opportunities, because although I feel like Fremantle have fueled the fire almost in, like I've been saying, the pressure that they're inviting by overusing their hands. They fueled the fire, and as we can see, Walter's starting the fourth quarter on the ground, so the substitutes obviously been made as well there. But just need to get it in there quickly and make the most of them.
Cash Vodadar is with us downstairs. Cash?
Yeah, as Sharad said, Michael Walters subbed into the game there at three-quarter time. We're just trying to work out who is making their way to the back of the bench for Fremantle. And, yeah, it's still hard to see from here. It's all a bit blocked up, but I'll have an update as soon as I can on who's been subbed out for Michael Walters.
No sub yet for Sydney. Robbie Fox retains the vest. Just seen Michael Frederick has had the red on his name in the champion data computer. So Frederick, the player that has been subbed out. 43 points, the lead to the Sydney Swans. Poor bounce to get things started. They'll play on though. Jackson got it down to Sarong. Gets it back. Jackson receiving the hand pass and then kicking immediately inside forward 50. They fly from everywhere. Blakey with the punch from the side. Spilled there for Grundy for Sydney. Centre half back. Swept it out to right half back and found Heaney. And he can move it forward. This is Jordan. Jordan stabbing the pass again to Hayward. Ryan stands on the mark between centre wing southern side and right half forward for Sydney. We'll move it short to McInerney. Uncontested mark again. Right up against the boundary. Sydney just controlling the football at the moment. George in Melville says, enjoying the call, guys. Come on the Dockers. They need all the support they can get at the moment, George, as the kicks inside forward 50 and Alex Pearce responds. Attacking the football, he takes the mark. The Dockers captain in the left back pocket and moves it to Ryan, standing right where the 50's painted on the ground at left half back for Freo.
So Ryan has the ball, as Ken Wilton says. He wants to kick a dangerous ball up the wing. Jackson had front position. Blakey did well to get a hand, so it fell the way of Francis. His kick inside the attacking 50. Amati can't mark. Spills to Papley, high up and under towards goal. Clark tracks it back and takes the uncontested chest mark for Freo on the last line of defence. Goes short to Brandon Walker. Has the ball. 15 out from his own goal. Kicks wide, looking for O'Meara. Had the mismatch. Amati for the Swans that favoured him. And O'Meara chopped the arms, gave away the free kick. So Amati will send the ball back inside the attacking 50. Offhands Jordan at the back of the pack. Couldn't quite sneak the ball in past Luke Ryan. And it's a minus score again this time for the Swans. They are 11-3-69. The Dockers are 2-13-25, 44-point margin. 2 minutes played in the final term here at Perth Stadium.
Here's Ryan, thumping kick beyond offensive 50. Through the hands of Grundy, though. Trying to scoop this up. Rampy does so eventually and stabs the pass into the chest of McDonald. It's a beautiful delivery. McDonald at left half forward. And the Perth Football Club takes a couple of steps inboard and then will put it towards full forward. Again, Jackson flew front position that time. Amati thought he was providing space for Hayward to go. Neither of them went. Jackson did. Marked and moves it out into the left back pocket. Sharp marks. Short with the yellow Sherrin and finds Young. Still in the left back pocket. He'll bring it back to the corridor. Chapman waits. He marks. Plays on immediately. They'll have to get going quickly, Freo. That's not great. Towards centre wing. McDonald tried to punch it down. It spilled, though, out towards O'Meara. Now here's Walters' early involvement. Hand pass back to O'Meara. He runs the 51 out. Measures the kick. Switkowski marking 25 from goal in the right forward pocket for Fremantle.
They almost stuffed that up on the wing here. They had a 1v3. Luckily, ball bounced their way. And just a nice kind of chain of handballs there, all on the same page, and some really nice composure and patience from O'Meara going inside forward 50.
It was 1v3 and McDonald got to it.
He did.
Just, it spilled off his hand to the Dockers. Switkowski starts his approach. We're right behind the kick, and he's missed. There's a Bronx cheer around Perth Stadium, because for the 14th time tonight, there's been a behind registered on the scoreboard, and 13 of them have been off Fremantle boots. 2-14-26 to 11-3-69, 4 gone in the last.
Blakey brings the ball back in, finds McDonald. Fremantle's most inaccurate game ever, and the stats take track of times you've kicked, had 15 or more scoring shots as McDonald has marched down the field with a 50-metre penalty. So 15 more scoring shots. Fremantle, their worst is 219 against the Eagles 5 years ago. They're on track to match that tonight as the kick goes to Grundy and he chips it back again towards Jake Lloyd on the wing. Two-time best and fairest winner at the Swans. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Grundy got worked into it. Walker taken without the ball for the Dockers, and he will win the free kick. A little overzealous from the Swans on that occasion. He chips it back to Luke Ryan. Takes the mark. Still deep in defence. Goes further wide in the defensive 50 to Jeremy Sharp, who then goes back to Luke Ryan. Now he kicks it further in a straighter direction to Heath Chapman. They're still inside their 50. Chapman handballs it back to Ryan. Now out wide beyond defensive 50 to Brandon Walker. His kick up the wing. Too hot for Sam Switkowski. Lloyd intercepts. Gives it short to Adams. Now Grundy runs away from Alex Pearce. Shows a clean set of heels and delivers to an open James Jordan standing all by himself in the Swans attacking 50. And he'll go back to kick the Swans 12th.
I don't know what Walker was thinking. The decision to go through the corridor to, I think,
1v4.
Almost looked like a 4v, yeah, even 5 maybe. Yeah. I mean, I know they've probably been told to take it on, but you got to still take the obvious option when it's there.
James Jordan, his first time here in Perth as a Swan. He pulls the kick away to the left. A minus score, 11-4-70 the Swans, 2-14-26 Fremantle. A cash voted downstairs.
Sydney have now made their sub as well. Robbie Fox is on and onto the ground and just waiting to see who's making their way to the back of the bench for Sydney.
Ball kicking in front of goal might be contagious. Ryan goes back to the top of the goal square to Sarong, who has continued to be busy. It's disposal 31 for him to Young. On defensive 50, Chapman just breaks the McInerney tackle. Got a hand pass away to Young, whose kick is into the side of Roberts. Didn't know much about it. Ricocheted away. Brayshaw with it now. Gets boot to ball, but his kick forward intercepted by Cunningham. Emmett provide pressure. The ball bounced away, though, to Heaney for the Swans. They move it through Rowbottom. Hand pass to Florent. Chance again for Lloyd. Looking to move it out to the commentary wing, and on the logo, Papley marks. Just pauses and finds another option in Haywood. Leading goal kicker tonight, he's got 3 for Sydney. Steers the ball back again towards the logo. It came to Lloyd, who put it out towards left half forward. Now Goulden, who's 55 out from goal, 2 or 3 metres in from the boundary. He's at left half forward. He'll go towards left full forward. Stretching Ryan, got a touch on it. Spill down though to McDonald. The snap is across the face. It's missed the locks. McDonald hand passing it out, and Papley, eyes lit up for a moment. Hasn't been, as you heard from Cara, his usual bubbly, effervescent self tonight. Won't even trouble the scorers though. It's out of bounds on the full. The cash photodar's downstairs.
Dane Rampy is to play a subbed out for Sydney, and it is a tactical sub. And just confirming earlier, Michael Frederick subbed out for Fremantle. That was also tactical.
Kick to the wing. Swans win possession back. Kick towards half forward. Wicks takes the mark. Wanted to kick it inside to Hayward. Opted to go longer instead. McDonald floating across. Can't take the mark. Then soccers it off the ground and puts it into the right post. Oh, it was like a free kick trying to bend it back off the ground. Logan McDonald is trying to bring a bit of round ball game to the Sharon, and unfortunately it's a minus score. 11-5-71 the Swans, 12-14-26 the Dockers.
Clark with a thumping kick towards the corridor. Florent took the mark, and then the player has gone into the protected area, and Florent will be brought 50 metres inside the forward 50, and he can have another shot at goal. I think it was against Hayden Young.
Yeah, not sure what he was thinking. Josh Tracy was clearly on the mark, and he came in to stand in between, shaking his head. There was a clear free kick there.
He's going to have a chat to the umpire, but all seems personable enough, just asking the question.
He's seemed a little bit disgruntled a few times tonight, Hayden Young, hasn't he?
Yep.
So here's Oliver Florent, looking to add his name to the list of Swans goals kickers from 35 metres out. Florent goes in, kicks the major. Sydney have got their 12. It's officially a shellacking as they move past the 50-point mark in regards to the margin. Sydney by 51. 12-5-77. Fremantle 2-14-26. The Dockers have been shambolic at times tonight. 10 gone in the final term.
Not too sure what he's arguing about or asking for clarification with the umpire.
Freo fans have seen enough too. They're starting to head to the exits.
It's been a tough day for Fremantle as a football club, and it's become a tough night for them. Looking to test themselves against the competition standard. The Swans, though, will finish tonight a game clear on top after Geelong were down by the Power by 6 points. Ball back into play in the middle. Umpire spots a free kick. It's going the way of Sydney. Isaac Heaney is the recipient. Now wants to move it quickly inside the attacking 50. McLean almost took the mark. Roved well by Wicks. Handball out front of McDonald. Gives it back to Wicks. All alone in the goal square is Hayward. He bangs through number 4. Will Hayward, back-to-back weeks with 4 goals. And he's showing the competition just why he's becoming a hot property at the end of this year. The Swans have 13. 13-5-83. Fremantle 2-14-26. It is a shellacking. It is a rout. It's becoming an annihilation. 11 minutes played in the final term. Sharad Wellingham, Cara Antonio.
Oh, it was a beautiful crumb by Wicks, wasn't it?
Wasn't
Just
it?
a absolute textbook positioning and hitting the pack at the right pace. I'm not even sure. Has Hayward been forward the whole game? Because he hasn't had a huge amount of ball, but he's managed to have 5 shots on goal for a 4-1 return. It's a great game.
The restart. Tracy went up against Grundy and won it down to Johnson. Now Young. It's a hand pass away to Fife and receives it back. Steps away from an opponent. Sweeps the hand pass out to Sharp. He takes the step. Goes inside 50. Kicks a goal. The Freo fans who have stayed get to celebrate their third. 45-degree angle to the left from 48 metres out. Jeremy Sharp gives Fremantle supporters a rare moment of joy on an otherwise emotionally draining and tough night. 3-14-32 the Dockers. 13-5-83 the Swans. Sydney, they are going to be 4 points clear on top of the ladder after Geelong's loss earlier tonight. We've got 13 minutes gone on the scoreboard in this, the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Played the true winger role there, just held his width out. He's had a pretty good night tonight. Started really well, sharp. Had the 21 touches, 8 marks, 400 metres gained, and now a goal. 1 goal, 2 actually.
Ugly bounce from the restart. Umpire will pull it back and have to go again. They're getting a little bit of a percentage boost as well, the Swans, which are probably happy with a win out here in the West, but they're going to be a game clear and adding some percentages. Fife was able to get it to Tracy in the middle of the ground for the Dockers. Then Young through to Johnson. Looping handball over the top into 50. Miss Switkowski. Oh, 2 Swans ran into each other. Blakey was collected in friendly fire. He's down as Banfield gives it off to Sharp. 2 in a row. Jeremy Sharp delivers. Out of nowhere, the Dockers string back-to-back goals for the first time tonight. The margin is cut back to 45 points. 13-5-83 the Swans. The Dockers 4-14-38. Still plenty of time in this game, but they are a long way back for the Dockers.
Friendly fire there.
Yeah.
With the Sydney defenders coming in. Blakey just caught his eyebrow, I think, by the looks. On Roberts, was it?
Staying out there for the time being, Nick Blakey.
Yeah. Didn't even break the skin.
He's tough, isn't he?
He's tough.
He's got
Can't have a flowing mullet like that.
Correct.
Lizard skin.
Lizard skin.
Freo with back-to-back goals. Can they restore some credibility to the scoreboard? The restart again. One down by McLean, but went straight to Brayshaw. Got a kick away, but only up into the air. Warner dived over it, shoveled the hand pass out. Picked up by Cunningham, or Jordan rather, went back. And then a good tackle. Nicely done from Switkowski. Locked up his opposing player. He's going to have another ball up. Goulden was the player tackled. McLean wins it down once more. Goes to the Dockers though. Johnson, Sarong, now to Ryan. Kick towards right half forward. Unable to take the mark was Voss, but he was infringed. He'll get the free kick. Looks to move it on quickly. Kicks towards centre half forward. Spoil came from Lloyd. Didn't sit nicely first time for Warner. Second bounce was better. Swept it forward to Heaney. Got a hand pass away behind McInerney. Had to stop and backtrack. Gathered on the centre circles. Gave it towards Lloyd again. Put Sydney out towards right half forward. Met there by Jordan. Gets a hand pass away again to Roberts. Kicks in the direction of Papley. Favoured Walker. Got hands to it. Walker couldn't mark though. Spills it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw in at right half forward for Sydney. 13-5-83 the Swans. 4-14-38 the Dockers. 15 gone in the last here at Perth Stadium. Repeating earlier tonight at Cardinia Park. Port by 6 over the Cats.
Ball spun back into play. McLean and Tracy do the ruck work. McLean punched it forward. It ricocheted backwards to Warner. His kick towards half forward fell in the arms of Jager O'Meara. Has a teammate out wide on the wing with some space. Ryan able to run on and gather. Kicks it further afield to Switkowski. Has a lead on in the pocket. Ignores that. Goes closer to the hot spot of the 50 and 5. Floats in. Takes the mark. Handballs to Sharp. Doesn't get it on the full. His kick over the head is a shocker. It rolls towards Jake Lloyd and the Swans keep it in, take possession. That was a nightmare from Fremantle. To kick beyond defensive 50s, a turnover. They win the ball back. Ryan gives it to Aish, runs inside the 50, misses to the right, a minus score.
Wow.
Nat 5 played on, handballed it to Jeremy Sharp, didn't get it to him, sold him into trouble. He tried to kick it over his head, almost missed the ball. 4-15-39 the Dockers, 13-5-83 the Swans, 44-point margin.
He was 30 out right in front, Fife.
Needs to go back and...
Had to go back and have a shot.
Go back and miss it, Nat.
But if there's any indication you've lost all confidence in front of goal, there it is. As Heaney looks down the outer wing and he wanted to find Clark, wanted to find his teammate in Jordan, and Clark got in the way and took it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
He wasn't even clear, Jeremy Sharp.
No.
He had players all over him.
Fife's had an immense year in the middle, but
a horrible night.
That was terrible. Caught 3 times holding the ball in the first quarter. The restart, the ball's headed back to the boundary line for a throwing. Take nothing away from Sydney. They've been immense. But Fremantle have butchered chances. They have squandered opportunities in front of goal. Spun back in. Grundy palms it down to Adams. Kicks inside or kicks towards the top of the 50. And Marty got up there. Came down to McInerney. High fend off against Aish. Hand pass away for the Swans to Amati again. He'll kick towards full forward. Safety first from O'Meara. Leaping up over the opposite to him, McLean. Punches it through for a minor score. 13-6-84 now, Sydney. 14-15-39 the Dockers. 18 gone in the last.
Ryan kicks it up the middle. Chapman found some space, gave the handball to Aish. He shares it with Brayshaw. The return handball, though, missed Aish. Had to go back and get it, and gave it to Chapman, who coughs it up. The Swans win it back. Wicks kicks it inside the attacking 50, and Papley floats across and takes the mark. He has a few options pushing forward, but he decides from 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front, he'll go back and have the shot. They have punished Fremantle at every opportunity tonight, the Swans.
And you can just tell the body language of the Dockers all over the ground. Slumped over. They look tired. They spent a lot of tickets early, pressuring, and just couldn't capitalise, whereas Sydney have been able to.
Has one to his name tonight, Tom Papley. Normally a pretty good finisher. Pulled away to the left, so maybe the inaccuracy, as Clint Wilden mentioned earlier, is contagious in this second half. 13-7-85 the Swans, 4-15-39 the Dockers, a 46-point margin.
Clark again decides to come to the commentary wing, and the kick was long. No mark taken, but putting it high. It's come in the way of Florent. Actually, he's been paid the mark. Take a kick. It's a good contested mark. Certainly did cop one around the chops as well. It's the switch play. This is Fox. the sub who's on the ground at the moment. Comes back again to Francis, just forward of the defensive edge of the centre square. Now to Adams. Back to Francis. Cunningham is all on his own. He could, well, basically have a picnic where he is. There's no one anywhere near him on the commentary wing.
Looks like Blakey's heading down to the rooms after that maybe knock earlier. A cash voted up.
Blakey is being taken down into the rooms with the doctor, and he was not happy about coming off either, telling the doctor and Leon Cameron on the bench, I'm fine, but they've taken him down to the rooms to check him out anyway.
In the meantime, Swans have worked it to Goulden, who stands in front of his own interchange gates beneath our position on the northern wing. Stabs it short to Florent again. Heaney's had it 27 times tonight, by the way. Florent 26, Goulden 25, so this will bring Florent level with Heaney, this disposal, as he goes back to Cunningham. Sarong's led all comers. 33 disposals. Once more gone past 32 touches for something that I think it's 11 games straight now. Kicks towards left half forward. Amati is out for the Swans. Good mark. He has attacked the football tonight. Got through a pack of about 5. Amati's about 70 from goal. He'll put it up towards the top of the square. They came from everywhere. Pearce got a fingertip on it. Spilled out the side. Wicks threw it on the boot. Misses to the right. 13-8, 86, Sydney.
Free kick, I think.
Is it? Oh, sorry.
I'm sure 4, but
I glanced away for the score. It is a free kick. You're right. To Ryan. Free against Grundy. Ryan will move it short to Ace. He'll go long beyond defensive 50 towards left half back.
So the margin remains at 46 points. Banfield has the ball on the outer side for the Dockers. Gives it to the run of Sharp. Certainly can't knock his effort tonight, Jeremy Sharp. He's had 24 touches and 2 goals, but Dockers have struggled all night, and the Swans have been, I've mentioned a few times, clinical. It's why they sit atop of the AFL ladder. Johnson received the kick from Sharp and gave it back. Now the Dockers, number 14, wheels around and just pumps a high ball deep inside the attacking 50. Jackson flew from behind, couldn't mark. Banfield had a fumble. Now Switkowski somehow gets out of traffic, broke 2 tackles, couldn't break the 3rd, gave it to Jackson. He spins around 3 times in the tackle. The umpire says play on, and as Banfield goes to snap the ball back in, Robbie Fox just knocked it out of his hand as he went to drop it onto his boots. A ball in deep inside the Dockers attacking 50. 22 minutes played, final term.
All spun back in. Grundy got a tap on it, spilled down, bounced off his knee, came to Roberts, gave it back to Grundy for the Swans. The kick is turned over. There is Sharp, who's going to make at least some sort of impact in this final quarter for Fremantle, because he's marked at about 52 from goal. He's decided he might try his luck for a shot.
Sounds pretty confident too. Got back off the mark nice and quick. Mouth guard in the sock.
He's talented enough to kick them from here. In he comes, Sharp, with 2 goals to his name. Not a bad kick at all. It's narrow and well narrow. It misses to the left-hand side. It misses the lot. They're going to review this, aren't they?
It's been his best game for the Dockers this year, I reckon. Started really strong. He's had 10 marks. He's worked that wing really nicely on that far side.
Goal umpire thinks it might have snuck in for a goal. It's gone over the top of the left-hand behind. For a behind. Over the top of the left-hand behind post. Well, that would have been good if you got a goal from there.
Yeah. These angles in sync, we can see in all angles the ball is above the top of the behind post. Decision on the scoreboard.
Well, we know what that means. If there's no change, it's out of bounds on the foot. No score comes up on the scoreboard. Not sure that would have had a great bearing on the outcome, to be honest. But no change to the score. 4-15, 39, Freo, 13-7, 85, the Swans.
So Lloyd tasked to bring the ball back into play for the Swans. Kicks it up the wing. Flying from behind was McLean, or Grundy it was. Couldn't take the mark. Ball spills out the back towards Ace. He's wrapped up in a Sam Wicks tackle. It'll be a ball up just forward of centre wing for Fremantle as Grundy gets front position, taps it down. It's a little hot The midfielders are over, so stolen by Sharp. Sarong spun in a circle, then just coughed it up straight to Warner. As he does, breaks a tackle, runs into the middle of the ground, 60 from home, sees a man over the top, chips it in his path inside the attacking 50, and McInerney tracking it back. Had to snap the head right around to track the ball, but he takes the mark. Will go back slightly better than 45-degree angle to the left, about 40 metres out.
Warner's explosiveness is pretty incredible, isn't it?
It is.
He's got faster, he's got more confident. A real reason as to the success of Sydney at the moment.
His first 3 or 4 steps, isn't it? Out of stoppage or with the ball in hand.
And it's super
Breaks away.
agile, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can go any direction.
Game 81 for Justin McInerney. 2 goals this year. Doesn't add to that here. Away to the left for a minus score. 13-8, 86 the Swans. 4-15, 39 the Dockers. 47-point margin. Deep into time one in the fourth quarter.
We get accused of being biased all the time over here in the West, which is always great fun, but taking nothing away from Sydney, this game has been a stinker. Horrible game of footy. Not just because Freo are losing, it's just been a bad game as Banfield moves in the direction of Walters. Goes to ground up against Florent. Dockers fans wanted 50 against Florent. They're not going to get it. Walters made the most of that. Moves it short, Walters, to Brayshaw, who marks on the logo on the southern wing. Am I my own thinking that? No, I didn't think so. No comment, but plenty of shaking of heads in the back of the box as Sarong looked to move it away, and Roberts got in front of Walters and then takes it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Here's the official attendance, 46,198. And there'll be about 400 of them that will be absolutely delighted as they go home tonight. They're those in red and white that have made their way in, sitting at the Farmer Freeway end. Their team's going to go a game clear on top of the ladder. Here's Warner, McLean, Florent, Sydney again have it. Heaney rode the tackle of Jackson. Got a hand pass away to Rowbottom. He broke the Sarong tackle. Kick missed its target though. Went over the top, a couple of players. Roberts combined. Then Aish was tackled and he spilled it. Warner mopped it up, gave it to Jordan, kicks inside forward to Diamati. Just had enough separation on Pearce to take the mark in the right forward pocket. He'll put boots a ball from about 3 to 4 metres in from the boundary and about 45 from goal.
It's just had a little bit of a flat feeling the whole evening, hasn't it? Okay. Nothing spectacular. Workmanlike, as we know, Sydney do produce.
It has been severely lacking in a contest right from the start, with Sydney kicking the first 10 goals of the game. Amati wants a third major. Wasn't too far away, but it misses. Minor score. 13-9 now. 13-9-87 Sydney. 4-15-39 the Dockers. 28 gone in the final time.
The Swans have kicked 2 goals 7 in this final term, so it kind of explains why the game feels like it's petered out, because for a half of football, you could say one thing at least, the Swans were clinical, and that's kind of dropped off a little bit in this final term as it plateaus out. They win the ball back though on the wing through a free kick to McInerney. He goes inboard to Chad Warner and now chips it wide to Jake Lloyd. It's a statement of sorts from the Swans. They had to come out here and do the job, and the first half they certainly were all over Fremantle. The Dockers will have some questions to answer as the Swans retreat all the way to defensive 50, and the final seconds begin to tick down here at Perth Stadium.
Back to Fox, switches it out to Rowbottom. Soak a few more seconds off the clock. It goes right back to fullback once again. Sydney, big winners in the West. The Swans victorious by 48 points. And they go a game clear on top of the AFL ladder. Sydney 13-9, the Dockers.